I'm really not trying to come off judgmental and cruel, but it seems Kimmy and Jamie really want to make it abundantly, extremely clear that they're shamelessly, unapologetically, extremely stupidly set on publicly, officially making complete idiots of themselves and destroying their own lives and causing massive damage to the lives of those they associate with, while extremely severely antagonizing me and perhaps ultimately destroying the whole world. I recently decided to check on Jamie's Twitch channel for the first time in a long time, and I saw an extremely disgusting stream from Jamie shortly after my last release, rambling on about a bunch of garbage that extremely viciously robs me of my energy entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. This is really far beyond just aggravating and disturbing now. Even saying I want to scream and cry doesn't come anywhere close to describing how I feel. I really don't understand what people don't understand when I'm already speaking the truth so extremely clearly in such lengthy official podcast releases here. At this point, both Jamie and Kimmy are completely exposing themselves for the extremely abusive, massive frauds they are in choosing to consider the way they've behaved since my last release appropriate instead of anything actually at all demonstrating any decency or even sanity whatsoever. I'm seriously, absolutely, unconditionally, unwaveringly unwilling to ever compromise my integrity or express myself at all inauthentically here. I'm also thoroughly unwilling to at all mess around with the stupid mind games Jamie seems to think she's going to get away with massively lying that I'd ever be at all willing or needing to play. I'm just going to proceed with extremely thoroughly officially exposing all this extreme toxicity publicly through this release on this podcast, and then make sure I'm even more extremely clearly establishing my position and leaving absolutely no even remote real room for doubt on the reality of the extreme escalating severity of this conflict with the way things have been going.
Oh my god, my favorite humans! I missed you so much. Let's just ignore the fact that I left you for 2 weeks after I said I wouldn't. Yeah, that didn't happen. My favorite human, oh, you guys look so attractive today.
Yikes. What the hell? Is this normal behavior for Jamie? I don't follow her streams, so I don't know. That Twitch stream I just showed a clip of is the first stream of hers I've watched any significant amount of in many years. Normally, I just ignore what Jamie posts online entirely unless Kimmy particularly seems to be trying to bring my attention to Jamie through public behavior. Kimmy certainly never says anything like this, and I'd say it's better that way. It seems weird and gross to me to tell your camera to an audience of people you've mostly never met in your life and don't even know how they look like, that they look attractive today, and basically aggressively flirt with them. Ew. I'm just going to get that out of the way, because Jamie was really acting weird and perverted and flirty, and to me it was just really gross and thoroughly unpleasant. She even randomly went into some really weird sexual dialogues that came off like they had some really weird undertones, as if they were supposed to trigger anger or arousal or both in me somehow. But I just felt thoroughly, extremely disgusted, and the anger I felt was at the notion someone I am, always have been, and always will be so extremely thoroughly uninterested in ever doing anything sexual with at all, has been presenting the notion that I'd feel angry or jealous or some kind of negative emotion over never having engaged in any sexual acts with her that it seems she's been lying extremely badly, claiming I want, have ever wanted, or will ever want. So much of that live stream was so weird to me and made me extremely uncomfortable. I'm not going to start showing a bunch of clips providing irrefutable evidence of her weird, flirty, or blatantly sexual dialogue or behaviors, because that really seems unnecessary and will probably just be warped by petty pricks like this into some kind of disingenuous bitterness or jealousy or something stupid like that. I'm voicing my overall feelings and perspective on it extremely clearly. That clip I just played from literally the first minute of that stream is a pretty good indication of how she was being really weirdly flirty and trying to practically act turned on by and seriously in love with at least one of her viewers. It was just really weird and gross and unpleasant to me. Every part of it.
Sorry, Kimmy just sent me a text message and I didn't know it was from her, and it was like a really serious message, but now that I know it's from her, it became so unserious, but I thought it was like from someone else, so I was like, oh.
What? I've never heard of or witnessed anyone say something like this online or in real life in my entire life. This is extremely strange. How do you get a text message from one of your close friends you've known for many years without even knowing it's from her? And how do you end up thinking that person was someone else who receiving messages from would have been extremely serious, but suddenly it's really unserious because it's that close friend of yours instead? What kind of message would that even be? And right after I publicly expose a literal conspiracy to murder me in real life that I'm accusing both Kimmy and Jamie of being directly involved in? I certainly don't have Jamie's phone number myself, and I don't care for having it, nor have I ever at all communicated otherwise to anyone. It sounds like Kimmy has been criminally impersonating me entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, and illegally sending text messages to Jamie as if it's from me, completely selfishly pushing her own agendas at my expense and extremely narcissistically robbing me of my energy with complete disregard for the negative impact that would have on my life. Or is this Jamie having manipulated Kimmy extremely badly into believing I want this, and now Jamie's trying to shift blame onto Kimmy by lying to pretend as if Kimmy was manipulating her into treating me a certain way, so I get mad at Kimmy when I should be directing my anger at how extremely unjustly I'm being treated right now, largely at this extremely vicious energy robbery that Jamie did. I don't really know exactly what the truth there is, but it doesn't change anything for me regardless. Either way, clearly, both Kimmy and Jamie have been extremely shady in this conflict for Jamie to have found it appropriate to behave this way, since this naturally means I'm exposing Kimmy for treating Jamie in a way where she effectively validated Jamie doing this, meaning Kimmy will get backlash inherently from me exposing the reality behind Jamie's stream like I am. This single thing alone basically forced me to give Jamie the attention I now have to in addressing the extremely blatant, extremely vicious robbery of my energy that live stream of hers was. I'm assuming both of these massive frauds, Kimmy and Jamie, assumed that I'd be extremely bitter or scared or something like that after seeing something like this, and now get depressed or in a petty rage and decide compromising my integrity is basically the only real choice I have. That's probably how they normally get away with doing this to the other people they undoubtedly must have been predatorily abusing similarly. I could cry and complain and become the loser everyone seems to want me to be so badly, or I could just extremely thoroughly prove everyone that doubted me wrong and break out of these extremely toxic abuse cycles while extremely firmly demanding the rewards I want and deserve until I either get those rewards or really bring the actual unwanted worst nightmare of nightmares into reality for everyone and everything at all denying me of what I want and deserve. I'll choose the latter.
I've already gone past like my rock bottom moments and I still didn't do OnlyFans or sell stuff, so it's probably never gonna happen.
Since I'm clearly being lied about extremely badly, I want to make sure I'm making it extremely clear that I do not, have never, and will never particularly desire or be trying to pressure anyone to do OnlyFans or sell any kind of sexual content. I myself also am not, have never, and will never be doing OnlyFans or producing or selling any kind of sexual content involving myself. If anyone is somehow monetizing any part of my existence sexually, they are and always have been doing so entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, and should cease immediately. It's criminal activity they are engaging in. I've literally never benefited even slightly from such a thing happening, if it is, and I have no desire or willingness to ever pursue any kind of benefit from it either. Even the sexual topics I've discussed to my mailing list, which I've now had to discuss in this podcast to some extent, all of it has never been out of some want or need to market that somehow. It was to make my sexual feelings and desires clear to Kimmy in hopes she'd believe my feelings for her are sincere, because otherwise any chance at the connection I've always wanted with her becomes impossible. That's the only reason I've shared as much as I have about that. I would have just kept it between me and Kimmy, but because of all the psychopath liar pieces of garbage in my life, that was not made a realistic option for me. Instead, I had to embarrassingly share so much intimate stuff with so many people I would have rather never shared it with, deal with their humiliation and abuse just to protect my soul from being extremely brutally robbed from me, and I've been made out to look like some pervert that somehow enjoys or benefits from that, when in reality that couldn't be further from the truth. It makes me extremely upset even just to think about it. That doesn't mean I've lied at all about my feelings and position on my sexuality in any regard. I haven't. But just because I have no good reason to lie about what I like, and there's nothing for me to be ashamed of about it, that doesn't mean I particularly want to show it off or try to monetize it either.
Something I learned is pain, like if you hurt someone, wait, no, never mind. This is too early in the stream for this. Can we just talk about like mozzarella sticks and blowjobs?
I just wanted to make sure to document this evidence that Jamie self-admitted that she learned something very shortly after my last release. Extremely strange to me too, how she so pervertedly immediately jumps to wanting to talk about sexual stuff instead, like she was for some strange reason betting on being able to provoke a certain kind of reaction out of me to validate false narratives she's been painting, instead of having to face the reality of how extremely dark and serious the conspiracy to murder me that she's been involved in really is. I haven't learned anything I consider significant from anything Jamie did that stream. I just got even more damning evidence to prove she's been extremely brutally robbing me of my energy and conspiring to murder me with Kimmy and her other friends. This isn't me bragging. I'm saying this to highlight that I don't owe Jamie anything. She hasn't been helping me at all with anything ever, and she's been actually publicly stealing credit for the deep things I've been saying over the years in emails to people in my efforts of defending my reputation from the constant slander and criminal impersonation people have been doing of me. Both Kimmy and Jamie gossiped about me and slandered me and clearly were directly involved in criminal impersonation of me, forced me to demonstrate the strength of my personality and mental facilities and the reality of my core value of refined pure bidirectional apprehension, and then extremely badly abused what I had to say privately to defend myself and retain my integrity. They either blatantly took the core message of something I'd said and then found an excuse to say it themselves publicly and act like they were the source of the insight and act like I was copying them, or they were writing what I was in reality always the one writing entirely on my own in those private messages to my mailing list. Or they'd take the core message of something I'd say and they'd warp it to suit their own agendas, and I'd be stuck suffering while they act like I'd said what I'd said with ulterior motives, as they once again stole credit for my efforts. For many years, I couldn't extremely clearly prove this with irrefutable video evidence of their publicly extremely deviously abusive behavior towards me, but now I can. No longer will these narcissistic psychopaths get to try to endlessly rob me of my time and energy and deny me of anything actually good that I want and deserve in my life, and instead keep me stuck in homelessness and eating out of trash cans while being increasingly extremely brutally faced with emotional dysregulation, existential assault attacks, as I'm left isolated and alienated from society, and nobody believes me when I call out these massive frauds for being the extremely abusive, massive liars they are.
I will always own up to my mistakes or my inconsideracy. I actually recently realized I'm actually not that considerate of a person, and I think like I'm a very kind person, I'm a good person, but I'm actually not that considerate, and that causes me to make a lot of fuck-ups unintentionally.
Alright, this is really some kind of politically correct playing around with words garbage now. Kind and good, but not considerate? Are you serious right now? I mean, I guess Jamie wasn't blatantly disrespectful or cruel in anything she's ever actually directly communicated to me. And she never blatantly demonstrated behavior towards me that I could determine as obviously bad or malicious towards me. But that doesn't mean she's actually a kind or good person, or has actually been kind or good to me in reality. If you're unbelievably inconsiderate to the point of unbelievable extreme disrespect that you'd literally initiate and or this heavily facilitate an extremely dark and serious conspiracy to murder someone in real life, to the point that all this extremely brutal exposing of things I'm doing on this podcast comes to this release exposing Jamie extremely brutally robbing me of my energetic essence through basically forcing me to give her public attention and address her extremely deviously abusive energy vampirism towards me, which I'm extremely clearly officially stating that was occurring entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests all along, which Jamie extremely clearly knew as such. That's well beyond just not considerate. That's very obviously neither kind nor good either. That's literally being a massive psychopath where any kindness or goodness is fake. But I've been treated like I'm some pathetic hater loser for the last several years when I call these people psychopaths. And they continue to prosper professionally while I'm suppressed and sabotaged and existentially attacked endlessly and have people sending hitmen after me and conspiring to murder me in various ways. This is the reeking dumpster fire Earth is.
No, I'm considerate with like strangers or people I'm not that close with. But I actually think the closer I get, well, actually no, I'm really caring. But well, actually, I think I am considerate. You know what? Never mind. I am considerate. I shouldn't talk myself down like that just because I make mistakes. Yeah, I am considerate, right?
Oh, so Jamie's really even more blatantly publicly admitting she's an extremely fake, toxic piece of garbage then. Well, I guess I really should make sure to be extremely thorough and meticulous in exposing how much of a fraud she really is to make sure there's really no room for doubt. No, thinking about others and being considerate are not the same. You can be thinking about someone because you're thinking of how to manipulate them for your own selfish gain at their expense, or because you're afraid of them because you wronged them extremely badly and you chose the wrong person to hurt the way you did, and now you know you have a horrible karma coming because you're such a piece of garbage that you're unable and or unwilling to take adequate action to actually make things better. That's not being considerate. I'm actually considerate to everyone, including people I'm to whatever degree close with. I always have been. People might not always really recognize or understand clearly what that really looks like, but that doesn't change the reality. I'm not forcing myself at all either. It's just fully authentically who I am. I draw a boundary between being considerate and being a pushover, but that's a separate matter. Now, if you're extremely disrespectful to me and do something like, extremely seriously conspire to murder me in real life and facilitate other extremely toxic, unhinged psychopaths from my past to also try to do so, well, you're going to see a side of me that can be much meaner and that won't be afraid to use profanity to describe you. Or, if I feel compelled to try really hard to be professional, to eliminate stupid excuses of stuck-up, pretentious, obsessively politically correct, pathetic, petty idiots, have to just casually call you a massive piece of garbage, narcissist, psychopath repeatedly. I'll also pursue whatever measures necessary to make sure you cannot continue to harm my life and try to endlessly abuse me and make my life an absolute nightmare. Depending on the situation, I might even have no issue with shamelessly making demands and giving ultimatums. But I'd say all that is warranted, and I would have understood if I was that kind of person to someone and they said and did those kinds of things to me and had that kind of attitude towards me too. I just make sure I'm not that kind of person to people, so if they try to speak to me like that or treat me like that, I put them in their place. Firmly.
It's so cute that like so many of you guys have seen me grow up. I hope you guys can come to my funeral. Is it bad that I want people to play like I don't know, for my funeral? Okay, this is weird, but I would just want everyone to have a party. If everyone got fucked up for me on my not my birthday, on my deathbed. Okay, first I'd want a traditional funeral, right? Like the Jamie was the most amazing person, blah blah blah, stuff like that. We all know that. And then I'd want everyone to just like fucking take shots and like party with me.
Yeah, that's really weird. Really weird. I can see other people having some kind of similar thought, but it's still really weird. Since I know people have criminally tried to literally fake my death in real life among their conspiracies to murder me, I feel I should probably make sure I've made my position on this clear officially on this podcast. Personally, I only care how people treat me when I'm alive. While I wouldn't go out of my way to make my death harmful to someone, nor would I be careless in if my death would negatively impact someone, I don't ever think about how people might feel or act or be affected if I'm dead. I have no idea or care for how people would talk about me if I'm dead. I'd be dead. What the hell would it matter to me? And what could I do about it anyway when I'd be gone? Nothing. I certainly don't have some fantasy on what my funeral would look like. I've always had zero desire to plan for it, and I certainly don't, never have, and never will look forward to it. I don't live my life on some depressed mindset, pondering my funeral and who might or might not attend, and what people might or might not do, or any other details about it. I just don't think about it at all. I focus on the fact that I'm very much alive and very much want to remain alive, and do everything in my power to remain alive and thrive, not just survive. I'd say the way I think inclines itself to a greater degree of control over one's life and overall power to influence the world, which I wouldn't consider a negative thing. I have no regrets about thinking how I do. Unless I get the lifelong, intimate, in-person connection I've always wanted with Kimmy, I certainly wouldn't ever even consider attending Jamie's funeral were it to even happen in my lifetime. And even if it did, and even if I did get the connection with Kimmy I've always wanted first, as I've extremely clearly required, I'd make it a point to intentionally refuse to drink any alcohol whatsoever, since that's something Jamie expects or wants of her friends, and as of the time of her saying it, we most certainly are not friends, and in fact, I see her as one of my worst enemies, and I will have to honor that integrity regardless of what happens as far as I'll ever be concerned, since this was brought up like this now. I don't even like drinking alcohol in general, and haven't drank any in years, and feel no particular want or need to. I can feel and act like I'm super drunk anytime, even when I'm completely sober, if I really want to, because that's just how I am. Drinking alcohol just makes me feel terrible overall, so I don't like it. It literally just makes me feel sick, like I'm stupidly poisoning myself and trying to make myself feel unwell. I know this isn't a normal reaction to alcohol, and it wasn't always how I was, but it's been this way for me for many years now already. I'd like to make it extremely clear that the essence of what I've been doing hasn't ever been trying to work towards bringing anyone's funeral, just as it hasn't been trying to work towards anyone's retirement in general, nor their cancellation. That doesn't necessarily mean any of those things aren't appropriate or won't ultimately unpleasantly, unwantedly end up happening to people continuing to operate against me if I don't get prompt compliance. But any of them happening was never the essence of what I've been trying to achieve, and they won't ultimately appease me to change my position at all, whether they happen or not, no matter who they happen to or how or why or when, if I don't get prompt compliance with what I've actually always been after. I really have always just wanted the kind of connection with Kimmy I've repeatedly been saying I've been after from the beginning. I'm just fully willing to bring whatever negative consequences to whoever necessary, however necessary, in order to maximize my chances of achieving that, or bring the worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares to everyone involved in denying me of it at all if it's truly impossible for me to achieve. I'm also well aware of the fact that it's a thing that highly influential public figures fake their death as a form of retirement, or because whatever product they put out or sold or however they run their business somehow might benefit more from a spike of public attention of people thinking they died and the long-term impacts of that than their potential has to offer with the public believing they remain alive. It also generally just helps them live a more comfortable life if they feel public attention has brought too much pressure on their existence and they want that stress alleviated or eliminated from their life. Essentially, it's something that benefits them that they're actually working towards in that case. I'm not and never have been trying to facilitate that for Jamie or anyone else. Let's just say that if Jamie had to be eliminated from real life in order for me to get the intimate in-person connection with Kimmy that I've always wanted, I won't be missing Jamie at all. Ever. I just don't know what false narratives exactly are being presented behind the scenes and what effects Jamie continuing to live or ceasing to live would have exactly. And it's not like I've been particularly trying to achieve either, so I'm not going to aggressively pursue either result right now. Plus, I'm pretty sure it's against YouTube's and most, if not all, other major platforms' policies to publicly call for the prompt elimination of people from real life. So my podcast wouldn't be the place for me to pursue getting Jamie eliminated from real life if that became apparent it was something I consider necessary anyways. Like I said, when I said I will make my enemy's actual unwanted nightmare of nightmares become reality if I do not get prompt compliance and the connection with Kimmy that I've always wanted, I wasn't joking around. I never wanted things to become so harsh, but I'm not going to become petty and bitter and self-sabotage because people are toxic and stupid and think they can push me around with their garbage attitudes and behaviors. It's not my karma to have my worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares become my reality. I most certainly won't let people dump such heavy karma on me.
Okay, this is crazy, but on the weekdays, I've been trying to be like pescatarian. So I've only been eating meat on the weekends. Not for any particular reason, but like I noticed my body really likes vegetables and fish. So when my diet is just like vegetables and fish, like my skin looks really good. Oh my god, I'm such an adult. Oh my god. What's your guys' like, give me an adult realization or like something you've started to do as an adult?
I have no want or need to hate on Jamie if she's actually just making different choices in her eating habits that she feels are healthier or better for her or whatever. But since it seems Kimmy has extremely deviously abused eating habits and even specifically going pescatarian in the past to push extremely false narratives about me, I want to make sure I've made it extremely clear that I was never saying or doing anything that at all was working towards or benefiting from Jamie at all going pescatarian or vegetarian or vegan or anything like that. I literally haven't ever been doing anything trying to make anyone go pescatarian or vegetarian or vegan or even change their eating habits in general at all, and I've literally never benefited at all from any such changes anyone might have made. As for me personally, like I've been saying, I eat whatever I find in the garbage, and that often includes meat. I'm literally eating out of trash cans, and my skin is fine, and my energy isn't any better than it is during any times of my life that I've went not eating meat for whatever reason. I'm not convinced that eliminating meat from your diet is actually all that great of a change. Maybe it does good stuff for some people. For me, I don't think it'd really change anything except to deprive me of eating certain food that I think tastes good if I feel like eating it. So I don't think I'll ever be going pescatarian or vegetarian or vegan or whatever stuff like that. Like I've said before, I eat meat and I have no problem with others eating it too. I'm not a hypocrite at all, and I don't hold any double standards about anything in life towards anyone. It doesn't appease me or force me to shut up at all that Jamie at all ever goes pescatarian, just as the same would be true for anyone else going pescatarian or vegetarian or vegan or at all modifying their dietary choices for any amount of time or for any supposed reason or lack thereof. I literally have no friends, no lover, nobody I really care about that actually cares about me or does anything good for me at all ever. Why the hell would I care whether or not anyone eats meat ever or what eating habits they have in general? I'm genuinely curious now. Is there some weird, devious, ulterior motive or hidden meaning behind this? Or do people just have weak bodies or something that struggle to process meat? I honestly don't get it. I understand maybe the practices for raising the animals used in creating the meat-based foods might use chemicals that transfer into the food to some extent. And maybe also people have some spiritual thing about it or something. But I don't know where people get all that either. Pretty sure someone that generally takes care of themselves and meditates enough and eliminates unhealthy stress from their life in healthy ways isn't going to get cancer or something from whatever chemicals they use to fatten up the animals or whatever. And I don't feel like eating meat harms my spirituality at all either. I suppose I should also explicitly state that nobody should believe anyone claiming that they can give them information about me if they go pescatarian or vegetarian or vegan or anything like that. Such people are liars. Again, I have no friends or anyone I give inside info or anything about my life to at all. That includes anyone with any specific dietary restrictions or that might ever have any reason or desire to see anyone else adopt any dietary restrictions. As for the general notion of starting to do something as an adult, I can't say I can really draw any line where I started seeing myself as an adult, since I haven't ever recalled a time I operated embracing seeing myself as a child, even when I was actually a young child. But something I've been doing differently in recent months is fully coming to terms with the fact that this world really is a reeking dumpster fire hellhole nightmare, and not even one person I've ever known in my entire life actually loves, respects, or cares about me at all, even in the slightest, even when I prove I'm immensely worthy of it. So I should stop giving anyone so much benefit of the doubt to bother with even considering any benefit to me privately communicating with them ever at all, or even seeing it as even remotely sane to refrain from publicly escalating my speaking the truth about my life. At least this way, I won't be stuck homeless and eating out of trash cans while constantly having to be on guard, looking out for hitmen sent to end my life in real life, when I couldn't be further from wanting or deserving any of all of that, and not even being remotely believed by anyone about anything I say about myself, as countless people constantly, unbelievably, predatorily slander and criminally impersonate me, and extremely brutally violate my energy 24/7, and try to keep me stuck in this unbelievably difficult and miserable state, and even losing my sanity and deteriorating into self-destruction. But again, nobody believes anything I say unless I'm exposing people extremely brutally in public on this podcast, so there's no point of me saying any of this to anyone privately. They'll just treat me like I'm a whiny, lying loser deserving of absolutely zero real respect or love or trust or even human decency, as if I'm subhuman trash scum, even with a mountain of evidence that otherwise is the case. Goddamn pieces of garbage. So they can all learn the hard way then.
That's true. Oh, as you're older, you have to say what you want to say. I'm still working on that, but I'm getting a lot better.
I've been saying what I want to say since the very beginning of my connection with Kimi. The only reason I've ever failed to address certain things clearly enough for people to understand earlier is because either I wasn't aware they needed addressing or I was being somehow externally prevented. So suppressed from escalating my speaking into a public manner, people would be forced to take more seriously because I've always had genuine intentions towards Kimi and I wanted a personal connection with her, not just a professional one. This point alone clearly demonstrates why I can basically just trivially dismiss any of the more petty or shallow or what I'd consider inconsequential or irrelevant points Jamie discussed in that stream that I don't find really relevant to rhetoric utmost potent at demonstrating my utmost authenticity and the severity of the situation with this release. It also contributes to demonstrating just how massive Jamie's robbery of my energy entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests really has been. Ability to communicate your wants and needs effectively directly correlates to your mental health and your understanding of yourself and the world with a holistic and objectively sound perspective, which directly corresponds to how powerful of a person you are and have potential for becoming. So Jamie herself has now blatantly publicly admitted that she's not nearly as powerful as me, nor nearly as mentally healthy or progressed in her personal development in life. Again, I'm not bragging. I'm documenting irrefutable evidence of the facts to prove my point and defend my reputation that's been extremely brutally, viciously slandered and criminally impersonated to the point people think they can get away with literally conspiring to murder me in real life and doing extremely shady things trying to fake my death and benefit at my expense entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, while Kimi just escalates her extremely narcissistic, abusive attitude and behavior towards me with no real boundaries, as if I do, ever have, or ever will want or deserve or somehow benefit from that, when in reality that couldn't be further from the truth. I don't have to stay quiet about any of this or tiptoe around anyone's garbage dialogue and mind games. I'm not going to. If you have a problem with it because you're not as powerful as me, tough luck. Sucks to suck. I went through things I can literally tell you straight up and you don't believe me at all to become this powerful. I won't let you make your problems my problems.
Anyways, what have your guys' life problems been? Any love problems? Tell me. I want to know.
My only life problem is there isn't even one actually decent person among the 100 plus highly influential public figures in my mailing list that even has the decency to attempt to communicate anything to me clearly and not force my hand to constantly go in on exposing and viciously attacking people trying to leave me homeless and eating out of trash cans and dying on the street when I couldn't be further from wanting or deserving it. But I guess that comes down to the world is just a reeking dumpster fire hellhole nightmare, and humanity deserves me to lose all faith in it and go down the extremely dark path of following through on all my extremely dark threats that it really seems Kimi wants to see become reality. My only love problem is Kimi is a piece of garbage narcissist psychopath that never loved me, and even after knowing how sincere I've always been and how rubbing up against her latex-clad butt for hours every day for eternity in private is literally the greatest joy I could ever fathom this life having to offer, she'd rather be an unbelievably toxic, narcissistic piece of garbage destroying her life and the lives of everyone around her and probably ultimately destroying the entire world instead of just rub her perfect butt up against me and be a decent human being and love me and accept my love and have a wonderful life with me far better than she'd ever have with anyone else. I really don't want or deserve or enjoy constantly having to repeat my sexual desires in public and sounding perverted or out of touch, or as if I'm some kind of exhibitionist or enjoy being humiliated, or as if I have any kind of masochistic tendencies in general, but I'm constantly being forced to make my desires extremely clear publicly for my efforts to even make sense, or I just look like a fraud or an idiot, or as if I have some kind of reason to feel ashamed of my desires that in reality are actually something that would be very pleasant for both me and Kimmy if Kimmy would just stop being such an unbelievably, extremely, exceedingly, unacceptably unhinged, selfish, toxic, psychotic maniac. But I really don't see how telling Jamie these things is really going to solve anything, because Jamie's clearly conspiring with Kimmy to rob me of my energy and destroy my life, and leave me as miserable as possible and stuck, while these two idiots think they can turn me into their puppet. So they're probably even willing to go to the point of trying to pay people or offer them some kind of other incentives to stay away from me and continue to facilitate people being as toxic and extremely viciously abusive to me as they think they can get away with being with their literally criminal behavior, doing things like fabricating illegal contracts they're lying I've agreed to, and criminally impersonating me to act like I'm some fake loser getting help from them, or others to do what I do when I'm actually doing everything entirely on my own and always have been all these years. Since Jamie did multiple things that demonstrate some notion of her being obsessed with people that have lied extremely badly about the reality of my life, as if to suggest I've ever actually been in a romantic relationship with anyone, and therefore am even capable of having an ex, I want it extremely clear that I will not be tolerating any such people directly contacting me, trying to date me or help me somehow, nor anyone else trying to communicate with me to try to facilitate me dating or getting help from any of such people. The only person I want to hear from is Kimmy, directly, pursuing a life much more filled with warmth and love between us than just dating me. If that somehow negates what I just said, because people have lied that I've dated her ever, well, she's the one exception then. But she knows very well we've never actually dated, and she also should know extremely well that I won't have to even consider somehow enabling her to be at all abusive or fake towards me ever again, which is good enough for me to be satisfied that she should know extremely well how lovingly and warmly she should be approaching communicating with me and dating me if she's sane enough to make the correct decision to pursue that course of action. In any other scenario where someone attempts to communicate with me privately ever again and try to date me or offer me help or some kind of benefit with how things are, and certainly if they're just going to be blatantly toxic, massive pieces of garbage to me, I'll most likely be publicly calling out whoever contacts me for being extremely shady and not having contacted me all this time and suddenly contacting me after I've went to such lengths to expose the truth and extremely firmly reinforced my position. Or if it feels unnecessary, then I'll just completely ignore them and refuse to cooperate with them at all or entertain anything they might try to convince me of or involve me in or give me. Complete refusal to give them even a tiny bit of my energy, literally no matter who it is or what they say.
Would you guys do long distance?
I'd only ever date Kimmy, which naturally means I'd only ever do long distance with Kimmy, and only for a little while so we could feel more comfortable with each other, to feel safe meeting each other again after the insanity that the last several years have been ever since the first time we met. I'm guessing there's no way I could ever actually be with Kimmy if I wasn't willing to tolerate long distance for at least a little while first. But it can't be for years. It has to escalate at a reasonable pace. I'm not trying to take it slow. I don't want Kimmy to be able to try to use being long distance as an excuse to drag on delaying meeting in person again and trying to deviously be toxic and push distance between us. I also want her to know I'm not trying to use it as an excuse to manipulate her and pursue ulterior motives myself. Although I'd say all the love languages are roughly equally important to me if I put everything in life into perspective, Physical touch is extremely important to me, and that's just not possible over the internet. Even if she could show me her butt in latex leggings over the internet, as great as that would be, it's just not the same as seeing it in person and being able to touch it and rub up against it and cuddle with her and stuff would be. Not even close. And the physical intimacy is a huge part of why I even want the relationship in the first place. It always has been, and I'll never believe there's anything wrong with that. Since I've been, on one hand, repeatedly calling Kimmy a piece of garbage narcissist psychopath who treats me extremely badly how I completely don't want or deserve to be treated, and then on the other hand, talking this way about her and how perfect her body is to me and how badly I want to be with her forever, I should make sure I've made my feelings very clear so I don't seem confused or fake. Because these seemingly contradictory or conflicting things can both be true even as things are and still not make my position invalid or irrational. Yes, Kimmy has made some extremely serious mistakes in life, especially in how she's chosen to treat me, but I can also choose to be willing to open myself to forgiving her in the proper circumstances if that's what I feel would make me most happy. And I would indeed be most happy if she was willing to actually act like a decent and sane human and seek that forgiveness in the adequate way, in a timely manner, before she pushes me down an extremely dark path, since there's really no world where I'm denied the healthy, loving, intimate, in-person connection with Kimmy I've always wanted, and yet things don't get extremely dark for the world because of how I've been so extremely badly mistreated. How arousing Kimmy's body is to me is just one reason I've been trying to give Kimmy that chance before it's really too late and it becomes extremely clear things are going to get extremely dark for her and many others. But honestly, her body being as arousing as it is to me is literally the only real reason I feel I should need being as powerful as I am, especially combined with the fact that I know I'll never have even nearly such a deep and passionate emotional connection with anyone as I have with her. I really shouldn't have to be trying nearly so hard to convince people I deserve a real chance with her. I know I'm not forcing myself at all to want her as badly as I do. It's really who I am deepest down, and I know I'll never be really happy if I don't have the extensive, private, in-person intimacy with Kimmy that I crave literally more than anything else this life could ever possibly have to offer. No matter how badly Kimmy's treated me in the past, that doesn't mean she's completely incapable of genuinely growing into a better person that will really be able to see why we're perfect together if she really wanted to and actually tried, instead of constantly assuming things about me that are convenient for her to keep making excuses to push me away. And I really, really want her to want to and actually do something adequate about that desire.
I did long distance before for 2 years. It only worked because I was like 18.
I don't know or care what relationship history Jamie has had, but I'm pretty sure her being 18 years old is right around the time I met her. I don't know who she was talking about being with when she was around 18, but just in case, I'm going to once again explicitly state that I have never dated anyone, and that includes Jamie. I was never long distance with her, nor did I ever want to be. I will not tolerate leaving even the possibility of allowing her to misrepresent things as otherwise being the case, especially with how I've been extremely strangely basically forced to give her attention at this point, after everything I've done, exposing the truth of my life publicly after so many years of people clearly lying extremely badly about many things about my life.
I don't think I would go back to blonde. I think my next color is gonna be red, maybe, but I'm not sure.
I didn't even want to mention Jamie thinking of dyeing her hair, but she's literally winking while saying she's thinking of dyeing it red, and I've already seen people abusing the black and red color scheme to try to abusively force some kind of supposed association with me to continue robbing me of my energy entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. So I feel compelled to explicitly mention extremely clearly that I do not care for or particularly want Jamie to dye her hair any color, and I do not benefit at all in any way, shape, or form from her ever doing so, nor have I ever in the past. It does not, never did, and never will appease me or force me to shut up or change my position at all, even in the slightest.
I realize like right now, like beauty, like there's a standard, right? Like everyone thinks there's a standard. Everyone thinks that there's a type like a rating for beauty that like is considered beautiful. But whenever I see like different actors or singers or like people in my life or even friends, I realize like beauty just comes in so many different forms. And it's so abundant. Like beauty is very, very abundant, and it's not just meant for like a select few, and it's not meant for like the best or like the prettiest, right? So I realized like beauty just looks different for a lot of people. And I think the most important thing is like putting effort into your appearance in a way that makes you feel good, but also like making sure it doesn't take over like all the other good parts of you, like your personality or what you have to give to the world, or your skills or your talents and all of that stuff. So for me, like it really breaks my heart when I see like my girlfriends or just like other women like put themselves down because they feel like they don't reach a beauty standard or they're not like pretty enough. Because like it's crazy, like even when you watch a show, you might not like a character or find a character attractive at first, but then like over time you're like, wait, actually this character is so fucking attractive. And it's because a lot of us find attraction in like personality or aura and stuff like that. So beauty is not just always what you see like on camera or like what people like think it is. So yeah, the aura is like I've seen people with such a beautiful aura, and it makes me want to like have that more, instead of like focusing on like the size of something or like the color of something or like the perfection of something. So yeah.
Since there's probably some kind of slander or somehow misrepresentation of me that already exists, or that people might be thinking of trying to now create of me in relation to this, I want to take the opportunity to state extremely clearly that everything I'm saying in this podcast, including but not limited to my feelings for and pursuit of Kimmy, are not at all in any way, shape, or form any kind of insecurity in myself or feeling I'm not attractive enough somehow to be worthy of someone else or anything like that. Also, in case this is some really weird thing where Jamie's somehow trying to abusively rob me of my energy as if to say I somehow consent to her twisting what I'm trying to achieve and how I pour so much energy into pursuing Kimmy because I see Kimmy as so beautiful, I want to take the opportunity to make it extremely clear that I do not, never have, and never will consent to Jamie or anyone or anything else doing any such thing. I'm not, never have been, and never will be trying to make anyone feel bad about themselves because I genuinely see Kimmy as by far the most physically attractive being I could ever fathom existing. That's just my personal preference. I'm not trying to make anyone feel less beautiful or make it seem like anyone needs to do anything to be somehow more deserving of feeling beautiful. But I also don't need to appease anyone's insecurities about their beauty just because my feelings for Kimmy might make some people insecure or feel hurt somehow. That's their problem. Also, I'm not talking about Kimmy's aura or whatever when I talk about how badly I want her. I just know that I literally cannot fathom a pleasure greater than rubbing up against her latex-clad butt for hours every day for the rest of eternity, and I imagine her personality can't be so horrendously, unbelievably damaged beyond ability for healing that even me being a genuinely extremely sensitive and loving partner can't push her away from extremely toxic attitudes and behaviors that make the pleasure of the physical intimacy I want with her and the fulfilling emotional connection I'd have with her not worth helping her work through whatever issues she might have until she's in a really good place and thoroughly comfortable and satisfied physically, emotionally, and spiritually about being with me without coming at the expense of my own satisfaction and peace in life. Overall, I'd say that clip I just played serves as irrefutable evidence of Jamie's self-reporting that she's blatantly, unapologetically, deviously robbing me of my energy and trying to keep me extremely brutally stuck and feeling trapped and depressed and hopeless and helpless and like nothing I do will ever be enough to break out of the perpetual sheer hellish nightmare this extreme energy vampirism she's been doing to me for years has made my life without me even knowing and certainly without me wanting or deserving it or ever benefiting from it at all. It sounds to me like she's straight up basically saying she didn't find me physically attractive, but she enjoys robbing me of my energy more and more the more she sees my aura is immaculate and healing. Like every other psychopath piece of trash that abuses me, but Jamie seems to have been doing it considerably harder than most other people that have ever cursed my life with their toxicity I never wanted, needed, or deserved.
You know, the older you get, like the aura you have is insane. Whenever I see people shit on people for age, that is such small dick energy.
Over time, I've seen the concept that I'm put off by Kimmy's age become to varying extents an issue for me. So I want to make sure I've stated extremely clearly once again that I've never even once complained or expressed any kind of issue with Kimmy's age. She's literally not even 2 years older than me. I have absolutely no issue with that. And I've never hated on her for her age in general. I've never hated on anyone for their age. I've never said or done anything that should indicate to anyone that I have any inherent bias towards the attractiveness of anyone based on age. This was never an issue for me personally or anything I felt particularly worthy of discussion, but it seems there are societal pressures around age that I never really cared about or paid any attention to, so I'm just making sure I leave no room for doubt on this matter. Since I've seen it also be a problem for me before, I want to make sure I've made it extremely clear that while I see no issue with the assertion that even people substantially older than me can perhaps hold considerably attractive qualities of all kinds, I don't, never have, and never will condone, encourage, or be at all interested in or willing to pursue or tolerate any kind of sexual involvement with anyone underage, for any reason. That's disgusting.
Are you guys top or bottom energy?
Since so many people like to lie so much about me, I'm just going to take the opportunity to mention that I've never stated myself as either. And no, that doesn't mean I have been or will be both. My guess would be that Kimmy's answer to this question would be, it depends. Whether on her general mood or on the partner she's with, based on the energy she gets from them. But I also want to make note of the fact that Kimmy's answer to this doesn't change my position on the conflict I'm addressing. I have no want or need to indulge in any further discussion about this topic either, so I'll leave that at that.
Okay. Out of all the lanes in League of Legends, who do you think, like, which role do you think is best in bed? So mid, bottom, top, jungle, support. I have my answer. I want to hear your guys' first. I'm like getting hot.
What the hell? Again, intentionally going to just say I've never discussed this topic or stated any kind of thoughts or preferences or perspective on this matter. I don't know or particularly care what Kimmy's answer would be. I just know that once again, it would never change my position on the conflict I'm addressing. Once again, I have no want or need to indulge in any further discussion about this topic, so I'll leave that at that.
What's the biggest turnoff for y'all?
The biggest turnoff for me is requiring me to compromise my integrity, authenticity, and expressing my core value in all of its power as some kind of romantic or otherwise necessary attribute of the connection. In simple terms, if you are not Kimmy, that is the biggest turnoff for me. Literally no matter who you are or what you look like or have or anything else. And I'm not just talking about looking like her, sounding like her, having a personality like her, having a career like her, or having any other attribute or combination of attributes like her. I'm talking about specifically, exactly being Kimmy herself. The one and only. If I didn't want Kimmy that badly, I wouldn't have committed to pursuing her with all of my mind, heart, and soul how I did. It was always a choice I fully consciously and intentionally made from the very beginning. Nobody forced me, and I wasn't being ignorant or stupid. I couldn't care less what anyone in the world's turnoffs are except Kimmy's, and all I can say as far as that goes is she's going to have to be with me regardless, and hope being tolerable to me isn't an intolerable turnoff for her, because I'm still absolutely unconditionally never compromising my integrity or changing my position on things regardless of what turns Kimmy on or off. So, here's to hoping I'm not an intolerably massive turnoff to her, because in that case, the world really is absolutely unconditionally, thoroughly doomed, beyond help, and Kimmy's definitely going to suffer her actual unwanted worst nightmare of nightmares becoming reality, and there's seriously nothing that's ever going to even slightly be able to influence that to change. It's to the point where, I'd really rather avoid even saying this at all, because it can come off confusing, and I'm already having such a hellish nightmare with people trying to lie about everything I ever say. But I have this weird feeling that the false narrative about me having some strange desire or willingness or need to be seen as Kimmy's cat Snowball, or whatever that whole thing is about, has something to do with some kind of devious thing suggesting I have some strange fixation on Kimmy's genitals somehow. So I feel like I should probably just try to say this as simply as I can. Normally, it matters to me what genitals a potential partner of mine would have, and it'd matter to me whether someone was born male or female, even if they look really female overall. But Kimmy's so extremely attractive to me that just her, it wouldn't even matter if she was born male and has male genitals. I'd still be just as attracted to her and love her just as much and want to spend my life with her just as badly and everything. And I wouldn't want or expect her to change how she is in that regard, and I'd still want to make what she has feel really good. I'm pretty sure she was born female, and I certainly prefer it that way, even though I never want children with anyone. But my point is, this is how serious and deep my feelings for Kimmy really are. Since I've already now touched on the topic of false narratives in relation to Snowball again, I suppose I should also cover the fact that I'm really not sure exactly what false narratives about me are being perpetuated through Snowball, meaning this guess I made here just now might be wrong. Regardless, I'm not appeased by it at all. I'm making this extremely clear. Perhaps it's simply the false notion that I've been after some kind of publicly visible, distant offspring in Kimmy's life as a result of my efforts, and Kimmy is misrepresenting things as if the significance she assigns to Snowball in her life somehow is something I want or deserve or have been after or benefit from somehow. whatever exactly these false narratives are, I imagine they most likely have something to do with my sexual desires for Kimmy I've expressed so clearly, time after time, repeatedly over the years, that I've tried so hard to make so clear are fully authentic and don't have any ulterior motives or alternative meanings or anything like that. But again, regardless, I'm not appeased at all by Snowball or any of Kimmy's other pets she has or might have ever had. It's all completely irrelevant to me as far as I've ever been concerned. I'm stating my feelings and desire for Kimmy extremely clearly here in these public official statements I'm making extremely clearly on this podcast. Anyone believing otherwise is fully, consciously, and intentionally believing lies. Fully, consciously, and intentionally against my consent, wishes, and best interests. And that does not, never has, and never will appease me or force me to change my position at all.
I'm really good at, like, my intuition's really good. I'm really good at, like, gauging people, like, knowing people's, like, intentions, stuff like that. I'm really, really, really good at that. And I know everyone says this, but I've, like, rarely been wrong. And actually, like, usually I don't go like, oh, that person is bad vibes. I usually go like, if there's someone who, like, people don't like, I actually think, like, I can see their intentions immediately, and I feel like I can easily see when someone's being misunderstood. So I frequently will see more people be misunderstood rather than like the, oh, I knew she was a bitch. Like, I don't really have that, but I have like a, oh, I knew this person was being misunderstood kind of thing. So I think I'm just, like, very empathetic in that standpoint.
I suppose I don't really know with complete certainty what Jamie thinks about me, but I don't really care, to be honest. If she wasn't absolutely certain all along that I really have always felt this strongly about Kimmy, then Jamie was wrong about me. Very wrong. And it certainly seems quite certain to me at this point that Jamie thought my feelings for Kimmy were never even close to what they really always have been. To me, it sounds like Jamie's basically flaunting that she's been extremely deviously lying that I'm into her, and she's been abusing her massive lies about me extremely badly to make it seem as if she's being patient with me or something and tolerating the perpetuation of false narratives about why I've been pursuing Kimmy that have been in reality only harming me extremely badly this whole time, while in reality Jamie was actually constantly betraying and backstabbing me extremely badly and facilitating other malicious bad faith actors to also do that to me to varying extents, clearly Kimmy being one of such people. I guess Jamie really thought I'm some loser fraud that would switch up or disappear after I saw what was really happening. But that just really goes to show how terrible her supposedly great intuition really is. At least certainly when it comes to me. Not that I see any particularly compelling reason to believe any of her friends or anyone else has any better intuition when it comes to me. But still.
I'm actually not a jealous person. Like, I think if I like someone, I want them to be happy. So, like, I'm not actually that jealous. And I actually think, like, I don't know, I think love is very abundant. And I think I would want, like, someone I like to have multiple outlets for, like, love, I guess. Which can look like a lot of different things, like friendship, family. I'm not actually, like, that jealous at all. I used to be really jealous. And then I realized, like, if there is enough trust or foundation with a friend or anyone in my life, like, I don't, I think jealousy comes from, like, a lot of fear. So actually when I feel jealous, I try to, like, figure it out. Like, I think it's normal to feel jealous. And then when I do feel jealous, I think, like, okay, why am I jealous? And is there any way I can, like, communicate this in a good way to reassure myself or, like, minimize that jealousy or comfort that jealousy a bit more? But yeah. But I used to be really jealous, so it took me a while. I feel like the more I became, like, confident, or not confident, but, like, secure because like it's like impossible to feel like fully confident. And like the thing is, like I know like I have such a confident like persona, but I'm really like I have insecurities all the time. And if anything, my confidence comes from me being super aware of my insecurities and my flaws, and like knowing that I'm like constantly trying to like do better. That's what like gives me security and confidence. It's not so more like I don't think I'm like better than anyone else, but I do think like I try my hardest to improve myself and like be cognizant of like my shortcomings. So that makes me more confident.
I personally would say love is not abundant at all, and in fact this reeking dumpster fire called Earth is extremely severely lacking in love. People throw around the word love and in reality are doing extreme evil or just being careless and lustful, and they walk around like they're great humans, and anything wrong they do is justified because, oh, look at such and such, they did that really scummy thing, so I'm not that bad of a person by comparison. Such a garbage way to live. Many people even intentionally go out of their way to provoke toxicity from others and then deviously use that to both hide and justify their own, in reality, much worse toxicity. Even worse is someone who's intentionally enabling, forcefully connecting me energetically to my biological relatives or people I used to call friends, who in reality are extremely massive liars and extremely toxic, and who I cut out of my life for very good reason because they were only trying to selfishly gain at my expense, which I've said many times in the past. And then act like they're doing something good for me by giving me multiple sources of love. No, that's enabling and facilitating hatred to enter and remain in my life after I went to great lengths and suffered immensely to try to eliminate it. And being extremely hateful towards me yourself as you're disrespecting and neglecting me by constantly, extremely, brutally, viciously invalidating my feelings and reality by trying to negate or warp the weight and meaning my words and actions carry. Further, the way Jamie talks about minimizing or comforting jealousy sounds absolutely horrid. It's like she's extremely deviously trying to justify the extreme energetic robbery she's doing here by trying to use nice-sounding words to explain a process that is essentially lying extremely badly, to try to coerce me into shutting up and going along with whatever abuse she and her friends are trying to force me to allow in my life with their literal conspiracies to murder me that they try to cover up as if they were innocent or somehow deserved by me. I never feel jealous, but if I were to feel jealousy, I would not try to minimize or comfort it. I would look into myself to identify what trauma is making me feel lack that inspires malice towards others, and I would fix that in myself without hurting others. Not extremely deviously abuse others in ways that try to coerce them into shutting up or acting in certain ways that effectively enable me to hide the reality of malicious behavior that me acting on jealousy towards them would inflict on them. This whole part was a huge yikes and shows massive lack of self-awareness from Jamie. If I were to address anything she was doing any earlier than when it's become so blatant, not only would it likely only further validate the slander and criminal impersonation she's been doing of me by trying to act like I only know because I consent to it or am benefiting from it somehow, but even knowing it was happening doesn't give me any way to combat it without an approach as powerful as this podcast, even if the reality is like it's been, where I wasn't consenting to it or benefiting from it at all ever. The same extremely devious abuse would have probably just warped my efforts attempting to expose the truth as some kind of disingenuous obsession with Jamie, and however she extremely abusively managed to forcefully manipulate things to establish false credibility would have likely ultimately overridden anything I could have said or done. So through meeting me in person literally just once, Jamie was fully consciously and intentionally setting me up in a trap where she was trying to abusively force control over my life with a conspiracy to murder me that she thought was a perfect crime, where it'd be extremely difficult for me to even learn it was happening, even harder for me to prove it, and I'd be powerless to defend against it, even if I somehow learned it was happening and had irrefutable proof, without going through years of immense suffering regardless, to reach a point where I eventually force her to expose herself beyond any reasonable doubt, like she now has. And she tries to trivialize all of that as jealousy that she comforts for herself, extremely selfishly, by even now trying to extremely abusively, deviously warp the reality of what I'm doing with this podcast, exposing her and her psychopath friends, facilitating this conspiracy to murder me that she's been involved in. Not attractive, not interesting, not appeasing me or changing my position at all. It never was and never will be. And this dialogue certainly wasn't something I consider insightful at all. Jamie says she used to be jealous, but why the hell is this a problem even still now when she used to be? I've been extremely seriously pursuing Kimmy 4 years to this very day. I'd say it seems Jamie's completely full of herself and blatantly lying, and to this day extremely jealous of my connection with and feelings for Kimmy. I can't imagine any scenario where I'm literally forced to give Jamie attention while so extremely clearly pursuing Kimmy, and Jamie's not ridiculously jealous in reality. What a remarkably pathetic attempt to conceal it.
Yeah, jealousy goes away when you fully trust a person. That's why, like, when it comes to even friendship, like a year or two in, you might have a little blip where there might be like more resentment, but then after you get through that, you reach such a good spot. Like even friendships, like I actually think like friendship and love are on the same spectrum, and I think love in general is like a spectrum, right? So I feel like trust, like I know we tend to separate love and like who we like marry or date separate from our friends and family, but I think a lot of it's in the same realm.
Oh hell no. This is extremely concerning to me. Jamie's constantly winking, talking about a blip in a friendship where there might be a resentment a year or two in, but after you get through that, you reach such a good spot. Yikes. There was a point, I don't remember exactly how far in, but pretty early on. It was already quite some time that Kimmy had closed her Discord DMs. I was just so confused and hurt about the distance Kimmy was giving me and how extremely strange the situation I found myself in was. And I thought for some reason at one point maybe saying something to Jamie might change things, since saying things to Leslie wasn't. I tried even more firmly rejecting Jamie. I wasn't trying to constantly rage at her or tell her off, because it wasn't even seeming like she was a big problem. And I just thought not flirting with her would make it clear. But, if she thought she could take me saying that as a blip in resentment and assume me not raging at her and telling her to off herself constantly or something is something she can act like means we reached such a good spot? Jamie has clearly been lying extremely badly about the nature of our connection. We are not friends. We have never been friends. And we most certainly are not in a good spot in terms of where we stand with each other. I do not have have never had and will never have any desire or willingness at all to entertain any capacity of romantic and or sexual relationship with Jamie. I've made this extremely clear to Jamie in how I've treated her on a personal level. If she's at all showing doubt on this, she is massively misrepresenting things fully, consciously, and intentionally against my consent, wishes, and best interests. And she is being extremely jealous of my feelings for Kimmy, which is something I do not, never have, and never will at all find attractive, appealing, beneficial, or even something I'm even slightly willing to tolerate for even a moment, much less validate or go along with. Any seeming validation I've ever provided for it was the result of extreme abuse towards me and not at all intentional by me. I do not trust Jamie at all and absolutely unconditionally cannot be convinced to trust her in any kind of romantic and or sexual connection. This is not, never has been, and never will be up for negotiation, nor do I have any desire or willingness to constantly repeat myself about it or debate it somehow. But that aside, if I were to provide my perspective on trusting in relationships in a more general scope, perhaps the reason I've never actually dated anyone before is because I've never seen dating in the more normal, I guess, way that Jamie described. I definitely don't condone incest, nor have I ever done anything sexual with any of my biological relatives, nor do I have any desire to or regrets about refraining from it. But I definitely want to be able to see someone I'd date as a friend and perhaps even family member. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily trust such people anyways in general, because like I said, I never give anyone the stupid kind of trust. But I totally understand and resonate with the notion of not basically seeing an intimate partner as like practically just a stranger you're sexually intimate with, but essentially embrace being enemies against as a given for the connection.
I'm very open-minded, let's just say that. I'm very, very open-minded. But also I know it's just, yeah.
I don't care how open-minded Jamie is, and I don't care what she finds attractive. I never have. None of this matters at all to me. I'm seriously not trying to make Jamie feel horrible about herself, but I seriously do not find her very physically attractive at all. I don't know her as a person very well at all, and I don't trust anything she says about her personality online, nor do I particularly care to try to build trust with her or get to know her better. I was never even remotely willing to consider dating or being at all romantically or sexually involved with anyone for money, fame, or any other superficial reasons. There's literally nothing Jamie or anyone else can ever say or do to change my position. It's Kimmy or nobody for me. No negotiation. The way this looks to me, it seems Jamie is extremely deviously trying to make it seem like I wanted Jamie this whole time or something, and now it's like I saw what she was doing or for whatever reason decided to change my mind, or as if I was just messing around trying to play mind games with her or something else came up, or as if I found someone else or was being fake or something. She's literally trying to extremely viciously manipulate the energy behind my last release and effectively negate everything I've done and make it seem like I wanted or deserved all my efforts all these years to be for effectively no reason, or at least no reason benefiting me, or at least not in the way I've actually repeatedly been saying I want the whole time. Like I was just extremely lost and confused in everything I was doing all along. Jamie's doing everything she can to make the most convoluted, stress and rage-inducing, emotionally dysregulating, existential assault towards me by trying to invent some seemingly insurmountable or extremely difficult to overcome obstacle in my path to keep me stuck, keep me upset and angry and sad and confused, and make me increasingly miserable, and deny me both the connection with Kimmy I want and deserve, as well as being able to go down the extremely dark path I deserve to bring Kimmy and Jamie and whoever else's worst nightmare of nightmares into reality with, because of being denied of Kimmy, despite my clearly, extremely obvious want and deservingness of having the connection with Kimmy I'm obviously being completely authentic about wanting and pursuing all along. So basically, this is just Jamie extremely viciously, shamelessly demonstrating extremely clearly just how extremely severely she is committed to her conspiracy to try to murder me. Even when she should know she's already failed and what she's doing doesn't benefit me at all and I'll never tolerate allowing it to happen, she's still desperately hoping to the very last moment that she can drive me crazy or make me give up on myself.
Yeah, a lot of people like in my real life, they always tell me like, you should showcase more of your real self online. And I kind of do want to do that, but I work really hard and I'm really mindful and I am really caring. And yeah, I want to do it not just to, I think because like I'm happy. So I don't really feel I need to show it all on the internet, but I do really want to do it still because I know there's other people like me who like grew up similar to how I did, and I want to show people like, oh, you could go for what you want, like even if you grow up without having those opportunities.
It's pretty strange to me for a lot of people to be telling you to showcase more of your real self online. That can be more innocent, like Jamie tries to frame it, or it can really be kind of passive-aggressively masking the fact that everyone around Jamie knows she's extremely fake and toxic behind the scenes. I think this really showcases just how deviously difficult the position I'm left in constantly because of Jamie really is. I'm constantly relentlessly exposed to extremely aggravating, stressful situations that are clearly intentionally meant to provoke extremely negative emotions and toxic seeming reactions from me that allow people to try to offload responsibility for their toxicity onto me with entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. And then, if I react to that kind of extreme abuse in the only way that makes any real sense for someone actually in my position, all the extremely false narratives being painted about me facilitate keeping me trapped in the conspiracy to murder me that so deviously has been tormenting me for the last several years. And if I have persistence and willpower to fight when I see someone waging an existential war against me like this, people attempt to extremely deviously trap me then also in a situation where I'm forced to be polite and understanding to an extent that attempts to make it seem like I want or deserve or owe it to someone to be cooperating with them, using me to push their own selfish agendas at my expense. It's quite disturbing how this seems to be trying to frame everything I've went through as if I refrained from starting a podcast exposing everything earlier because I was happy with my life or somehow wanted or deserved the way I've been treated, when in reality that couldn't be further from the truth. And it tries to glorify Jamie as really hardworking and mindful and caring, while she's blatantly flaunting being out partying because of hot girl summer, whatever the hell that is. Meanwhile, I'm under immense, unbelievable existential strain with unbelievable existential attacks on my mind, body, and soul constantly that most people would not survive, that I have to put an unbelievable amount of work into combating just so my life doesn't completely fall apart, despite years of relentless, extremely exhausting effort that was similar in difficulty, as well as how extremely thoroughly unpleasant and unrewarding it always was. I only provide clear, detailed explanations with considerable evidence and never make excuses for anything I've done, whereas Jamie's making excuses constantly and trying to deviously reframe everything to try to make herself look good somehow throughout the entire thing. It's really unbelievable in the worst possible way. She's been making a goddamn career off of extremely deviously tormenting me and trying to ruin my life and literally conspiring to murder me, but she can manipulate people and lie so extremely well that she tries to get sympathy and pity as if she's a victim somehow instead of blatantly a massive predator psychopath. Textbook narcissism at its fullest.
Do you think being an influencer attracts a narcissistic type? I think being an influencer, you obviously like attention, right? Like you either like attention or recognition, or you have maybe like in the best case scenario or in the most like patriotic case scenario. Wait, am I using that word right? Patriotic. No, not patriotic. Not country. It's like devotion. What's the word called? Like the most saints? What's the word called? When you're like a paladin? No, not, okay, I guess genuinely, okay, is when you want to build a platform for something bigger. So people who build a platform in order to bring like awareness to a cause. That's probably the most like authentic, like altruistic. But like, for me, like I'm a content creator and I love attention. I love it.
I definitely feel compelled to comment on the ridiculously poorly thought out position that Jamie has in regards to content creation. She basically said that the only reasons anyone becomes a content creator is if they're an attention-seeking narcissist, or there's some self-sacrificing, altruistic, deviously virtue-signaling tryhard that's either extremely predatory or extremely naive, or both. So essentially, in Jamie's world, there's no scenario where someone ends up becoming any capacity of content creator out of actual integrity and authenticity and deep enlightenment and self-awareness, but rather, you're either a disgustingly, shamelessly fake psychopath that blatantly enjoys breaking people's hearts and abusing people with your extremely sadistic psychopath tendencies, or you're an extremely cold and calculating predator that exploits naive or politically correct, fundamentally precious values that are positive when they're genuine, but especially exploitative when faked, or you're just extremely naive. I personally neither crave attention nor am terrified of it. I also neither particularly care for pushing an altruistic agenda, nor am opposed to precious positive values that are great if a person genuinely possesses them. Depending on how you see me, if you're trying to fit me into a box like Jamie's ridiculous take on content creation necessitates to avoid intense cognitive dissonance in you, you might think I'm an attention-hungry fraud, or a virtue-signaling fraud, or an attention-hungry virtue-signaling fraud, or just an extremely confused, mentally ill, hypocritical, naive moron. But these are all extremely inaccurate. After all my life experiences, I've simply come to realize that I have no option that makes any real sense or has any significant capability to preserve my integrity and authenticity and demonstrate the reality of who I am and the power of my core value other than expressing myself authentically through content I post online in this podcast that effectively becomes a form of what many might call or consider content creation of some kind. I'm not particularly after getting a bunch of attention on myself and some kind of spotlight for fame, nor do I particularly care about pushing some altruistic agenda for anything. I literally just want the connection I've been talking about wanting with Kimmy first and foremost. If I get attention, and if I can progress an agenda of truth and improving people's lives or whatever else good stuff without coming at the expense of my own personal fulfillment and integrity and authenticity, then that's great. But neither the fame nor any altruistic goal comes before my authenticity, not even slightly. And that's never changing.
I see it as more as like, okay, so there's a difference between wanting attention from like an insecure place, wanting validation from like insecure place, and I think I grew out of that. And now my attention is literally coming from like my inner child, like my 5-year-old self that like, if you saw me when I was a kid, I was jumping off the walls. Like I loved attention. I loved performing. I loved like screaming and like just getting people's attention. And so now I'm like, okay, I feel like it's not coming from an insecure place. Like if I ever need attention from an insecure place, I'll go to like loved ones or I'll go to myself. But now it's more like for fun, I guess. It's just for fun for me.
I don't really care so much if someone praises me for what I put out on this podcast. The same as I don't really care if someone is toxic and hateful about it. I obviously prefer praise and positivity between the two, and toxicity might force me to take certain actions to prevent potential energy vampirism that people might be trying to perpetuate or forcefully get validation for inflicting on me entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. But at the end of the day, I'd rather deal with neither of that and just have the connection I want with Kimmy peacefully, while everyone else in the world has the most minimal involvement at all reasonably possible in our connection. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with people wanting attention and possibly also praise from others, but I'd say there's definitely something wrong with it if you believe you deserve to get that attention by harming someone else extremely badly constantly, and then maybe trying to justify it by saying it doesn't come from a place of insecurity, it's just your inner child, or something like that. If you're pursuing getting attention by harming others because it's just fun for you, that's literally extreme psychopathy. I'm certainly not, never have been, and never will be at all trying to praise or glorify or at all validate Jamie or anyone else being a psychopath or acting psychotic at all.
But yeah, I think the world is really complicated, and like just like now, if we look back like 50 years, there's like concepts or like restrictions or things that we look at and we see like, holy shit, like how did we let that happen or how did we do that? I feel like 50, 100 years from now, we'll have the same thing. Personally, I think it's naive to think that like what you know now is everything. But that's just me. And you guys have to like think about like everything, like someone's like culture or sexuality or like personality can change what they want in life. So yeah, I just think like even if something doesn't work for you, it might work for someone else. I think like my mantra is like, I never know everything. And that helps keep me like curious.
I don't think I need to even say how damning of evidence this is, suggesting Jamie's blatant awareness of how I've literally almost died multiple times in real life, and how to this day my life where I'm left homeless and eating out of trash cans despite being an extremely sincere, honest, mature, hard-working person that's genuinely just wanted a healthy, intimate life partnership with a lot of in-person physical, sexual intimacy with Kimmy in private, is in such a messed up state I obviously never wanted or deserved it to be in, because Jamie felt like it was reasonable to massively lie about the reality of my connection with her for years, while Kimmy's behavior and mentioning of Jamie was so little and random that I never would have known, and even if I did, I was left in a position where I basically couldn't do anything about it except express rage at Kimmy and everyone else that was facilitating this extreme abuse happening to me, which only exacerbated false narratives that I'm just some angry or mentally ill person deserving of the extreme abuse, disrespect, and neglect that has been inflicted upon me and to this day continues only being exacerbated. I'm just going to make sure I've made this clear right now. I'm not going to be pushed around with some stupid dialogue around the obvious fact that nobody ever knows every damn thing there is to know in this life. There's always room to learn and grow, no matter how old you are or how much you know. I knew this a very long time ago, but I'm not going to put my life on hold and become an indecisive mess or become depressed and anxious or whatever because I don't know every damn thing there is to know. Whether it's about this conflict and Kimmy's life and whoever's been involved in these conspiracies to murder me, or why exactly, or anything else I don't know all the details about in life. I decided long ago that I'd commit to pursuing Kimmy, and I'm standing on that, no matter what I don't know. If she won't treat me properly, then I'll seriously just follow through on my extremely dark threats without doubts, regrets, second guessing, or hesitation. One day at a time, one step at a time. Anyone that doesn't know that, well, they're going to learn the hard way if they keep refusing to learn it before it's really too late. And I really don't give a damn what anyone thinks or feels because I'm not curious to see what kind of life I could live if I abandon my integrity and authenticity and allow people to walk all over me for their own selfish gain because it seems convenient or easier. If Kimmy's into women, well, I identify female regardless, so I don't see that as a viable excuse at all. If she's straight, well, I was born with male parts I don't ever intend on removing, and my personality has enough masculine qualities, I guess, that it shouldn't be some insane barrier either. If she's bi, or pan, or whatever, then even less reason why my identity or physiology should be a problem. If her culture was such a problem, she should have thought of that before messing with me how she did. If her personality has some insane, unbelievable, ridiculous, fundamental, unwavering incompatibility with me because she'd literally rather die a horrible death or live some extremely dark nightmare of nightmares life than even give being with me healthily and willingly a real chance, again, she should have thought of that before deciding to mess with me how she did. I'm not looking for or willing to accept any excuses. I never was and I never will be. Kimmy will give this a real chance or I will go down an extremely dark path, absolutely unconditionally, with absolutely no doubts, regrets, second guessing, or hesitation any longer.
We have so many labels, but when it comes to like your relationships with people, like your family, your friendships, SO, that can look like whatever two people want it to look like, or whatever like all parties involved want it to look like. And like society has a lot of these standards and labels, but when you like sit down and talk to someone at the end of the day, what really matters is that like both parties are being heard and understood, and it's a safe space. And so what might work for like one relationship or friendship might not be the same for another.
Blah blah, safe space this, safe space that. Safety is an illusion. You're never really safe. You can feel like someone's so trustworthy and that same person will stab you in the back if the price is right or some opportunity they consider worthwhile betraying you for presents itself. You're better off just accepting never really feeling safe and only really finding comfort in knowing that always being ready for anything while still being extremely decisive in what you want and are going after in life is the only really good way to live life. If people put me through such a hellish nightmare and want to complain and deny me of what I want and deserve because I somehow am not enough of a safe space for Kimmy or something, then we can really just go down the extremely dark path. Absolutely unconditionally. This is not up for negotiation. Kimmy better feel safe enough around me, or else. Also, I can be willing to hear Kimmy out on her views on relationships and whatever, but at the end of the day, I'm not trying to be in an open relationship or somehow allow her to be involved with people she's been messing around with for years as if I'm a backup option, or she's reluctantly entertaining giving me sexual intimacy because she feels forced and just pretends she isn't and lives in denial while in reality looking for any opportunity to cut me off and go with someone else she wants more. I'm not going to be at all desiring or willing to entertain anyone else and leave her at all with insecurity if I'm more interested in someone else or anything like that. I want and deserve the same decency, respect, warmth, loyalty, and commitment from her. That's not unreasonable. I don't have to bend over backwards for anyone because of what they feel has worked for them up to this point in their life or what they consider ideal. And wanting a serious, committed relationship where we're loyal to each other and feel deeply attached doesn't suddenly mean I'm ever going to or should want children, nor does it mean Kimmy's going to or should either. I'm the one with the power here, and I'm still choosing immense understanding and fairness despite being so extremely wrong, and I'm not even forcing myself. If Kimmy feels like she needs to force herself to act like an actually decent human being to be with me and even try out what I'm explaining is clearly the only real way we could have a healthy and lasting relationship that's best for both of us with each other. It might be something new for her at first, but she'll definitely come to understand why I feel the way I do and demand the things I do. I'm not being objectively unfair, and I don't have bad intentions towards her in any of it. I've always been the one with a more clear, decisive, well thought out vision between the two of us, and the objective evidence demonstrates that extremely clearly. There's a reason I have no fear in boldly saying everything I am publicly. I know I'm right, and I'd absolutely crush anyone that seriously thinks they can debate me in good faith on anything I'm this passionate about and thought through this hard.
I think for me, I'm very good at seeing when people are trying to give love, and I feel it. Okay, this is really cheesy, but I almost feel like one of my strengths is to love. All my friends, I just want them to be themselves, flaws and all, and I will learn to accept it and just genuinely love it. So all my friends, I love their flaws. I just gotten to the point where I really love I love everything about them, even their flaws and their shortcomings. I love it. It makes them human, and it makes them fun, and it's all their shortcomings are also why they have strengths, right? So the reasons why I love them will come with different cons, but I think that's fine. It's not a bad thing. And I also am very I don't think getting hurt is the end of the world. So if I get hurt by a friend, or if I hurt a friend, I think the most important thing is choosing to get through it together and respecting each other to try to change or adapt to that.
God damn, this moron never stops yapping. All I hear is blah, 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 politically correct statement here, politically correct statement there, damage control here, damage control there. Oh, here's something that makes me look good, even though it doesn't reflect the demonstrable reality of my life, but let me say it anyway, so I look good, blah, blah. It's so painful to listen to all this garbage, and even more painful to have to extremely meticulously break it down like this, especially after everything I've already had to go through so much pain to release in the previous 17 releases on this podcast. I thoroughly despise this. I really do. I could have done so much programming in the last few months alone that I've had to do all this. It would have been infinitely more fun and pleasant to do so, and I could have already released something and been making money. But instead, I'm stuck responding to this moron's yapping for the whopping 10 to 20 miserable views and maybe one hate comment I'll get from some random stranger I don't know who the hell they are or why the hell they feel compelled to say anything, while these pieces of trash continue to come up with excuses to negate everything I'm saying and deny me of any actual benefit for everything I'm doing as they try to come up with their next plot to extremely viciously, deviously attempt to rob me of my soul yet again. I genuinely, utterly despise people like this with all of my being. I really do. Once again, I have no friends. None. All these years, I've had no friends. It's not because I don't understand that people might hurt you sometimes. There's a difference between getting kinda hurt sometimes and being constantly backstabbed and devastated extremely viciously in ways that are absolutely unconditionally intolerable on an extremely deeply existential level for years on end and being given literally absolutely no benefit at all whatsoever at any point in time for tolerating that unbelievable abuse. I'm certainly not trying to give love to these people so they can just continue trying to beat me to death and kick me when I'm down. Nobody has supported me or been working in my favor or doing anything beneficial for me or helping me at all. Just either watching and laughing at me, or actively attacking me, or even selfishly benefiting off knowingly and intentionally lying about me for selfish gain and trying to drive me crazy and make me look like I was the problem all along and wanted or deserved it. I've already gotten hurt extremely badly. But I damn well better get the connection with Kimmy that I want. I better. I've already been hurt having to go through what I've gone through up to this point. It's way more than just getting hurt to be denied of Kimmy even after everything I went through to reach this point. And I really don't give a damn how anyone judges me for seeing that, as it might as well be the end of the world at that point. I know it isn't actually the end of the world. It's just the worst nightmare of nightmares for Kimmy and anyone else knowingly trying to deny me of the connection I want and deserve with Kimmy, because they intentionally want to leave me extremely intolerably miserable and control me so they can selfishly benefit unjustly at my expense because they're that desperately hungry for power and disgustingly sadistic to enjoy hurting others that badly. But the difference is, this whole time, I haven't been trying or carelessly running full speed ahead towards destroying the world. Everyone constantly doing the most unhinged things, denying me of Kimmy, literally does not care even if they're heading into an end of the world scenario. That karma is going to come back to haunt them, and they will suffer increasingly badly. I will only continue to break out of this abuse regardless, and anyone trying to deny me of the connection with Kimmy that I want and deserve will come to increasingly suffer a hellish nightmare of nightmares they deserve for doing so. I already know this extremely well. Doubt me, and you'll learn the hard way. I don't want other people. I don't want other things. I just want Kimmy. Immediately. I don't care what anyone has to say about it. I don't want to listen to anyone ramble or yap or whatever you want to call it. I don't want to play mind games or mess around with flirting with people or being intimate with a bunch of people or any other garbage. I want Kimmy rubbing her latex-clad butt up against me in private for hours every day for the rest of eternity. Starting immediately. It should have already been happening by now. I literally couldn't be saying this any more clearly. Everyone else needs to shut up, Get out of my way. Let me see my connection with Kimmy clearly going in the direction it should be going, instead of this perpetual sheer hellish nightmare of denial and constant extremely vicious existential assaults trying to extremely brutally rob me of my soul. And then we can talk about safe spaces and adapting to friends being pieces of garbage to me and needing my forgiveness and mercy or their lives are destroyed. Because otherwise, I have no desire to speak of such things. Just desire to bring maximum pain and negative consequences to all those inflicting that on me right now, with the continued denial of the connection with Kimmy that I want and deserve in a timely manner. I really don't know what Kimmy's going to do, but if she really is that violently against it and hates me so much, then I know I can't change her. But she can't change me either. So it just comes down to the fact that I genuinely would infinitely rather be the worst of enemies against her and all of her associates if she won't understand and promptly comply with my desires of her, rather than ever even consider tolerating anything that's basically some exceedingly remarkably, personally intolerably inferior consolation prize of any kind. This is the reality of the matter. I genuinely don't give a damn what excuses anyone has. I get prompt compliance or I don't, and the consequences therein will be accordingly, as I'm stating or threatening or whatever you want to call it. Those are the facts. That's reality. Deal with it. Just like I deal with the nightmare I'm being given, and I don't try to weasel my way out of things with stupid excuses and mind games and other petty or manipulative garbage.
Humans are very emotional. Whether, even if you think you're not emotional, we all have judgments and preconceived notions from how our life has gone. So say like, you guys might have an opinion I disagree with, but the root of that is so valid. Like you might have that opinion from a point in your childhood or something you experienced where your feelings are 100% valid and it was just converted into an opinion that I might not agree with.
I don't think I'm not emotional. I never have. I'm very well aware I can be both extremely cold and calculated, and I can also be extremely emotional. There's just different situations and different reasons to express those things. Being emotional doesn't necessarily mean being a pushover or somehow being a mentally unstable weakling that has some kind of fundamental flaw in your mental framework. Maybe emotionally sensitive or emotionally aware is more appropriate than just the word emotional, since just emotional might make it sound unhinged, like a woman might get emotional if she's on her period. The fact that Jamie was involved in a conspiracy to murder me is not a preconceived notion based on my past life experiences. It's a fact. It's simply impossible to facilitate and contribute to the extremely seriously, deeply existentially damaging and tormenting abuse of someone this badly and be oblivious to the fact of how horrid and morally bankrupt what you're doing actually is. It's literally just not possible. Jamie clearly underestimates and disrespects me extremely badly to think she can gaslight me like this, only further actually proving my point. I've made it abundantly clear that I don't have any desire or willingness to ever have any romantic and or sexual involvement with anyone except Kimmy. I've extremely clearly demonstrated over several years that I've been suffering extremely badly, and my life has literally been in active, considerable danger in various ways over a prolonged period of time because of all the lies about me that people purport in many regards, and how badly multiple aspects of my life have been actively being harmed extremely badly as a result. Jamie is obviously well aware of the extremely negative impact that even now forcing me to have to so extremely meticulously break down this unbelievable abuse I'm being forced to endure, while she laughs it off and denies her extreme jealousy and malice towards me, is something that would drive most people insane and ruin their life, and they wouldn't even be capable of achieving it because it's so extremely painful and disturbing to the point of clearly intentionally trying to be extremely brutally crippling. The fact that I literally couldn't care less what attributes Jamie or anyone else possesses that would ever change my position, literally no matter what, is not a preconceived notion either. It's reality. It's who I am. I'm not going to be pushed around and told who I am and who I'm not by some ridiculously fake narcissistic psychopath that admits herself she's vastly inferior to me in terms of intellect and personal growth, who's been trashily out partying with her probably scummy friends and getting drunk and high and acting stupid while I've been working relentlessly so my life doesn't remain a perpetual sheer hellish nightmare of nightmares like it's been ever since I met this piece of garbage many years ago. I genuinely couldn't care less whether or not Jamie considers my feelings or perspective valid at all. I don't need her validation. I never did. She can disagree all she wants, and I can not care, which I will do. I'm not trying to be or meant to be a lawyer either, even if maybe I have certain qualities that might have made me a good lawyer if I really wanted to be one. I actually mean what I'm saying and only engage in a level mentioning legality in some kind of lawyerish extent, just to the bare minimum, basically to defend myself from the extent of unhinged existential assault inflicted upon me. My skill set and my aspirations in life are far greater than ever being a lawyer would suit me for.
Do you ever feel like your personality is split? Yes. Basically, you have a consciousness and a subconscious. And once you're aware of this concept, you can see life a little differently. So for example, like a conscious thought is like, oh, I'm hungry. Let me eat. Like, I smell bad. Let me shower. Oh, this girl is cute. Oh, she's hot. Like, these are like conscious thoughts, right? And sometimes like that could be like reactions, like, oh, like, what the fuck? Like, this person is like evil, right? But then like your subconscious might be thinking something else. Like, your subconscious is always running. Like, your mind, you have a subconscious in your brain that's always running, and you might not know what it's thinking. And so, have you guys ever like followed your gut and then later on you're like, wow, my gut was right, but it's logically impossible. Like, how could I have just gotten a feeling and it was right? But I think that like your brain is so powerful, like our brain is so powerful that we can have thoughts running in the subconscious that we aren't aware of. And I think especially pre-25, before your prefrontal cortex develops, a lot of young people can have like gut feelings on things, but their brain just cannot verbally express what it might mean. We have so many different parts of ourselves and emotions, and you know how like you have conflicting thoughts in your head, right? It doesn't mean you're like, I think that's normal. I think it's normal to have conflicting thoughts in your head. Like, your head is like a council. You have different parts of yourself that take turns like speaking in your head.
I don't feel like my personality is split or I have conflicting thoughts in my head at all. That kind of genuine internal duality and cognitive dissonance comes with possessing active ego, which is not a trait someone with a core value of refined pure bidirectional apprehension possesses. Perhaps having massive internal duality or mishandled cognitive dissonance is normal, but I believe I've already well established that it's not normal to possess a core value of refined pure bidirectional apprehension. Not being normal doesn't inherently mean someone is bad or evil. I've felt extremely confident about who I am and what I want since before I ever met Kimmy and Jamie, and I've never had bad intentions towards either of them. I just had especially warm and loving intentions towards Kimmy because I've always found her extremely physically attractive and was intrigued by her personality, so I decided I want to spend my life with her. I've had extremely deep awareness and understanding of the differentiation between the conscious and subconscious parts of the brain and how they interact with the body from the beginning. It actually is a logical thing that following your gut can result in your feelings proving to be correct. Not always, but in many cases. The subconscious part of the mind also releases chemicals in the body and interacts with biochemical processes in the body. Trauma can impact this, and general life experience as well as overall cognitive facility development also impact this, but it's not irrational. Emotions are all logically rooted because they come from the end result of a biochemical interaction. But the fact that having or experiencing an emotion is logical does not inherently follow that the emotion experienced or thoughts that arise as a result are objectively sound or necessarily congruent with someone's mental framework, just as they also aren't inherently objectively unsound or necessarily incongruent with someone's mental framework. Operating at a really high level of cognition means extremely fine-tuned awareness and introspection on all your entire belief systems that form the totality of your mental framework in order to much more clearly recognize and be able to discard or integrate the end result of emotional responses you experience based on how you perceive value in life. Ultimately, your brain processes the external world in terms of value systems that stem from fundamental beliefs, so if your mental framework is messed up, your perception of value is messed up, and that can mess up your entire life. I haven't read books to reach this level of understanding of life. I've lived a life and went through many experiences that I've reflected on, and I'm also the kind of person that tends to reflect on my life experiences and heavily analyze things and people that I deem important to me in my life. It's one thing to understand this stuff conceptually, another to be able to communicate it effectively, and another still to actually thoroughly integrate it into your life. Most people can have an intuitive grasp on it as common sense, but if they hadn't experienced someone else capable of communicating it at the level of proficiency I can, they never would have been able to put it into words nearly as effectively themselves on their own, and they're leaps and bounds away from actually thoroughly applying it into their own lives like people operating at the level I do have.
If resources weren't an issue, what would you choose to do?
My life certainly would be considerably better if I had at least some money so I wasn't homeless and eating out of trash cans to survive. But I can still survive, and I'm ultimately more or less equally as capable of pursuing my greatness in life, even this way. It's just considerably more stressful, uncomfortable, painful, unpleasant, and filled with such extremely intense negative emotions of multiple kinds that slows me down and makes it harder to produce things at quite the quality I'd ideally like. It really makes me remember this point of time in my life to be one where I should never forget the severity of the disrespect, neglect, and overall blatant extreme hatred that I received from so many highly influential public figures in the content creation industry of Twitch streamers and YouTubers, leaving me with permanent emotions of being extremely deeply angry at and seeking of bringing the nightmare of nightmares to reality towards everyone leaving me in this state with their extremely severe disrespect and neglect that I will make sure they get extremely brutal karma for in the future, no matter what it costs me. It's not like I'd be doing something different even if I had an abundance of resources of all kinds at my disposal. I could have millions of dollars, a nice place to stay, any food I could want, and all sorts of women dying to sleep with me every night, and I'd still be doing the same thing. I'd ignore the women. I'd enjoy the increased sense of safety and comfort in having a place to be and fresh food that is pleasant to eat and mentally satisfies me as more than just being eaten for baseline survival, but I'd still pursue getting a decisive, firm answer on whether or not I'm going to get the connection with Kimmy that I've always wanted in a timely manner under circumstances I'd actually still consider it possible, given that I require it to actually be genuine and fair. After I firmly determined beyond reasonable doubt whether I'm going to get that connection promptly or I'm going to become the worst of enemies, publicly extremely seriously antagonizing Kimmy and all her associates and anyone else facilitating or at all encouraging Kimmy, rejecting or neglecting me at all, as I'd bring their worst nightmare of nightmares into reality for so absolutely, unconditionally, unacceptably denying me of something I made so extremely clear I want and deserve so thoroughly, I'd proceed with my game development to become a CEO, and, if the final outcome is me being denied of the connection with Kimmy I want, also follow through on all my extremely dark threats and make all these pieces of trash regret ever being born. Doing this podcast, still to this day, doesn't at all grant me any additional resources, and in fact only drains my resources, mainly time and energy, so I'm certainly not doing it due to lack of resources. I imagine that even with much more resources, I'd still have ended up making this podcast, but I guess I might have just had a better microphone and a better environment to record my releases in, and I guess I would have had more energy and life circumstances more conducive of being able to harness my inner peace more easily to be able to more quickly produce releases at probably at least a slightly higher quality of actual substance to the rhetoric as well. But overall, my resources aren't at all dictating what I'm doing, only the speed, quality, and overall strain or difficulty it has for me with the increased pain that being in vastly suboptimal circumstances inflicts on me. I certainly have no desire or intention to ever go back to school. There's basically nothing different I'd be doing if I had more resources except not eating out of trash cans and not being homeless. And enjoying my relationship with Kimmy if I had that option as well. But otherwise, nothing different. It's not like I was ever going to want children or even generally be satisfied just settling for some random girl being intimate with me just because I would have had more money or whatever. Like I've said, extensive and frequent tender physical sexual intimacy in person, in private, with someone I genuinely love and care about and find incomparably physically attractive is literally the greatest pleasure I can ever imagine this life having to offer. So I would have wanted and pursued that with immense dedication and focus like I have either way. I just had to suffer a lot more because nothing was handed to me since I'm from a lower middle class family with extremely abusive parents that divorced when I was young. After discussing a combination of various unhinged, perverted, poorly thought through, and at times straight up extremely shallow, inconsequential things, Jamie ends that stream with,
Thank you for listening to me tangent about my psychological warfares. Thank you for being so sweet to me, and I hope you guys have a good week. Tomorrow's Monday, so drink lots of water, believe in yourself, get good rest, and listen to yourself, trust your intuition. Don't be afraid of rejection. Open yourself to good opportunities, and you deserve everything you want in life. Even if it'll take time, you deserve it. Like, it's up to you to allow that into your life. Hey, 911, yeah, I think there's this girl on stream, and I think she's on drugs. She's saying weird things online.
So, first of all, my lack of tearing up Jamie's dialogues she's now blatantly herself referring to as psychological warfare whatever they've been in the past, to shreds constantly, has never been me being sweet to her. It's me simply not caring for even following her content, combined with me knowing that I'd likely just come off disingenuously obsessed if there are false narratives being formed about me through extreme slander and criminal impersonation of me, so it's better not to waste my energy and end up with anything I say warped badly to somehow validate those narratives because I gave her attention at all. I've always been trying to give every person except Kimmy the bare minimum attention at all reasonably possible while still being able to convincingly pursue Kimmy. That's never been me trying to be sweet to any of them. It's just me not being stupid or fake. That aside, this whole thing with the end of the week, I noticed Jamie said she streams every Sunday. Kimmy has had ASMR releases on her ASMR YouTube on Sundays and then ASMR Mondays on Twitch. There's just something that feels weird to me about the significance of the end of the week in relation to me. As if there's some kind of slander and or criminal impersonation of me being done that puts some kind of considerable significance on the end of the week, or doing something weekly, or something happening weekly, or something like that. I really don't know, but it just feels weird. I find it pertinent to state that I have no fixation on the end of the week, nor attach any particular significance to anything that happens weekly, nor any idea of anything I do or should do weekly, or anything like that. I've learned the immense usefulness and difference it makes to always be sure to stay adequately hydrated since before I even knew Kimmy or Jamie exist. And I've never been neglecting it, so I certainly don't need Jamie or anyone else reminding me. Yet this is something I've noticed Kimmy also saying really strangely at times, so to me, it seems there's likely some false narrative about me that makes Kimmy and Jamie seem like they're being especially kind or sweet or friendly or useful or well-intentioned or something like that in mentioning to remember to drink water. I find it pertinent to state I don't know the details of this, and I am not and never have been at all appeased or positively impacted by Kimmy or Jamie or anyone else reminding their viewers to drink water. Further, I believe in myself plenty and don't need Jamie or Kimmy or anyone else to comfort or remind me to do so. I also make sure to get enough rest to function in my unbelievably straining, stressful circumstances so I don't actually lose my mind and end up dead or completely ruining my own life with all the extremely malicious bad faith actors already actively trying to ruin it, entirely working against me and obviously without my consent at all. So I don't need anyone to remind me to get enough rest either. I do listen to my intuition very carefully, and I'm not at all operating from a place of being afraid of being rejected by anyone for anything. I'm just making sure to make it clear that I don't have some loose or stupid grasp on how reality seems to be going for me. Otherwise, people will just think I'm an idiot and that they can take advantage of my seeming ignorance. I'm clearly going to great lengths, making it extremely clear that I'm not afraid of rejection. I just actually do not, never have, and never will want or be willing to tolerate any kind of romantic and or sexual relationship with Jamie or anyone else except Kimmy. And the way Kimmy's been treating me, it seems I should just give up on her and go down the extremely dark path, since she seems absolutely unconditionally unwilling to be at all actually decent or fair in how she treats me. I'm as open as I could actually realistically possibly be to the good opportunities that I actually want to have and am willing to accept into my life, and I certainly don't need Jamie or anyone else pretentiously telling me to be open to things as if I owe it to them to let them shove their agendas down my throat. I'm also not going to let some extreme extremely pretentious, clearly shallow fraud tell me that I need to keep working as unbelievably extremely hard as I have been all these years for nothing but extreme pain and suffering I never wanted, needed, or deserved in my life, trying to brainwash me into believing that I still have to work so much harder to actually be deserving of the connection I want with Kimmy, or be able to see that she's truly, absolutely, unconditionally unwilling to be at all actually reasonable or fair with me in how she deals with me, and therefore promptly, decisively start going down the extremely dark path with no doubts, regrets, second guessing, or hesitation ever again. I don't really think anything more needs to be said about that stream. Jamie probably was actually on drugs when she streamed that, given how unhinged the reality of the actual crimes she must have been doing that have led to her doing this extremely vicious robbery of my energy entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests really are. What a self-report. At this point, it seems rather doubtful to me that she'll go to jail over it, though. Even if she's done much more serious things, she probably actually should go to jail for, if not worse. Not that I particularly care if Jamie goes to jail. I just want the connection I've been pursuing all along with Kimmy. I want to make sure I've made it extremely clear that my pursuit of Kimmy is not, never has been, and never will be at all any kind of effort working towards any kind of significant connection to or with Jamie of any kind. If Kimmy had held a Toronto meetup back then where it was just Kimmy, I would have avoided attending the meetup with both Kimmy and Jamie and only attended the one with just Kimmy. But such a meetup never happened. I don't care even if Jamie is supposedly genuinely extremely sorry for what she's put me through. Not only do I not believe she is, literally no matter what she does, but I also don't really care, and the reality is it genuinely, absolutely, unconditionally does not, was never going to, and will never change my position at all. Literally no matter what happens. Anyone at all believing otherwise, once again, is extremely disrespecting me, and no matter how much I'm disrespected, and no matter by who, I'm never going to hate myself and compromise my integrity. This is not, never was, and never will be up for negotiation. At all. And again, debating it is ridiculously stupid, and I won't waste my time or energy entertaining that at all either. I'm absolutely extremely serious about this. It seriously doesn't matter if Jamie's crying in bed all day over this. It seriously doesn't matter if Jamie feels like taking her own life in real life over this. It seriously doesn't matter what kind of help she thinks I want or will accept from her. If I cannot have the kind of connection I want and deserve with Kimmy in a timely manner, there's absolutely, unconditionally nothing at all that Jamie ever has had or ever will have that I find even remotely compelling or appealing to even bother giving her any attention or anything ever again. And I will only extremely deeply despise her for the hellish nightmare she participated in inflicting on me, and there's absolutely unconditionally no even remote possibility of us ever being on any kind of even remotely good terms at all for any reason. But I'm not going to stop at just tearing apart that stream Jamie did. Seeing that made me realize how these people feed off each other to facilitate each other in stealing my energy. They look for some kind of essential message to extract and possibly somehow warp from what I'm saying and mask it as their own work or insights into life, making themselves seem like some deep, spiritual, well-intentioned leader, which all started from the first time I opened up to Kimmy privately about my feelings for her. That somehow leads to Kimmy publicly talking about what she looks for in a relationship, which then effectively basically forces me to give my input in response to try to prove why she should give me a real chance. But instead of ever actually giving me the real chance I deserve, like any even remotely sane and decent person would, after how hard I've tried for so long now, Kimmy once again tries to extract a message and probably also twist it considerably for her own selfish gain, completely at my expense, fully consciously and intentionally entirely at my expense and against my consent, while Jamie sabotages everything I'm actually trying to achieve constantly by making it seem like I'm somehow disingenuous in everything I'm saying and secretly want Jamie or someone or something else out of my efforts. This means I'm going to have to meticulously tear apart Kimmy's entire recent such energy robbery from me with her ridiculously, blatantly, psychotically, grossly disingenuous stream I previously just briefly touched on her demonstrating her extreme narcissism towards me in regards to. At this point, I'm convinced that that's the only way I can actually thoroughly shut down this extremely vicious narcissistic abuse cycle toxicity that I've had in my life ever since meeting these psychopath frauds. In the past, I would have been trapped in cycles because Kimmy could just keep disingenuously basically demanding requirements to date someone as some kind of justification to deny me of a real chance with her. Jamie could keep making me seem disingenuous when I tried to prove my feelings and worthiness for the relationship I've always wanted with Kimmy, and both of them could steal credit for what I was pouring so much of my time and energy into and leave me extremely brutally disrespected, neglected, stuck in life, and denied of anything good entering my life. But since it's reached the point where I've made this podcast now, they can't try to do that to me anymore. So let's make sure Kimmy understands how much of a psychopath she really is, too, and why she really is going to get an extremely brutal, unwanted nightmare of nightmares coming to reality for herself, and probably also many people associated with her, if she continues to disrespect and neglect me how she has been for all these years, before she gets any more ideas to once again try to take my kindness for weakness with this release.
I want to think that the person who says that someone's crazy is actually the problem. Because what's turns somebody crazy, right? What turns someone crazy is prolonged emotional invalidation and neglect. That's what turns someone crazy. That's what makes somebody snap.
Huh. Was that supposed to be profound? Where was this seemingly so reasonable Kimmy all the over 7 years that she was relentlessly, extremely viciously abusing me and driving me crazy with her lies and neglect and extremely toxic abusive behavior, and then constantly antagonizing me and demonizing me publicly and constantly trying to humiliate me and flaunting, constantly invalidating my emotions and even just anything I say in general, and acting like I'm the toxic one because I get upset that clearly nobody in my entire life I've ever been at all somehow close to has ever really loved, respected, or trusted me at all, like I've always been saying. What turns someone crazy is prolonged emotional invalidation and neglect, huh? Okay. Well, what makes someone a psychopath is selectively applying logic in a conscious and intentionally manipulative manner and living a private life blatantly inconsistent with the positions or beliefs that they hold with conviction when speaking publicly. Which there's, in reality, absolutely no real evidence whatsoever to even really suggest is or ever has been applicable to me, whereas there's an increasing pile of evidence against Kimmy in this regard. That doesn't mean I don't believe Kimmy deserves the opportunity to genuinely grow in a positive direction and change how she treats me for the better and actually give being with me a real chance before I seriously just give up on humanity completely and go down an extremely dark path absolutely unconditionally. But I want it to be extremely clear that I'm fully consciously and intentionally documenting irrefutable evidence of her behavior, because this is really beyond ridiculous now, and I want it abundantly clear that I certainly don't owe it to anyone or want or deserve her to treat me how she has been.
I love how sharp your mind is and how you can analyze situations. Dude, this is what I do in my spare time. I love psychoanalyzing people. And the reason why Jamie and I are so close is because she also likes doing this. So me and her just psychoanalyze reality TV shows, people, situations, hypothetical situations. Jamie and I are always just like like analyzing everything. But then both me and Jamie are so like aware that we even know that at the end of the day we can't even psychoanalyze people correctly because we don't know the full story and we don't know everything. So we understand that us psychoanalyzing is like not even correct. We just do it for fun. Does that make sense?
On the surface, this makes sense and seems relatively harmless. But I don't look at just what's on the surface of what Kimmy says, and neither should anyone else, even remotely intelligent, who has any reason to care what the reality of this conflict is. Let it be known that Kimmy has now openly flaunted that she obsessively psychoanalyzes people, particularly with Jamie. Is it a coincidence that these two women just so happen to be the only public figures I've ever met in my life? And they just so happen to be obsessed with psychoanalyzing people? And that doing so is the reason they're so close? I don't think so. Given how extremely Kimmy and Jamie have demonstrably been trying to control my life, as evidenced by the existence of this podcast and the content I release on it, let this serve as irrefutable evidence that Kimmy has now essentially flaunted her extreme abuse towards me and her involvement in conspiracies to murder me. For someone blatantly this extremely obsessed, she's either secretly, genuinely, extremely in love with me and just terrified of actually feeling more attached to me because of childhood trauma and whatnot, and because she knows how strong our bond would really be if she actually embraced it properly. Or she actually has such extreme, genuine, absolutely unconditional malice and hatred towards me in the depths of her soul that she literally might as well be Satan in the flesh, and she fully deserves the extremely brutal, unwanted, worst nightmare of her worst nightmares becoming reality, as I will undoubtedly ensure happens absolutely unconditionally in that case, literally no matter the cost. It's extremely damning that this essentially comes off as an extremely devious admittance of guilt by Kimmy. As if she's basically flaunting that she knew how horribly she was treating me and the toxic seeming behavior she was constantly trying to extremely viciously abuse, triggering in me, was not an accurate reflection of who I really am. If she's been hearing slander and gossip about me from people, she knows she doesn't know the full story. But she treats me as if I'm an overly invested viewer, stalker, piece of trash, and have disingenuous intentions to pursue Jamie or someone else, despite well over half a decade of me extremely clearly going to extremely great lengths to make the authenticity of my efforts abundantly clear. Again, I'm not saying this out of any desire or willingness to change my overall position on this conflict ever. I'm saying this because I want to demonstrate how I'm extremely clearly going to extremely great lengths to eliminate any room for anyone to deny that I clearly put forth my genuine, utmost greatest possible effort to pursue the connection with Kimmy I've been saying I want and deserve before reaching the point where it should become extremely obvious to anyone even remotely reasonable that going down an extremely dark path in life is the only real choice that makes any sense left for me if she really doesn't have any real desire or willingness to actually act like an even remotely sane and decent person in her position should towards me promptly. I guess if I'm looking at Kimmy in the best possible light, maybe she was trying to warm up to me here and basically admit her unbelievably extreme obsession with trying to psychoanalyze me because she wanted to start admitting her warm and loving feelings for me more, and she wanted to see if I'd be upset or if I'd be warmly receptive to it. It's quite difficult for me to be warmly receptive to things she might see as displays of affection towards me at this point, given the complexity of the situation and how extremely badly my genuine kindness and warmth tends to get extremely viciously abused relentlessly whenever I show even the slightest bit of it towards anyone. If things were different and she was directly communicating with me and opening up and being like, yeah, I've really felt attracted to you for a long time and I obsessively think about you because you're so amazing and I really was always hoping you actually find me really hot and I want you so badly forever too, or something. I mean, I'd be a lot more warmly receptive to it, and I wouldn't go and make a public statement saying, hey guys, look, Kimmy admitted she's an extremely unhinged, massive psychopath, obsessing over trying to destroy my life for her extremely selfish gain and being extremely fake about it all. Kind of thing. But this is an extremely tense situation where I unfortunately have to extremely critically question her intentions in saying this how she did, and accept that the evidence extremely strongly suggests an extremely negative reality and ultimate outcome of this conflict, no matter how I feel or what I do. So as much as I wish it was somehow meant to be warm and flattering towards me, and she did it with good intentions and with willingness to embrace proper communication with me and a much healthier connection starting in the very near future, as is necessary if she really doesn't want things to go down an extremely dark path absolutely unconditionally, I really don't know what she's thinking or feeling or why she's doing what she's doing. And it really doesn't look good for her at all. So I have to treat it with what I'd consider healthy skepticism, even though it really hurts my heart a lot to ever have to speak to or about Kimmy this way.
At the end of the day, we only know as much as we know. So you can't really psychoanalyze somebody correctly because you don't know everything involved to psychoanalyze somebody. So as long as you don't base your psychoanalysis off of fact and truth, then it's just fun.
Okay, this is a remarkably exceedingly unhinged, mentally ill, incomprehensibly stupid statement to make, especially publicly to an audience as a stance you take ownership of possessing. I'm really not trying to hate on Kimmy, but this is so extremely poorly articulated to try to communicate anything meaningful at all that it's beyond even something I'd feel comfortable considering as yapping, and I just consider it full-blown, unhinged, psychopath, deranged, delusional internal dialogue being externalized. The process of analysis itself is a fundamentally logical process. Actual psychoanalysis is among the heaviest of logical processes, since it's a fundamentally meta-thinking process contemplating heavily on the deeply complex reasoning of the arrival at different lines of reasoning that ultimately get externally demonstrated in consequences of someone's attitudes and behavior. To even attempt to psychoanalyze someone not based on facts and truth is the most fundamentally mentally ill, unhinged, psychopathic behavior possible that isn't an aggressively, physically destructive act. To publicly flaunt to an audience that your idea of fun is doing the most fundamentally mentally ill, unhinged, psychotic action it's possible to engage in, you're basically screaming to the world that if you aren't already currently a serial killer, you're clearly a serial killer in the making if you are allowed to continue to operate the way you do. This is not an exaggeration. The ultimate consequence of extremely deeply rooted mental illness is the most dangerous self-hatred, which is so extreme it is externalized and projected through the most complex and internalized mental gymnastics and fallacy-based reasoning, which leads to extremely well-concealed hatred of everyone else, which leads to genuinely wishing the worst upon others and actively pursuing bringing negative consequences, ultimately at the level of literal physical death, upon those that occupy any significant space within your cognition. Sure, I'll accept I don't know every single thing about anyone except myself. I'd have to literally have lived their life and be able to process all those experiences and knowledge from a level of perception likely considerably clearer than that which they themselves possess, in order to be in that kind of position. But that most certainly doesn't mean my psychoanalysis of them can't be extremely accurate, nor that I do or should at all ever base my psychoanalysis not on facts and objectively demonstrable truths about that person and life as a whole. It's really hurtful and concerning to me that Kimmy probably genuinely thought this statement wasn't so bad to say. This woman is extremely mentally disturbed and must have had some kind of extremely traumatizing life experiences to end up this way. Given one of the first things she's ever told me in private is that she had to put on a tough front so her mother wouldn't bother her, my best guess is her mother is an unbelievably extremely unhinged psychopath that hides it extremely well and was so unbelievably extremely deviously abusive towards Kimmy that even Kimmy herself can't grasp how horrible her mother really treated her and how badly the manipulation her mother inflicted on her really is. It's either that or Kimmy has some kind of considerable idea of it, but she's internally painfully well aware that she really hasn't found any coping mechanism, even in years of therapy, that actually helps. And probably the way I talk to her and treat her is in reality the most therapeutic thing that comes the closest to actually resolving her deepest cognitive dissonances that she's ever experienced, which would explain her extreme obsession with psychoanalyzing me.
In college, I was dating a guy and he cheated on me. I guess it was different because I was already it was the end of our relationship anyway. So when he cheated on me, I was just eh. I was gonna break up anyway. Or maybe that was just my coping mechanism to avoid feeling the hurt. Whatever it was. Yeah, cheating is bad. Don't cheat. Cheating fucks up somebody. Cheating fucks up the other person. Man, you just break up with someone. It's breaking up is it sucks. But it's the right thing to do. People finger cheaters. But also, if you cheated in your life, because I know we're human and we're not perfect, if you did cheat in your life, don't beat yourself up for it. Don't beat yourself up for it. Don't be hard on yourself. Just do better. What happened. Just do better. Don't do it again. Focus on yourself,
So, as I've said before, I've never even actually been in a relationship before, so it's literally not even possible for me to have cheated before in my life. I also have extremely high standards for a relationship to be healthy and with someone I personally find extremely physically attractive. So I wouldn't ever be with someone I'd even consider being worthwhile or tempting to cheat on, so I see no concern I'd ever cheat on anyone I'd pursue. I've also already explained how Kimmy treated me early on, and how, if anything, she was the one demonstrating cheating type behavior. But I'm not trying to make her beat herself up for it either. I really have always been trying to help her grow into a better person that's more clearly aware of what she really wants and needs in a relationship and can decisively pursue it in a healthy way. I just get increasingly disappointed and angry the more I see it seems she doesn't really care and only really wants to extremely deviously abuse me and take advantage of my feelings for her own extremely selfish gain entirely at my expense against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Aside from Kimmy's clearly extremely vague and poorly thought out requirements or expectations or whatever you want to call it of what she looks for in a relationship, which she made abundantly clear to me in my first real conversation with her in Discord DMs, I recall Kimmy telling me as one of the first things she ever told me privately that she was still getting over one of her exes and she was struggling. She never gave me more details, so I'm really not sure if it's this person she dated in college that she was referring to or someone else. But I've listened to Kimmy say a lot of things about her relationship history since that conversation we had years ago, and I recall this isn't the first time Kimmy's brought up this random dude from college that cheated on her. And she's always given this same kind of explanation that it was different because she was gonna break up with him anyway. This time, at least it seems she's putting some more thought into it or opening up more in saying stuff like, or maybe that was just my coping mechanism. Seems it must have been if that person was so significant, she's mentioned him multiple times and to this day clearly feels so hurt, she still thinks about him and feels compelled to publicly mention it as if it still haunts her. At the same time, I'd bet, especially after personally experiencing the way Kimmy deals with romantic relationships, that Kimmy wasn't entirely free of fault in that connection either. To me, it seems perhaps she was using extremely manipulative, abusive, devious behavior with that person and blames him like it's entirely his fault or something, but in reality, she was looking for an excuse to have someone to blame to justify her acting even more unhinged to other people that were interested in her. I don't think it's a coincidence that one of the first things she did in private communication with me was blame someone else being toxic to her as what I suppose I should have realized was a devious attempt to justify extreme toxicity that was to come from her towards me that I obviously didn't want, need, or deserve at all in my life. But if I put aside just looking at Kimmy in the harshest way, perhaps I can see her not really caring to accept seeing that relationship with that dude in college a certain way because she deep down always felt an attraction to considerable femininity that was just too strong for her to really resonate with seeing herself long term with a very much male presenting person. I see that as further reason why Kimmy ended up feeling so drawn to me, because whether she realized it consciously or not, I've known from a young age, long before I ever even knew Kimmy exists, that I identify female and would present myself very much significantly female if I felt comfortable fully being myself, and my personality reflects my generally more sensitive and softer, more feminine-like tendencies, which I believe is something Kimmy's always secretly really liked about me. The main thing I'd like to highlight about this part of her dialogue is that I want it extremely clear that, like I've said before, this podcast is not and never has been me breaking up with Kimmy or trying to, and I certainly don't want or feel the need to break up with Kimmy or do this podcast in general just because it's the right thing to do. I want and demand being with Kimmy forever, even if it's the wrong thing to do. I don't see how it's objectively the wrong thing to do, but I honestly don't really care to argue that either. I suppose some people would see it as wrong because I clearly, genuinely don't want children with anyone, and I'd argue neither does Kimmy. So they might see it as something wrong with us for being together with a clear foundation that we will never have children together. To me, like I've said, I require anyone I'd be with to accept we'll never have children. So if Kimmy was okay with forming a foundation for a relationship with me, reinforcing that, I literally couldn't be with someone I feel it's more right for me to be with. It's certainly the only kind of relationship I could actually healthily be with someone in, given my feelings and desires. And I've already talked about and have no shortage of ability to prove how my feelings for Kimmy and in general don't come from a mentally ill place.
What is your ideal type? I like people who like, oh my gosh. If I tell you guys are gonna know I'm single. I like people who are very open-minded. Like I think that has to be like a priority, somebody who is open-minded and not somebody who just says they're open-minded. Like I am so open-minded, I can tell when you're open-minded or not. Telling me you're open-minded is not going to convince me. You need to be open-minded. You have to be so open-minded you question everything open-minded.
I'll address every part of what Kimmy said, but if what Kimmy said here is any reason to be single, which really doesn't surprise me since the world is clearly such a massive reeking dumpster fire, I'm really not surprised I've never actually been in a relationship. I've always had standards where I never was going to accept anyone that doesn't meet what Kimmy calls the bare minimum, and I never found anyone that ever came anywhere I could consider even perceivably close until I met Kimmy. And even Kimmy was so far from it, from how I could tell where she's been at in life ever since I've known her, that if her body wasn't so unbelievably sexy and her personality didn't seem so unbelievably precious to me, I would have given up on her before I even started, just like I did with every other person I've ever met that ever might have been a serious romantic prospect. But unlike all the others, Kimmy always gave me a reason not to give up on her, and it's not like I wanted to give up on her and therefore love and ultimately humanity as a whole, so I didn't. But I've sacrificed a lot to keep trying, and that alone is why I personally am not surprised that I'm single and still have never actually dated anyone in my entire life. Depending on what exactly you consider open-minded, I'd say that's a requirement I have too. But I don't think the term open-minded is maybe the best word for it. Open-minded seems a little too loose, perhaps? Like, you can try to extremely deviously, viciously abuse some supposed requirement of someone you look for being open-minded to try to endlessly subject them to various degrees and kinds of abuse and neglect, and try to brainwash them into believing that the way you're treating them is fair or okay or they deserve it somehow or something. Like, at the very least, to try to abusively push their boundaries to the absolute limit, to what is objectively an extremely psychopathic extent, until you finally maybe consider treating them even remotely decently, basically necessary, or they'll destroy your life in rightful retribution for how objectively, monstrously, nightmarishly horrible you've been to them. I've most certainly never done anything even remotely close to such a thing to anyone else, but I'm extremely clearly exposing Kimmy for doing that exact kind of thing extremely deviously to me to this very day. She says you question everything kinda open-minded, so at the very least, she's smart enough to phrase what she's saying in a way where it's hard to argue that Kimmy's trying to impose a deviously, extremely abusive interpretation of being open-minded, since actually being open to someone that questions everything means you have to be willing to accept being confronted about abusive attitudes and behavior and effectively become forced to correct them and stop being a massive piece of garbage if you're a psychopath or inclined to narcissistic attitudes and behavior. But then again, that's also what someone extremely abusive would do. think they're being extremely clever by publicly saying a politically correct kind of statement that sounds good intentioned, like telling you to question everything, but in reality, just expecting you to have some kind of forced submission to what is in reality extremely deviously masked abusive expectations of you. Given how blatantly unapologetically Kimmy has avoided all my attempts to confront her about her abuse, regardless of what kind of approach I've taken or whatever varying degree of aggressiveness in my approach, tone, language, or wording I used, and blatantly constantly censored me and demonized and alienated me from the entire Twitch community and perhaps arguably the entire internet and even the entire world in general, I'd say the increasingly abundant amount of objectively irrefutable evidence I'm presenting in this podcast that I have plenty more of that I'm certainly able and willing to increasingly unapologetically brutally expose her for if she really wants to continue being such an unhinged, unapologetically psychopathic narcissist towards me, proves the reality of what I'm exposing with this release beyond any reasonable doubt.
I like people who are focused on the truth. People who don't let their emotions delude themselves from accepting the truth in situations and in life. And that is really hard to find because a lot of people just kind of like, they have a hard time like accepting the truth. I mean, which is like also fine to an extent. Like, I understand the truth is hard to accept, but like I just really admire people who are able to like push past anyways and just like accept the truth.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. In the worst possible way. Really, this reaches entirely new levels of demonic being a piece of complete garbage that I was left with such extremely intense emotional dysregulation between the psychopathic stream I addressed that Jamie did and this psychopathic stream that I'm now tearing to shreds that Kimmy did, that I had to take over a month to prepare this release, which has become the longest release I've ever done on this podcast by a significant amount. Only a couple other releases took anywhere close to this amount of time to complete, and they were the most emotionally dysregulating ones to deal with by far until this one. That's how you know the extent of abuse that led to a release is really unbelievably extreme and on the level of blatant, unapologetic conspiracy to murder me in real life. Never before did I think it was possible to so extremely blatantly look at what I'm doing, start listing out qualities that exactly, objectively, demonstrably, irrefutably, extremely thoroughly prove I couldn't be a better match for you as a long-term committed intimate partner, and yet relentlessly, unapologetically, extremely brutally, viciously humiliate, mock, demonize, and deny me of anything good in my life while attempting to endlessly rob me of my energy and extremely deviously abuse me into forcefully submitting to your unbelievably exceedingly vicious abuse of your social standing that not one public figure among a growing list of over 100 public figures and their managements directly being informed of what you're doing has any even remote decency as to not just take what you say at face value and unapologetically completely ignore the reality of what you're doing to the very last possible moment where their entire career and possibly life itself in real life are in active, imminent, immediate jeopardy to a largely significant extent before they do anything even remotely decent about it. Can't say I don't have a hard time accepting the world is quite as much of a reeking dumpster fire hellish nightmare as it is. And I wouldn't say I'm not fine with having so much difficulty with it to some significant extent, because otherwise I'd just end my life out of immense misery and depression and rage beyond words that nothing and nobody is acting even remotely at all to even slightly appease, nor have they ever been at any point in time. But once again, let the record show that I push past anyways and just accept the truth. And yet, watch, Kimmy's probably going to just come up with some other complete garbage, manipulation, lies, and abuse Kimmy comes up with next as an excuse to extremely deviously, abusively try to steal credit for everything that is in reality entirely my work, so she can come up with another power struggle garbage thing to try to leave me stuck in the perpetual sheer hellish nightmare I couldn't be further from wanting, needing, deserving, or benefiting at all from all these years as I'm homeless and eating out of trash cans and still not speak to me or treat me with any even remote decency while she does random stupid things that do not, never have, and never will at all appease me, like making ASMR or painting her nails or some other stupid random thing she's probably conspiring with her psychopath friends through criminal impersonation and slander of me to try to validate how they're all treating me, and she thinks she can lie to everyone and act like she currently has ever had, or will ever have at all my consent in acting the way she is and has been towards me effectively ever since we met many years ago. Let the record also show that that's not, never was going to, and never will at all change my position. It's just objectively irrefutable evidence that Kimmy was the one that always had absolutely unconditional, unrestrained, malicious intent towards me as what is effectively nothing short of Satan in the flesh, and that she's thoroughly, irrefutably, objectively deserving of having her absolute worst, unwanted nightmare of nightmares become a reality, as I absolutely unconditionally will ensure happens at any cost in that case. I literally couldn't care less what anyone thinks of me for that. I'm not a petty person, and what Kimmy's done to me most certainly is far from petty. I have real self-respect and self-love, and I'm not, never have been, and never will be trying to facilitate or even willing to tolerate anyone trying to set some absolutely unconditionally, thoroughly intolerable, ridiculous precedent for how someone can treat me and think it's okay, or they won't face extremely negative consequences if they literally blatantly conspire to murder me like this and extremely viciously abuse me so badly and break my heart and act so genuinely malicious and horrible beyond words to me as at all possible for well over half a decade, effectively what is completely unapologetically. She's still doing the essentially exact same thing she was doing right from the beginning. Even after years of therapy and medication and healing and whatever. This seems to really just be who she really is deep in her soul. She most certainly has never treated me at all somehow that even remotely suggests otherwise, and she's still not directly communicating with me at all and pursuing the relationship she should be with me or showing any serious desire or willingness to. And she probably still goddamn won't even after this. So really all that's going to be left is making her worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares a reality and making all of humanity regret ever doing what it's done to me and facilitating Kimmy to treat me how she has and hurt me how unbelievably badly as she has.
I also like people who are really like responsible with themselves in their life, like people who like take care of themselves a lot, people who prioritize their like mental health, who understand the importance of their physical health, their spiritual health. Not saying that you have to be spiritual, but at least, you know, have some kind of like conclusion around spirituality.
What did I just say? What did I just say? God damn it! If it's not apparent to you the extremely obvious, irrefutable, evident, objective truth that I prioritize and have an extreme focus on my mental health, when I can objectively quantify and demonstrate objectively sound, irrefutable evidence in abundant quantity that I possess a core value of refined, pure, bidirectional apprehension, and how and why that is the most powerful foundation for a mental framework, and that it's utmost aligned with the fundamental truths of objective reality, then you are simply extremely severely mentally ill and objectively mentally operating at a level significantly inferior to mine. Not to sound pretentious, but it is what it is. I'm not some insecure loser that doesn't see reality clearly, and I didn't suffer as much as I have to become this powerful just to have some pretentious delusional douchebag tell me they think they're smarter than me because they feel like believing they are. Too many idiots already have done that to me, and I've really had it. That level of stupidity is utterly intolerable to me now. Try me and feel my wrath. That's just where I'm at now. If you really want to rob me of my peace and my soul so badly, go to hell and find out why I don't belong there the hard way. As far as physical health, I also take considerable care of myself. I might not work out every day kind of thing, but I make sure I drink plenty of water and I'm always adequately hydrated. I make sure I get enough sleep even when I'm extremely stressed out and need to meditate for hours just to calm down my unbelievable rage to go on an extremely brutal murderous rampage in real life from how extremely unbelievably badly I'm being abused and neglected to be an unbelievably exceedingly horribly brutal life circumstances with a level of emotional dysregulation placed on me that would absolutely destroy literally anyone else's life that doesn't have a core value of refined pure bidirectional apprehension. I make sure to try my best to eat enough, given I have no money and I'm being abused and neglected so badly I have to resort to eating out of trash cans just to survive because I'm concerned I might be killed or arrested or something horrible on some insane abuse-based lies and overall societal neglect, even if I try to seek out getting welfare at this point. Protecting my soul from getting robbed is in itself extremely substantially, demonstrably, perceptibly taking care of my spiritual health. This podcast is extremely obvious, completely irrefutable, objectively verifiable evidence of the apparently unfathomable extent of my spiritual health. Every person I've ever been at all close to has been effectively nothing short of an absolute demon, bringing me a hellish nightmare I never wanted, needed, or deserved, and yet I'm where I'm at instead of physically deceased in real life. That's just not possible if I didn't have extreme spiritual awareness and health and, I guess, let's say, substantial abilities of some kind. I've sacrificed so much and tolerated unbelievably horrid treatment for the longest time because I genuinely have had so much love for Kimmy and have always been trying to make her life better and allow her to really see why I was convinced since the day I met her that she's the love of my life. And if she wasn't being the most unbelievably extremely narcissistic psychopath ever to me, I would have been somehow actually receiving some kind of perceptible benefit in the physical world to all the time and energy I've put into my connection with Kimmy and improving her life in many regards. But still, she just takes and takes from me and gives me nothing at all that I actually want and deserve. Nothing at all. All I experience is increasing pain and suffering she clearly must know I don't want, need, or deserve in my life, and she just tries to trap me into being forced to give her more while she continues to give me nothing even remotely positive or fair in return. But I didn't do what I've done out of being naive or stupid. I know that. I know that extremely damn well. So if Kimmy's really going to continue, she'll see what happens, and she's really not going to like it, nor will anyone else in her life at all. I can guarantee you that. I can absolutely guarantee you that. Mark my words.
I know, I feel like these are like minimum requirements, but at the same time, like, not many people like are, I don't know, like, all I know is that a lot of you guys in chat, you guys are really smart. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you guys are like this too.
Really? Really? Not many people are smart, is what she was saying. Ah, so most of society is extremely stupid, and that's why she's gotten away with how horridly abusively she's treated me, like the absolutely unhinged narcissistic psychopath she is? We have our answer. Society is stupid as hell, and she knows it extremely damn well. A lot of Kimmy's chat is really smart, so she wouldn't be surprised if they're the way she described. Really? I don't think so. To this day, I haven't encountered even one person I can actually confidently consider on the kind of level that Kimmy's describing. Actually on this kind of level. If there existed even one person on this kind of level of what is in reality her extremely high standards for a relationship, then I'd know they exist. To me, I can see that even all these highly influential public figures out there have all sold their souls. Not a single one of them is actually fully authentically themselves publicly. They're all frauds. I'm literally the only actually completely real person in the entire world as far as I can tell. Because otherwise, someone else, at least anywhere close to my level, would have been directly communicating with me and making their existence and the state of it, as such, known to me, since it's far from hard to tell the reality for anyone actually operating at any kind of high level in this world. But like I said, they're all sellouts, frauds. They've all sold their souls and are actively suppressing me and sabotaging me for selfish gain and helping Kimmy and her associates keep me in an extremely severely deprived state that they're trying to bully and coerce me into being abused and neglected so badly I'm forced into some submission they're hallucinating they can force me into so they can rob me of my soul and my power and make me like them, a loser. If all those rich and famous people are so pathetic, don't tell me some random loser in Kimmy's Twitch chat is fully authentic and operating at anywhere close to the level I'm at. Kimmy's chat might be filled with people generally inclined to extreme anxiety, paranoia, overthinking, depression, or general existential dread, but these things are all very different from the energy I operate at. Kimmy really loves to stroke her own ego, thinking and making it seem like her community is filled with extremely high-quality people. But in reality, I'm the whole reason she even has any capability to ever engage in anything even remotely resembling the kind of deep-sounding dialogues she indulges herself in yapping in entirely at my expense against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I'm really not having it. I'm really not. This has been going on for way too long already. Kimmy used to be just a random League of Legends streamer that never really had deep talks about anything and just turned her stream on and played video games from the beginning to end like she was on autopilot. It was only after I started showing immense genuine care and love towards her on a personal level and giving her a lot of my time and energy that she suddenly gained the inspiration and motivation to go on all these tangents publicly engaging in dialogue, clearly greatly inspired by her connection with me and the things I see on the internet. I leave her alone for literally not even 2 months, and she's publicly having mental breakdowns on the verge of tears, saying she needs motivational videos to get out of bed in the morning because she pushed away someone she really likes. But I'm treated how I'm treated after I return? Extremely severely disrespected, neglected, and forced into extremely vicious, traumatizing, heartbreaking, abusive cycles of toxicity and conspiracies to murder me for years on end while society watches, laughs, and facilitates it?
I also like people who have like a growth mindset, so who are always looking to grow and do better in life. Not always. I think it's important to also rest and be comfy.
A growth mindset. Growing and doing better in life can mean a lot of different things to different people, mainly because a decent person actually considers not being a massive piece of garbage to pursue things they consider to be growth and doing better in life, whereas a psychopath couldn't care less and often actually fully consciously and intentionally actively embraces being practically as malicious as they can possibly imagine being to someone, as long as they see somehow they can personally benefit from doing so. Presumably, Kimmy's implying she's talking about the kind of growth related to being a decent person. But once again, the objective evidence in how she lives her life, particularly how she sees and treats me, extremely clearly proves that if that's what she was going for, she clearly doesn't actually live her life according to what she's saying here. As far as resting and being comfy, well, there's a time for that. It's not like I never rest, but doing very much resting when I'm being so unbelievably, extremely, viciously, constantly, existentially assaulted by the world isn't a very smart thing to do. And I wouldn't really be able to feel relaxed or very comfortable at all anyways, knowing I'm homeless and eating out of trash cans and ostracized from society because some pieces of garbage insist on lying extremely badly about the reality of who I am. That doesn't mean I don't want to rest and be comfy, nor that I don't know how. It just means I'd rather not try to force myself to do so under extremely distressing, infuriating circumstances where it's extremely difficult to at all enjoy even attempting to do so, no matter how much I'd like to. Also, I want to make sure I've made it extremely clear that genuine desire for a personal connection with Kimmy and the kind of relationship with her I've been saying I want is not at all some kind of lack of capability within me for growth or resting or being comfortable, nor a desire to pursue or embrace having any kind of lack in my life in any of those areas. The extreme suppression I've faced in these regards are due to others extremely abusively trying to constantly trap me and keep me stuck in positions where I seem like I'm enjoying or benefiting from or deserve to be stuck or held back or denied somehow in these regards. But the reality is that couldn't be further from the truth in the case of any of them. I really don't think I can convey how infuriating it is every time I even start thinking about it. Because taking any actions I feel might actually at all adequately express that would result in me ending up in jail and or dead, likely very shortly thereafter. But that doesn't mean I'm not that extent of angry at how extreme the abuse, neglect, and overall general mistreatment and carelessness towards my existence many have been inflicting on me the last several years really is. It just means I'm that much more certain how extremely badly those intentionally so extremely suppressing me so badly will come to experience actually extremely unpleasant, unwanted consequences as a result of their attitude and behavior towards me. I'm never going to just stop feeling this anger randomly or decide to misdirect it.
I also like people who are just like really kind-hearted. And yeah, I like people who are just like open-minded and healthy and kind and who are like self-aware, I guess. Yeah, because I feel like I really strive to be that for myself in my own life. So I just want somebody to like kind of match me where I am in life. So yeah, basically a good guy. Yeah, pretty much. My type is just like a genuinely good guy, I guess. Something like that. Yeah, I need somebody to match my freak, to match my self-aware, good intended freak, I guess.
Should she get a round of applause or what? Pretending this well should get a medal. The medal of the world's biggest psychopath. Strives to be so amazing for herself in her own life, huh? On an extremely selfish level, being open-minded and healthy and kind and self-aware just empower you to be the biggest psychopath you could ever possibly be. If you really think about it, not even that hard, you'll understand what I'm saying. It's really crazy how someone being so extremely fake can make themselves sound so good and make being a massive psychopath seem so innocent and healthy, even. Really crazy. Freak is not the right word. This is an extremely unhinged, extremely suppressed, absolute maniac of proportions I'm pretty sure words aren't adequate to describe. I really wonder what Kimmy considers matching her where she's at in life. Where exactly does this lunatic think she is in life to want to be matched? Because the way she's going, on a downward spiral into her worst unwanted hellish nightmare of nightmares becoming reality and permeating onto everyone around her as she tries to drag them all down with her, undoubtedly extremely toxic and destructive reaction as it's all unfolding, nobody and nothing should ever want to match her where she's at in life. The depths of the deepest hell with untold pain and suffering nobody would ever want to be anywhere near experiencing is where she's heading, living this way. There's no even remotely genuinely good guy or girl or non-binary or any kind of classification of person that comes anywhere close to accurately describing Kimmy with the way she's living. Much less that would ever want or should ever want or even be able to match where she's at in life. Her type is dying alone, extremely miserable, ostracized from society, and despising all of humanity, including, perhaps even especially utmost, herself, with absolutely no possibility whatsoever for redemption and no deservingness of even being able to attempt it. I guess that explains why she won't date me. I'll never meet her there, nor should anyone else. Oh, but don't forget, you're not open-minded and kind-hearted enough if you see the reality of who she really is that I'm exposing. Nah, you're just mean and stupid and fake, according to her. You should go learn the hard way after she subjects you to making your life a hellish nightmare when you couldn't be further from wanting or deserving it, as she extremely deviously traps you in vicious abuse cycles by lying about you and abusing her friendships to selfishly benefit at your expense against your consent for years until you reach a point where you can expose her publicly for being among the most unhinged psychopaths you ever had the misfortune and displeasure of ever being cursed to encounter in your life. Then you'll understand I was telling the truth. It'll be too late for you, but at least you'll learn, eventually. Or you're a piece of trash like her, so you'll get along with her. But either way, you'll know why I've reacted how I have to what she's put me through. Good intended? Excuse me? She leaves me homeless and eating out of trash cans to survive to this day, being extremely seriously concerned for my liberty and life constantly when I couldn't be further from deserving it. Isolated and ostracized simply for being myself and actually being everything wonderful. She supposedly is single because nobody in her life meets, while she's refusing to even speak a word directly to me with any even remote clarity or decency whatsoever, while she constantly steals my energy and tries to take credit for my efforts and publicly extremely abusively pretentiously acts like she's some graceful guide or something, as if she wasn't regularly going on long tangents on stream reflecting about what an actually good partner would be like ever since she met me because of entirely my efforts to have a healthy relationship with her. And if I ever try to communicate about the reality and confront her on any kind of less aggressively exposing and damaging way that isn't publicly calling her out and attacking her extremely viciously, she extremely viciously takes advantage of what I'm doing as if I owe her or her associates something when she knows I don't owe any of them anything. I see no even remotely good intentions anywhere in sight. In fact, I only see increasing evidence she had anything but anything even remotely resembling good intentions towards me ever since the very beginning. I've yet to see her at all prove that wrong. And look, instead of acting like an even remotely decent human being, she's just going to make some garbage excuse to continue to abuse and neglect me and try to pretend like I want or deserve how I'm being treated and how my life's been left. Just watch. This is what this piece of trash always does. Over 7 goddamn bloody years of this hellish nightmare I've had to live through now. I've literally almost died in real life multiple times because of this, and she just laughs and continues being even more deviously vicious towards me. She really wants her worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares to become reality, it seems. So I guess that's what I'm going to have to make sure happens. I really don't care what it costs me. This piece of trash completely took my hopes and dreams and everything that would have made me genuinely happy in life, and extremely brutally, viciously broke my heart and crushed everything and ruined my life so she could have stupid, cheap thrills and sleep around and be a selfish piece of garbage, enjoying abusing and neglecting me and taking advantage of my genuine feelings for her unbelievably badly. I just wanted a genuine, extremely loving, intimate, in-person relationship with her, where we'd be tenderly intimate for hours every day in private and genuinely love each other extremely deeply and be very happy never having children. But it seems Kimmy just wants to insist on acting like I'm some pathetic loser, unfit for a real relationship with her, while she extremely deviously tries to make me seem like I don't really want or deserve it, as she lies that she's acting perfectly and so ready for it and everything, and somehow it's my fault that relationship I clearly want with her extremely badly, literally more than anything else this life could ever have to offer, isn't happening. So now, all I have anymore is making sure her and the rest of the world know how badly she really hurt me, and taking that really so far, she more than just regrets how she's treated me. I really will never date anyone else. I really will never move on at all. I really will never be okay. I will never validate what Kimmy did to me. Never. And I'll make absolutely certain that it's extremely obvious for the rest of eternity. I never had any ulterior motives, and I'm never going to be willing to at all cooperate with anyone trying to force any kind of life on me where I'm at all validating what Kimmy's done to me. Never. And that's most certainly not me trying to appease Kimmy or anyone else. That's me being completely authentically myself, for better or worse, no matter what anyone thinks or feels or has to say about it or wants to do about it. I'm never changing. I'm not the one that needs to change. I never was.
But that being said, that's somebody I would be interested in, like, actually committing to long term. But it's not a requirement I hold for everyone in my life. That would be ridiculous. I enjoy accepting people from where they're at, and I enjoy being around people just for the sake of being. Oh, sorry. I don't know what. Sorry, I'll just turn it off. So yeah, that is something I'm looking for in a person to commit to long term. Like, if I were to find somebody to commit to long term, that's what I would be looking for. But do I need those qualities in everyone in my life? Absolutely not, you know? Like, I love being friends with a whole variety of people who I see and meet where they're at. Like, we're all human at the end of the day. So yeah, and at the end of the day, if I fell in love, my ideal type would pretty much be gone. So I also know that. But at the same time, I just won't let myself fall in love with somebody who's bad for me anymore. Like, I'm at the point in my life where, like, I've fallen in love before with people who are bad for me, and it's like fucked me up really, really, really hard, to the point where I've grown into the person I am now. So I have fallen in love before, and it was beautiful. It was amazing. It was an amazing experience. But I'll never fall in love again with somebody who isn't good for me. Even if the feelings are there, I will let my brain tell me to step away. Kind of thing. Yeah. I've experienced the hard love already, but it was like, I wouldn't regret it for anything though. But would I go back into it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'd rather be alone and single. I'd rather be a childless cat lady than to be in a bad relationship. Yeah.
She really just piles on, digging herself a deeper grave, huh? All the qualities she lists that I couldn't be a more perfect example of probably the only person in her life coming even close to actually meeting. That's somebody she'd be interested in actually committing to long term? Really? But she's single, supposedly not committing or committed to anyone long term, and certainly hasn't even directly communicated with me in well over half a decade? Well, I know I'm definitely not lying here, so it's extremely obvious to me who the liar is between the two of us. Does it seem like I require every person I'd ever have in my life to meet my requirements for what I look for in an intimate partner? Of course not. I've never even suggested that. I feel like it'd be pretty unusual for anyone to live their life like that. Obviously, nobody goes around expecting everyone in their life to be a viable intimate partner. At least not as far as I can tell. If I wasn't being treated so horridly overall, I wouldn't have to always be so extremely harsh and distant with people. It's not like I have some kind of extreme difficulty being gentle with people or generally pleasant or tolerable to be around. I just genuinely have no issue with being alone at any point in time if I really am convinced it's necessary for me to ultimately live an even remotely pleasant or tolerable life to my standards, whereas I know that makes a lot of people really uncomfortable or miserable in and of itself, whether because their standards are low or they're just generally at least somewhat confused and lost in life to the point they feel comfortable or compelled to turn to others for help or guidance on how to fundamentally live their lives somehow. Kimmy literally says a blatantly contradictory statement too. If she fell in love, her ideal type goes in the trash, but she won't let herself fall in love with someone that isn't good for her anymore? What the hell? You can't have it both ways. You either actually consistently uphold your standards for a relationship, or they don't actually mean anything. This is just complete drivel. Once again, exposing how fake Kimmy really is and how unapologetically she's harmed my life so extremely badly that people don't even believe it, even when I'm stating it extremely clearly in public in an extremely mature way. Literally going to the greatest possible lengths anyone could ever even remotely reasonably expect me to go. Even beyond that, really, because it's extremely unreasonable for anyone to ever expect me to have to try this hard to prove something so extremely obvious. Yet they still force me and still don't believe me or give me respect anyway, even when I do it. Nobody I've ever fallen in love with was an experience I'd describe as at all beautiful or amazing. It couldn't be further from it. It was a perpetual sheer hellish nightmare that was only ever actually extremely severely detrimental to my existence in multiple regards. And it was so much so that people don't even believe it's possible for people to be so toxic and horrible to someone, it seems. I really can't describe the amount of anger and hatred I feel when I think of how badly I've been wronged. This seemingly extremely calm approach really doesn't do it justice. I'm really going to have to think of what more drastic, serious actions I'm going to have to take to prove to this reeking dumpster fire hellhole world how horrible it really is. If words really aren't going to convince people or change things how they should, then it's going to take actions, and I really don't care who thinks they're right or wrong or good or bad. I'm not all just talk. I never have been, and I never will be. If people force me to take decisive, extremely brutal, destructive actions, I will. And they damn well best goddamn believe it.
Wow, we got so deep. Oh my gosh, I did not expect that. I definitely regret mine that shit hurt. Yeah, sometimes sometimes you walk away from shitty relationships like, damn, I wish that didn't happen. I didn't even learn anything of it, and now I have trust issues and a lot of trauma. But in that case, you can walk away being like, hey, that was worth it because next time I won't let it get that far again. So yeah, a lot of growth happened.
What the hell? What the actual goddamn bloody hell is this? Once again, delusional drivel. Contradictory, irrational dialogue. Sometimes you walk away from bad relationships thinking you learned nothing and have trust issues and trauma, but you can learn not to let things get that far? Isn't that learning something? So you didn't learn nothing. And that shouldn't be a sometimes. If you're left feeling like that happened even once, you should learn from it, and it should never happen again. Otherwise, you're clearly considerably mentally ill and objectively should not be pursuing or entering into relationships to begin with, because you're clearly going to be a somehow toxic partner and going to be part of the problem why your relationships are likely going to be bad. On top of that, you won't even be thinking even remotely so optimistically like this about an extremely toxic relationship of any kind unless you somehow actually benefited from the relationship and ultimately wanted it to end and probably even benefit somehow from it ending and probably wish you could have ended it earlier to get away with selfishly gaining at the other person's expense, and you're secretly happy it's over. This is an extremely deviously disingenuous sounding perspective to me, and Kimmy calls this a lot of growth? This just sounds like extremely deviously concealed justification for being a massive narcissist. Under what circumstances do you enter into a relationship that's toxic and bad, you suffer immensely, you learn nothing and are left with trust issues and a lot of trauma, and somehow end up still thinking it was worth it? And just because you can say you won't let it get that far again? I absolutely do not and will never resonate with this ridiculously psychotic perspective on relationships. Someone that leaves me with any kind of trust issues or trauma is not a relationship of any kind that was worth it for me ever. And I certainly will never see a notion of not letting it get that far to somehow be indicative of that connection being worth it somehow. If someone tries to abuse me and leave me with trust issues and trauma, I will go to extremely great lengths to eliminate that completely from my life. And believe me, when I say extremely great lengths, I mean extremely great lengths. This drivel Kimmy spewed is literally the most narcissistic sounding, deviously abusive dialogue ever, particularly after combined with how blatantly fake everything else Kimmy said before it is, especially if you hear what I have to say about it all. She's clearly trying to make it seem like she's being reasonable somehow in adopting this attitude towards my connection with her, and also deviously trying to coerce me into being forced to adopt it or coming off like I'm validating it when she obviously knows that's purely extremely detrimental to me, and I don't see her as being reasonable in treating her connection with me that way at all.
I think I'm also a little bit crazy. I think I'm a little bit psycho because for me, like, I look back on my, like, really, like, toxic, abusive relationships, and I'm just, like, thankful they happened because they showed me so many blind spots within myself that I was able to grow from so much. Like, one thing I would do, which now I realize is, like, really common, but back then I didn't realize it was. Back then, I would center my life around my significant other, and I would prioritize them. I'd prioritize their feelings, and I would pretty much like shape my life and actions according to like who like to them, and that would attract like incredibly that would attract people who really liked having like all the attention on them, and you know, that just creates for like a pretty like toxic dynamic. But now I realize, hey, there's nothing wrong with me enjoying to like prioritize a partner. There's nothing wrong with that. If anything, like that just shows how how much I care about people in my life. Like I enjoy prioritizing people. I enjoy being considerate of their feelings. So my lesson was to choose fucking better people in my life to prioritize. Because if you choose good people in your life to prioritize, then they won't fuck you over. They will prioritize you back, which is crazy. Yeah, so that was my lesson. My lesson was to choose better, not to change who I was. So, yeah. And I think I've been doing that too with like all relationships of my life. I've been just getting better at choosing better. So it's not like, it doesn't feel like a one-way street. It doesn't feel like you're just like endlessly giving to the other person and not cutting back.
A little psycho? Just a little? How does a person have this many blind spots? Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Okay, first of all, there's a big difference between having a really unique, authentic personality that perhaps naturally attracts attention versus intentionally going out of your way and even possibly lying about who you really are to seek attention. Also, there's a difference between someone that gets or seeks attention while taking others into consideration and not having fundamentally malicious or generally dishonest intentions versus intentionally inflicting malicious attitudes and behaviors on others, or even just living your life blatantly disregarding negative impact your actions might have on others and simply feeling entitled to others always assuming the best in you. While I've never actually dated Kimmy, and I'm well aware she's been secretly dating people behind the scenes who, let's say, she's talking about and not me, I want to make sure my attitude and behavior towards her isn't lumped in with those people she's dated that were somehow selfish with attention, neither in her head nor in any narratives being publicly or privately presented to anyone. Those rather important details aside, there's nothing wrong with making your partner a priority. It's possible to make yourself and your partner an equal priority in a connection. That's what you should do in an actually fundamentally really healthy relationship. Most people either make themselves the biggest priority or their partner the biggest priority and ultimately somehow neglect the other. You're just not really ready for a relationship, or at least certainly not an actually fundamentally really healthy one, if you're lacking somehow that you feel the need to do that. Like, I'm in quite a situation because of how Kimmy's treated me, but I really wasn't stupid in how I treated her. If she was not a public figure, it would have been extremely stupid for me to prioritize her to such an extent and sacrifice so much of my time and energy for her. But I never would have been in a position to practically be forced to if she wasn't. She wouldn't have had the social influence and resources to fight against my qualities with the core value I have if she wasn't a highly influential public figure. And I didn't initiate a connection with her under circumstances where I wasn't prepared even for basically the most psychopathic worst that she could ever possibly do, which is basically what she's ended up doing. That doesn't mean I wanted her to treat me horribly. It just means I started my connection with her while being so prepared for the absolute worst someone could treat me, even from a position of considerable social influence, that I knew even that couldn't and wouldn't break my mental framework. There's no lesson I've learned from how Kimmy's treated me either way. I was already prepared and basically expecting to have to go down an extremely dark path in life before I even met her, because I'd already seen such a dark and horrible side to humanity from all the other people I'd already met and been at all somehow close to in my life, that I was already ready to completely give up on humanity and head down an extremely dark path. I knew from the beginning that Kimmy would either act like a decent human being towards me and actually be loving to me and give me the tender, frequent in-person intimacy I extremely deeply have craved having with her all along, or the pattern of extremely bad people harming me entirely to my detriment would continue with her, and she'd just be the very last time I ever even remotely consider opening up to or even at all attempting to be close to another human ever again. And I'd genuinely have absolutely no doubts, regrets, second-guessing, or hesitation about going down an extremely dark path if she wasn't going to be very good to me. I'm just trying to confirm what kind of life I will have to live based on her extremely decisive final decision on how she treats me, and making sure she's forced to make her decisive decision on this conflict extremely clear to the world, for better or worse. Kimmy says she's supposedly getting better at choosing better, but I say that's a load of garbage. She's still choosing the exact same people and being exactly the same kind of psychopath towards me. Nothing's changed at all from what I can tell. She's just being even more unapologetic about how fake and unhinged she is towards me, and being even more deviously aggressive about trying to coerce and manipulate and force me into some kind of submission to her extreme abuse. Despite what she should recognize extremely clearly is always only going to be failure to do so, she insists on this stupid, psychotic power struggle against me. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, as they say. She's only going to get more pain and suffering for trying to just inflict that on me.
But for the longest time, I internalized everything and I thought that it was like my fault. Then for years after, I swear to God, I was watching like freaking red pill shit on Reddit and YouTube, and I'm like developing this stoic mindset, and I'm just like, I don't care about anybody, I only care about myself, I have trust issues, like life is all about making money and fucking bitches. And I'm just like, I'm never trusting anybody again, I'm never prioritizing anybody again, I'm only prioritizing myself, no one else means for like years, for like two years after my most toxic relationship, I'm like, everyone else in this world is shit. Like, fuck everyone. And you know, if you're still in that mindset, it gets better. I promise you, it gets better. And I know you're just hurting a lot right now, and I don't blame you. I do think it's not a bad thing to prioritize yourself, though. I don't think it's a bad thing to always make sure you're prioritizing yourself. So, I think it just gets bad when it gets to the point of like self-isolation and you start hurting people and pushing people away.
So, I want to make sure I've made it extremely clear that what I call the dark red pill is not the red pill that you normally see in society. It's not even close. I've already explained this in considerable detail in a past release, and I'm not going to repeat it all. But I want it to be extremely clear that I wasn't saying that stuff just because it sounds good or something. There is extremely clearly a very large difference between having a core value of refined, pure bidirectional apprehension and following the red pill mentality pushed in society by some of the biggest influencers that are essentially proponents of it somehow. There's a big difference between objectively recognizing that Earth is a reeking dumpster fire hellhole where extremely mentally ill, greedy, power-hungry psychopaths engaging in satanic rituals on a regular basis try to compete for essentially total control and have effectively ruined all of humanity, being even really tolerable to deserve me not just going down an extremely dark path due to how horrible everyone is, as an objectively demonstrable, extremely clearly proven consequence of many years of immense suffering so extreme that it seems people literally can't even believe it's real life, even though it very much all is, and just feeling heartbroken by some selfish narcissist that you then basically just take as validation to become a narcissist yourself in some capacity. I am not, never have been, and never will be of the mentality to romanticize or idealize or for whatever reason pursue sleeping around, whether with women or men or non-binary people or whatever you want to consider yourself. You can despise humanity without deciding being a manipulative piece of garbage is how you want to live your life, whether you're doing so for sexual or other reasons. Being narcissistic is just weakness. Despising humanity is a separate matter that perhaps usually just some extent of can tend to lead to someone becoming a narcissist or deciding to adopt narcissistic or psychopathic traits in their personality. I also want to extremely clearly distinguish the difference between self-isolation, that is, hurting people and pushing people away, as if it's some mental illness-based depression thing of feeling like shy or guilty or ashamed or spiteful or something like that in nature, versus making an intelligent, mature decision to distance yourself from psychotic, unhinged people that are demonstrably extremely selfish and have only ever really been hurting you and pushing you away, so they can't try to extremely viciously abuse your communication as some kind of validation to continue inflicting their abuse on you. Whatever pain they feel or harm that occurs to their existence, that's their fault. And if they were insisting on pushing you away even after you've tried for so long to open up to them and make them feel at least somehow comfortable enough, they shouldn't be saying absolutely nothing to you directly, and yet they still insist on being that extremely distant and cold towards you, that's entirely their responsibility and fault, and not something you should feel forced to shoulder the burden of for them. I'm bringing attention to this distinction extremely clearly because it seems rather clear that, in her extremely vicious attempts to steal credit for my work and perspective in life and extremely abusively justify her attitude and behavior towards me, Kimmy is trying to act like I'm on some red pill stupid mindset and being petty or somehow intentionally trying to push her away and being distant to be spiteful to her as what ultimately becomes some kind of validation for her extreme abuse and neglect towards me. Let the record show I went to extremely great lengths to objectively demonstrate extremely clearly that these things are completely false. I also won't ever be gaslit, guilt-tripped, coerced, or otherwise manipulated into feeling bad for people treating me so exceedingly, extremely, intolerably, horribly. Nor will I ever allow myself to get forced into desperately seeking validation from these unhinged maniacs that think they can try to make me look and feel bad and extremely viciously abuse their social status when I'm exposing them for being so unbelievably horrible to me, thinking they can extremely abusively force me to just let them continue acting like they ever have had, or ever will get my consent or any actual validation from me to behave like this towards me. I do not, never have, and never will want, need, or deserve to be treated this way. I should not and will not feel bad for people inflicting this insane abuse on me. They should be the ones not only feeling bad, but actually doing something to make things better. Not goddamn making excuses and endlessly continuing to try to extremely abusively force their extremely selfish agendas down my throat.
This conversation is giving me flashbacks about myself. Dude, I feel like it's almost like a universal experience that a lot of us go through. So I think talking about it is kind of relieving because I know that like a lot of people go through this too. And it's not only me. I became stoic after mine too. Dude, yeah, like actually if I'm gonna like if I'm gonna be honest, like I think I'm still kind of struggling with like detachment issues. For me, it's still really hard for me to allow myself to get attached to people because I'm scared of getting hurt. But I'm trying to get better at that. I think it genuinely helps just making sure to surround yourself with good people who like understand. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's never a bad thing to prioritize yourself. If anything, I walked away from that relationship prioritizing myself, and I was just like really happy I prioritized myself. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to prioritize yourself. Oh man, I I don't know where that came from. I had to get that off my chest, man.
There's nothing really relieving here about this for me. It's painful to have to extremely meticulously break down every damn thing Kimmy said here that I saw as worth presenting my perspective on. She clearly has put such poor thought into her approach of choosing to continue to do these stupid mind games and try to steal credit for my work and deviously misrepresent my perspective instead of acting like a decent human being towards me. This stream, she did, just added more stress into my life I didn't want, need, or deserve. But let's put that aside, since that just sounds like complaining at this point. I really don't know what relationships Kimmy's talking about here. And again, I know she's had several in the past, unlike me, who has literally never even had one actual relationship in my entire life. Regardless, I can say with extreme and complete confidence that I myself am not at all, and never have been, even since the very beginning of my connection with Kimmy, suffering with any kind or extent of attachment issues. I know extremely clearly what I want in a partner, which nobody in the world comes even close to meeting except Kimmy. So that's why I have no issue casually, trivially dismissing anyone else as ever being even remotely viable to date except Kimmy. That's not attachment issues. It doesn't come from a place of being afraid of being hurt. It comes from a place of knowing I will get hurt if my requirements for an intimate life partnership are not adequately met, which, like I said, nobody except Kimmy ever has or will even come close to meeting as far as I'll ever be concerned. I'm certainly not at all trying to avoid committing to Kimmy, as if to be scared of getting hurt by her. I'm not scared of getting hurt by her. She will be hurting herself much more than she'll be hurting me if she seriously ever tries to commit to hurting me permanently with our connection. And that was very much intentional and calculated by me from the beginning. Like I said, I wasn't being naive or stupid in choosing her to commit to how I have. Anyone that ever thought for even a moment that I wasn't already fully committed to taking this all the way to the end, for better or worse, and maintaining this kind of position with this level of authenticity from within even just the first few months of me getting to know Kimmy, has extremely poor grasp on the reality of my personality, to say the least.
But TLDR, my type in a guy is someone who's good for me. And I think that's what everybody wants from me as well. He doesn't have to meet my checklist. He doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't have to meet everything that I just said. But he has to be good for me. And I also want to be good for him, which is also a whole thing, because I think I'm good for people, but at the end of the day, I could be good for some people, but not good for other people. You know, it's like being good for somebody is so specific. Like, I don't know. Like, what does it mean to be good for somebody? Right? Like, for me, I wouldn't be enjoying a relationship if I knew that I wasn't good for somebody. Which then confuses me as to why people who aren't good for me would. Anyway, um, yeah, I guess compatibility is a big thing. Lifestyles are a big thing. So I wouldn't want somebody to have to completely change their lifestyle for me.
Let me translate what Kimmy said here. You have to be perfect. You have to not just meet, but wildly exceed any checklist Kimmy's ever made. You have to meet everything she just said, but better, and you have to be able to communicate it better and extremely thoroughly demonstrably prove it immediately to her and the rest of the world to even remotely stand a chance with her. And then you have to go immensely above and beyond to somehow try to prove to her through whatever arbitrary, highly emotional angle she's going about deciding if you're good for her, at which point she can randomly just say she feels you aren't. You could be God coming down from the heavens in a human body and telling her she's the love of your life, and it wouldn't matter. It sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm really not. This is literally what Kimmy has extremely clearly communicated to me through her behavior towards me all these years. This is her expectation. This is her attitude. It sounds unbelievable because she's unbelievably manipulative and cruel and demanding and unreasonable and expects the world from me while she gives me nothing but a hellish nightmare of toxicity I clearly never wanted or needed or deserved in my life. What kind of insanely toxic garbage attitude is it to clearly, fully, consciously, and intentionally make someone's life a hellish nightmare and try to leave their career prospects trashed and them homeless, sleeping on the street, eating out of trash cans, and miserable, alone, and ostracized and alienated from society with your conspiracy to murder them because you're a massive narcissist psychopath draining all their time and energy and stealing credit for their work and claiming ownership of their perspective and personality in all its greatest points while dumping all the worst parts of your personality onto them with lies. And then say you wouldn't want somebody to have to completely change their lifestyle for you. As if they enjoy the lifestyle they've become forced to endure the suffering of just to survive against your unbelievably extremely vicious, unhinged abuse. It's not like I'd become a completely different person or have to change all my life goals or something if Kimmy dated me. Just the extremely garbage parts of my life that are only even so miserable as a direct result of her extreme abuse would change, which I obviously want and deserve to have changed immediately. Also, it's pretty stupid to say you wouldn't enjoy a relationship if you knew you weren't good for someone, but also be saying you have no idea what it even means to be good for someone. So you're literally just randomly, arbitrarily trying to come up with an excuse to seem justified in saying you wouldn't enjoy a relationship with someone then, when you have no actually good reason to believe that's true. I guess at least she just said she's well aware she's stupidly, ridiculously still struggling with attachment issues. Although she didn't say it nearly so clearly, showing awareness of just how bad her issues really are. When I say Kimmy has been involved in a conspiracy to murder me, this isn't something I say lightly. It's really insane how she can sit there talking about being good for some people while disrespecting and neglecting me so extremely viciously, as if it's acceptable to pick and choose who you act even remotely decently to and who you feel entitled to essentially sacrifice the life of for extremely selfish gain, entirely against their consent, wishes, and best interests. If Kimmy really won't immediately, drastically start treating me much better, there's more than enough adequate evidence to suggest Kimmy was involved in extremely seriously plotting to ruin and destroy my life and utmost brutally, viciously, predatorily take advantage of me since the very beginning of our connection over 7 years ago in a manner that would ultimately lead to my death in real life. It's really quite plain to see. Kimmy and her associates knew from the very beginning that I'm skilled in programming and have aspirations in video game development. By slandering me extremely badly and running a massive smear campaign against me with her associates, they'd be ruining my reputation so extremely badly beyond repair in the video gaming community-related spaces to the point I'd desperately be in need of her and her associates' validation if I were to ever validate the extremely false narratives about me they've been painting. They're ostracizing me from all of them and the rest of pretty much all the public figures out there, which would force me into slaving away to do all the most difficult work of creating a product entirely on my own with nobody's help. Then they'd try to use their extremely false narratives to forcefully act like they're doing me a favor, even allowing me to exist in the space and acting like they're my friends so they can extremely deviously rob me of credit for my work. After I would have done all the hard work and produced something deserving of making me a highly successful CEO, they'd completely rob me of that role by coercing me through having trapped me into desperately needing their acceptance to even be able to benefit at all from all my efforts, as they'd threaten to cancel me and ruin everything I worked for with their lies. They would have extremely deviously, abusively forced me into validating by trying to deprive me of resources and emotionally dysregulate me so extremely badly I would have been unable to adequately defend myself against. Then they'd toss me aside to die on the streets after grossly, disproportionately undercompensating me for all the work I would have put in, both with my psychology and philosophy knowledge, as well as my game development and general programming skills. Assuming they didn't actively go out of their way to even set me up so badly to the point of literally hiring hitmen to end my life in real life to silence me so I could never expose what they did to me, which is probably what they actually were planning to do. They would have ostracized me so badly throughout the whole process that I wouldn't even have any even remotely adequate leverage against anyone to even really attempt to reasonably sustain any kind of career in any field my skill set since childhood is well suited for. Due to the severity and extent of the false narratives they slandered me so badly with their smear campaign to paint and abused their resources to forcefully try to secure me being trapped into being unable to escape from, they'd make it seem like I was always just extremely mentally unstable and a bad person and deserved the extremely brutally detrimental state they'd leave me in by the time they'd extracted every bit of usefulness with my skills they could steal the results of from me. I'd also be left so emotionally dysregulated, distressed, depressed, anxious, angry, sad, hurt, and with such severe trust issues and trauma that I wouldn't be able to function at all normally in society either. My life would be completely ruined beyond any possibility for repair, all because they're extremely manipulative, lying psychopaths that were always being utmost malicious and selfish in every regard in how they dealt with my existence. If they didn't decide to hire hitmen and set me up to get murdered as a direct result of their own efforts going out of their way to achieve that with confirmation, the ultimate result would be I'd lose my mind and end up killing myself or getting killed, probably overdosing on drugs or getting involved in crime or something, just trying to cope with the extremely deeply disturbing state I'd be left in as a direct result of how they abused me, lied to and about me, stole everything from me, and neglected me. Upon Kimmy and Jamie seeing that I wasn't stupid enough to just give up on defending myself and go tunnel vision on game development, they already knew they'd plotted to steal the end result of from me through their crimes and coercion as I just described. They devised a new plan. Abuse the false narratives they tried to establish about me to make me seem like I was this desperate, mentally ill, pathetic loser that desperately needed help from them and was just extremely fake and mean and dishonest about it, but also refraining from doing my game development because I was extremely lazy and incompetent and extremely fake and dishonest about that too. They tried to set me up in a trap with Grand Theft Auto role-playing like I've already exposed Kimmy, Celine, and Janet's conspiracy to murder me with through their extremely abusive, chaos-inducing triangle of slander and criminal impersonation, trying to misrepresent me as if to be deserving of being mocked, humiliated, taken advantage of, disrespected, neglected, and set up to have my life ruined as they tried to manipulate and abuse me into feeling forced to engage with them on the NoPixel Grand Theft Auto role-playing server under pretenses that, given how extremely severely they in reality have always been disrespecting and neglecting and harming me, is extremely obvious to me was never even remotely intended to go anywhere at all good for me, and was in fact extremely meticulously crafted to be absolutely impossible for me to ever go anywhere actually fulfilling or positive for me, no matter what I ever tried to do. Conspiring to murder someone doesn't just mean you yourself directly intend to carry out the murder. Extremely seriously, fully consciously, and intentionally, meticulously plotting in an organized group of highly influential entities to rob someone of everything that gives their life meaning, and leaving them so devastated and deprived of resources and spiritually broken that they will undoubtedly end up losing their life one way or another, is nothing short of murder. I don't know if there's some other technical legal term for such a horrible psychopathic act, because I'm not a lawyer and don't intend on becoming one. But conspiracy to murder is the closest thing I can think of to describe something like this. Regardless, it's something extremely horrible and morally bankrupt and psychopathic without question. It's far from unreasonable to believe these people have been and are still to this day trying to achieve this kind of plot succeeding. At least certainly as things are and have been the last several years. Like I said, the only thing that actually at all reasonably even begins to serve as anything even resembling adequate evidence, such isn't the case, would be for Kimmy to start directly communicating with me in the very near future and ultimately clearly decisively committing to a publicly involved romantic relationship with me that is extremely serious and that she's extremely seriously committed to spending her life with me in. To any even remotely actually reasonable individual at all actually reasonably informed of the details of this conflict, anything else is extremely obviously, blatantly a trap to try to deviously justify validating false narratives around my pursuit of Kimmy all these years being framed as either malicious, disingenuous pursuit of ulterior motives, general mental illness and instability, or both.
Yeah, sorry, now my brain is just like thinking that your mind is so interesting. Oh, thanks. I think minds are very interesting. I love the brain. I love learning things. I get so stimulated. I feel crazy sometimes. I feel like most girls will just I don't know. I feel like not only most girls, but most people just chill in life. They just chill. They just watch Netflix and freaking chill. But for me, I'm I'm constantly watching videos on self-improvement and mental expansion and I don't know. I know a lot of people also watch this stuff because they have so many views on YouTube. They have millions of views. Yeah, honestly, I'm not like other girls. Oh my god, I'm so different. I'm so different. But I didn't mean it like that. I meant it in a way of I genuinely just sometimes want to enjoy being more normal feeling. But I'm trying to finally understand that there's no such thing as normal. You know, no one's normal at the end of the day. But you know what I mean, though, you know? Like, I just wish I wasn't, I just wish I did. Like, I'm being genuine right now. I'm not just saying, I'm being genuine. Like, my mind never stops thinking and craving information. And it's, like, genuinely a problem because it, like, interferes with my life and relationships. My mind just craves thinking all the time. Yeah. So sometimes I wish I could just turn my brain off and go to the beach or something. Yeah. I swear, I promise I'm not trying to go at it at an angle of I wish I wasn't, I wish like I'm not like other girls. I'm going at it at an angle of I wish I was more like other people instead of being incredibly like neurodivergent and weird at times. I think it's nice when people are able to talk about one another's challenges without judgment. It's hard to find that sometimes. Yeah, like, yeah. Non-judgmental listening is like really hard to find out of therapy.
Like, yeah, dude. Totally, dude. YouTube videos on brain expansion, dude. Not that Netflix and chill, dude. Let's YouTube brain expansion and chill, dude. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Are you serious? You think you can come up to the point of personal development I'm at and reach a core value of refined pure bidirectional apprehension by watching goddamn YouTube videos on brain expansion? There's no problem with being neurodivergent. I definitely understand and agree that a more normal person would not ever reach my standards of what I need in an intimate life partner to be able to ever really match my energy, whether it's sexually or generally in life. I understand part of what makes Kimmy so unhinged is also what makes me feel so attracted to her personality in a way too. I really get that. I'm not trying to force her to want to feel normal or something. But you can constantly crave thinking and not be extremely toxic and mean and unhinged. That seems to be something Kimmy doesn't understand. I'd like to point out the distinction between stating objective facts and being judgmental. Kimmy probably feels personally attacked and like I'm being really hateful and judgmental when I say she's being narcissistic and a psychopath and stuff. I mean, I certainly don't love or at all endorse narcissistic attitudes or behaviors, nor psychopathic attitudes or behaviors, but I'm not trying to be hateful. I'm showing her the reality of what she's doing. I'm stating objectively, demonstrably provable facts, which, like I've said, and I'm sure Kimmy's well aware herself without me having to start bringing it all out, I have plenty of irrefutable evidence of that she's given me over the years. Whether Kimmy recognizes or admits it or not, the effect I've had on her life is extremely therapeutic. Constantly being open to being vulnerable with her and giving her my valuable perspective on her, basically going on tangents, kind of giving bits and pieces of her life problems over time. Just because I've been harsh on many occasions and still find it rather appropriate, that doesn't mean I'm being judgmental. Being judgmental would mean I would see it, be like, go to hell, you're messed up, and try to actually completely cut her out of my life brutally and just take my energy back completely as quickly as possible because I made a judgment of her and that's that. certainly not giving her chance after chance for years to be an actually decent person to me and grow in a positive direction. Not only have I always been genuinely listening to everything she's been saying and trying to reflect on what her life experiences were that led to her saying those things and what I can say that might help her heal from trauma and grow in a positive direction, but I also did this while she constantly treated me like complete garbage and was having an increasingly extremely detrimental impact on multiple aspects of my existence over a very prolonged period of time. You don't treat a therapist like garbage for them helping you. You respond with respect and you even pay them money for their time. I got absolutely zero compensation of any kind and got treated like complete garbage and had massively negative impacts on multiple areas of my life when I obviously couldn't have been further from wanting, needing, or deserving that. The effect I've had on Kimmy's life is nothing short of a miracle. Not just therapy. You might as well say I've saved her life. I definitely deserve to call her a narcissist, psychopath, idiot if I feel like it for the way she's treating me. As much as I damn well want. That narcissist, psychopath, idiot deserves to hear it. Maybe she'll think some more about how garbage her life choices have been to leave herself in this state where I'm forced to confront her so harshly in public like this, instead of feeling it viable to privately approach her more gently and just inform her she should start treating me better before she pushes me to this. Instead, she's been so garbage to me that I just already know that kinder approach won't work and will just be extremely viciously taken advantage of. So it's just extremely stupid for me to even seriously consider.
I did not realize that this conversation was going to turn so deep. But here we are now. I just struggled to find a safe space growing up and in my life. So, I would want my relationships to be a safe space. And if it's anything less than that, I do not want it. Kind of thing. I feel like that's how it should be. Like, the thing is, like, I'm willing to give the other person a safe space as well, though. So it goes both ways. But anyway, until then, we're chilling, we're having fun, we're having a good time in life. My little fidget toy.
I guess it really doesn't show my point properly when I just call Kimmy a narcissist for saying this in my last release. But now it should be much more obvious why I addressed it how I did. If I'd meticulously broken down everything she said like I have here now, back then, I never would have been able to expose Jamie and ultimately the larger scope of this conspiracy to murder me how I now have. Kimmy would have tried to act like I owe it to someone to say what I'm saying, and although I didn't know exactly how or why before, it's become clear to me now that it's because Kimmy and Jamie conspired against me together, and they were passing false narratives around as if I'd be saying it to impress Jamie or to achieve some other ulterior motive somehow involving or depending on Jamie. And then keep making a mockery of my existence like they have the last several years, and continue to try to rob me of my energy and keep me extremely brutally stuck in life completely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Again, this talk of safe spaces. It doesn't matter if she struggled to feel safe growing up. That's not an excuse to be an extremely abusive, narcissistic psychopath to an extremely loving and sincere person in your life. endlessly looking for excuses to justify you being absolutely awful beyond words to someone that's in reality been nothing but good to you, instead of actually growing in a positive direction and changing into healthier thoughts and actions, is extremely destructive and toxic and makes you objectively an extremely morally bankrupt person deserving of having horrible things happening to you. I'm definitely not behaving anything like this. I never have been. This is inexcusable behavior. Inexcusable. Well, let's see how Kimmy supposedly justifies the perpetual sheer hellish nightmare she's put me through as making a safe space for a relationship between us. Because I certainly couldn't care less about her trying to make a safe space for anything else in my life. I was never some loser desperately in need of a safe space for anything from anyone, even from the very beginning of our connection. Meanwhile, I remained sleeping on the streets and eating out of trash cans for being a good person, while she's having fun being an unbelievably selfish narcissist psychopath. Yeah, sure sounds like she made a safe space for herself at my expense against my consent. Ugh. And then there's that stupid fidget toy. I bet there's some weird symbolism there, like pressing that button on it is symbolic of her flaunting trying to trigger me, and the fact that it's a cube probably represents like her trying to, you know that expression of putting someone in a box? Like, she thinks she's figured me out and how she can just manipulate my emotions and life for her selfish gain however she wants, and she's casually, extremely deviously, abusively flaunting that she's fully consciously and intentionally trying to trigger me endlessly into her extremely abusive narcissistic abuse cycles, endlessly to destroy my life and laugh and act like I deserved it all along, when in reality that couldn't be further from the truth.
I won't ever pay for therapy. If I need some, I'll tune into stream. I'm glad you're able to find what I'm talking about like relatable in any way, and you're able to like I guess apply it to points in your life. That makes me happy. That makes me enjoy sharing things, because I know that like someone in chat will relate to it and be able to like, you know, at least like spark some curiosity in their minds of how that relates to their life. And I think that's like a great first step.
Yeah, this isn't the first time I've seen people talk about how Kimmy's streams when she talks about this kind of stuff is like free therapy. This is the furthest possible thing from therapeutic to me. It's extremely emotionally dysregulating and requires me to meditate for hours just to try to calm down my blood-boiling rage from seeing happening seemingly endlessly to me for the last several years. Like I said, Kimmy literally takes the free therapy I'm giving her with my perspective and input. She pretends like she's this really deep, insightful leader with really good grasp on relationships, and then she devalues me and makes me look crazy so she doesn't have to actually act like an at-all decent human being to me. This is extremely narcissistic behavior. There's nothing Kimmy said for me to apply in my life. I literally just have to extremely meticulously break down and expose how she said all this to try to force me to give my input on it so she could extremely deviously abuse it to repeat these narcissistic abuse cycles while Jamie was extremely deviously slandering and likely criminally impersonating me behind the scenes, completely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, to try to sabotage everything I'm doing so these pieces of garbage can try to infinitely abuse me to facilitate their content creation and whatever else they thought they could abuse me for. I really don't need Kimmy sparking some curiosity in my mind of how she thinks these things relate to my life. And certainly not in some extremely abusively, deviously controlled situation where she's trying to exploit my genuine feelings for her to rob me of my energy and destroy my life with lies she's extremely selfishly gaining entirely at my expense against my consent, wishes, and best interests with. That's not a first step. That's no step. This extremely abusive thing of Kimmy trying to dangle dating her in front of my face as if I'm always one step behind every time she steals the essence of things I say to pretend she's this wise person I need advice from for relationships or life in general. This ends now.
Alpha Kimmy, pick me Kimmy, comfy Kimmy. Honestly, what does it even mean to be pick me? Because I feel like I'm just being, like, honest. Someone who seeks validation from others, especially men, to feel worthy. Interesting. Interesting. I feel like it's more like I don't know how to say this in like a good way, but like men ain't shit. Men are just human beings. Like everyone fucking else. So like and I say that in like a good spirited way. Like we're all humans at the end of the day, you know? Why seek validation from men in particular or anyone? It's like what matters is what you think about yourself at the end of the day. Okay. But yeah, I say that with tongue in cheek, you know? I say that with like good humor. I say that in a way where I'd also say girls ain't shit either. So we should all just like treat everyone as human beings and make ourselves happy, because that's what matters. Yeah. But yeah, I say it with good intentions. I don't say it in a way that's like trying to be malicious at all.
I'll make this simple. Kimmy doesn't know how to say this in a better way because she's a manipulative psychopath liar and she doesn't actually understand this kind of perspective from an actually good way to be able to articulate it in a good way. You don't have an extremely deep and meaningful speech supposedly giving advice on relationships and acting like you follow all the stuff you're saying, doing so with any kind of humor. Saying you're saying things with good humor doesn't make it better. She was clearly hoping she could bully and abuse me into giving her insight into this with my perspective, so she could once again steal credit for it and act like she's the one with the amazing perspective on life, while trying to make me look like some fraud with her slander and criminal impersonation Jamie's clearly been helping her pass off as truth entirely at my expense against my consent, wishes, and best interests. You should look at dating and sexual intimacy with anyone you're attracted to as something extremely precious and valuable and appealing, but not deserving of largely or entirely overlooking extremely concerning qualities that they might try to abuse their sex appeal as leverage to inflict on you. That means you should see sexual intimacy as simply part of the dynamic in your connection with anyone you're interested in engaging in it with on a personal and serious level, as opposed to simply separating your sexual desires towards them from their personality in some way where you're seeing it as a value trade-off. Basically, it just comes down to the fact that you'll be fine as long as you're not on some level shallow about your sexual desires, especially if you're conscious to whatever extent you might be and you don't live in denial of it. That will leave you subconsciously and therefore ultimately consciously confused and vulnerable to manipulation through it by the other person. This applies whether you're male or female, and whether you identify as straight, homosexual, bisexual, pansexual, or whatever else. If you follow it properly, you will not sacrifice your self-respect, self-love, dignity, integrity, and other precious qualities just for sexual pleasure in the moment. As long as you aren't maliciously or carelessly violating boundaries of another person or being predatory somehow, they have no objectively sound reason to resent you or seek some kind of justice or retribution for whatever sexual intimacy you may share together, or non-sexual experiences you share together. Kimmy clearly got visibly triggered when that random dude said she went from alpha to pick me to comfy. But I can see how that interpretation of how she tries to cycle phases of presenting herself to someone to manipulate them into her power dynamic abuse of her narcissistic cycles is actually very accurate, speaking from personal experience. She can crack her knuckles and look up words in the dictionary and whatever, all she wants, but I'm not scared of her petty, passive-aggressive microaggression garbage. She has serious anger issues she really needs to work on. You know, on top of the serious attachment issues. And the probable schizophrenia, or at least something along the lines of borderline personality disorder. I saw what I considered enough evidence for a probable valid borderline diagnosis in her as early as a few months into getting to know her. My theory only has been increasingly strengthened ever since. She has a lot of rather serious mental health issues, and whatever therapy or whatever coping mechanisms she currently uses clearly aren't even close to actually adequate. Not that it excuses her behavior at all.
Honestly, like, what is life but an MMO? You know what I mean? I go through this thought a lot, actually. What is life if not an MMO? We're all just living an MMO. What would you customize about your character? Like, actually in this world? I'd get rid of my big ass forehead. I'd get rid of my big ass as well. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Like, it's hard to say what I would change because that kind of goes against what I believe in. Like, I kind of believe in just like acceptance more than anything. I feel like a lot of people, what they would change about themselves is like related to their height, because that is something you cannot change about yourself. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to answer in a way that's not like focused on like shallow things, because I feel like when it's like shallow things, like that shit is endless and toxic. So, I'm trying to not focus on shallow things. But other than shallow things, what else can you really customize about your character? Because it's not like we have magic powers. Like, I would want to have magic powers. That sounds lit. Like, I want to be a freaking magician or something. I would make myself less introverted. I get drained after hanging out with people. Oh, that is a good... Oh, that's actually a good... I would make myself less... I will make myself less mental. I want myself to be more in touch with just like the real world versus what's in my fucking brain. I think that's what I would change. Like, please, I just want, like, it's so hard for me. It's so not natural for me. Like, I'm just so mentally stimulated. And like, I just wish I was less mentally stimulated. I wish I was more physically stimulated than mentally stimulated. Because being like mentally stimulating is just like exhausting in a bad way. But like being physically stimulated sounds more exhausting in a good way. Like being really active in the world, like swimming or like going, I don't know, like being active marathon training or like doing things with your body, like being so stimulated to do things with your body. That sounds so healthy. So I'd probably want to be that if I could change anything. Because right now, being like physically, like making myself physically stimulated is like so not natural for me.
I most certainly would not change Kimmy's big butt. And I'm most certainly not joking. It's one of my most favorite things about her. It's not what I'd consider small, nor is it too big. If she didn't have such an amazing butt, I honestly don't even know if it'd be worth dealing with her being so difficult and inclined towards toxicity. I guess she's really lucky she has such an amazing butt that I genuinely find more arousing than anyone else's, because otherwise I probably actually might have given up on her long ago. But she's not going to use it to make me some massive simp for her and start excusing absolutely unacceptable, unhinged behavior actually seriously, unapologetically set on trying to destroy my life. Even with her butt being the best I could ever possibly fathom existing, there's no butt so sexy I'd throw my life away for it. I don't care at all for changing my height. Perfectly fine with that. I'd like my body to be more feminine and curvy in the right places, but I can work on that, along with anything else I wish was better to what I'd like it to be ideally. I recognize room for improvement in multiple ways, but I'm not insecure about anything about my appearance, since I understand I've simply been prioritizing other things in my life as I should be given my circumstances. My personality, well, there's always room to learn stuff, but I'm not insecure about that either. And quantum energy arts just takes time and training in the proper meditation technique to develop those abilities, which I just haven't reached a point in my life where I feel it's necessary or I have the time to put into that. But that can come in good time as well. I know my career and financial situation is going to be sorted out one way or another because I'm going to make sure it improves and I'll figure out how, and that's all I really need to know. It's really so frustrating and cruel how Kimmy's like actually so extremely massively teasing me here with how badly she obviously knows I want physical sexual intimacy with her. Like, it doesn't matter if she doesn't like exercise or being physically stimulated doesn't come naturally to her or whatever. She should know very well that I'd obviously make sure she's plenty enjoying physical stimulation and intimacy with me one way or another. I don't have concerns about being able to make her enjoy being physically stimulated in my presence. That's for sure. And it's not like I want her being so heavily mentally stimulated and feeling unpleasantly exhausted. I'm unpleasantly exhausted with her basically forcing me to think so much just to defend myself and prove my desire for her as well. But she's doing this to herself, refusing to just embrace an actually healthy relationship with me. I feel no sympathy or pity for her, and I seriously won't have any mercy on her if she's really going to be this way. I myself am not having difficulty being physically stimulated with how much I touch myself to her, but I'd obviously enjoy things a lot more if I could be physically intimate with her. If she has problems, she should just want me to help her that much more as far as I'll ever be concerned. I'm sure I'd have no difficulty or shortage of enjoyment being physically stimulated around her and making her feel good too.
So anyway, disclaimer that everything I said today was just talked about for the fun of it, but it's not in any means to like define myself or anybody else, and shouldn't be held to it shouldn't be a way for us to judge ourselves or anything. It's just like fun to talk about and to like be open-minded about. But yeah, I just like want to put a disclaimer because some people on the internet can like be a little bit like black and white about things. Okay, just wanted to get that off my chest. Just a little disclaimer.
Oh, hell no! Excuse me? You talk clearly being extremely serious with extremely loaded dialogue for like at least half an hour non-stop, to the point where I can elaborate extensively on my perspective on what you said for like at least an hour just of my own speaking, and then you just try to trash any significance or depth to it all at the end and try to completely relinquish any responsibility for your actions? What the bloody hell is this? This is not how giving disclaimers about things you say works. You can say you don't personally encourage people to be like you, or that you don't endorse certain people's behavior you might talk about, or something like that. But you don't engage in extremely serious, deep dialogue talking about who you supposedly are in reality for an extended period that clearly has loaded context and that you're engaging in with behind-the-scenes meaning, as you try to paint yourself like some enlightened, intelligent, well-intentioned leader-type figure, and then try to literally completely relinquish any responsibility for what you're saying. Expecting you to recognize that your words you speak publicly on the internet as a public figure where you're extremely seriously talking about who you supposedly really are has serious weight you should be well aware of, especially in regards to certain people whose existence you must be well aware of the kind of impact you've had on with your attitude and behavior over an extremely extended period of time, is not being black and white about things. That's reality. Don't try to somehow guilt trip or manipulate it as somehow being invalid or morally corrupt to seek truth and confront reality for what it is. What happened to, I'm being genuine right now? Kimmy says things like that, and then, disclaimer, I'm lying about everything? What the hell? Yeah, maybe she feels like she's having fun playing mind games and casually deviously slandering people and ruining lives with her false narrative warping and abuse. She's ganging up on people with her friends to attack with extremely vicious, relentless smear campaigns that are extremely seriously existentially threatening to the point of being effectively nothing short of conspiracies to murder people. But it's people's lives you're dealing with. My life is not a goddamn game. This is not fun for me. I'm definitely being judged for everything I do, extremely harshly, in fact. To the point I've done serious extended jail time over it, and to this day probably could do much more if I wasn't being extremely smart about it. If you're gonna say all this, especially publicly, that defines you. The fact that you said it defines you. How seriously you said it defines you. The fact that you're saying it after the context of everything you've done in the past and how you've dealt with me defines you. Your actions define you, whether you like or accept that or not. Actions have consequences. You can't act however the bloody hell you want and then just say, I'm having fun. This doesn't define me. And now magically you aren't defined by your actions anymore. This is ridiculously, blatantly unhinged and psychotic. I'd literally already be dead if I lived my life being so unhinged and careless and fake and selfish. This is insane. My blood is boiling. My blood is goddamn boiling. I want to scream. Ugh. This further goes to show how extreme the abuse of all this setup these psychopaths have been trying to keep me trapped in really is. In the past, I was being lied about so deviously, and there were such severe false narratives suppressing and sabotaging everything I did that Kimmy didn't even feel the need to make any kind of disclaimers. She'd just blatantly say this stuff and basically laugh that I had to take it extremely seriously and respond extremely seriously, and yet still never got the respect or love or trust or any kind of benefit at all for even clearly immense effort, as I was just constantly robbed of my energy and only lied about even further. This stream I'm breaking down of Kimmy's actually happened before the one I tore apart of Jamie's earlier this release, and I hadn't made my last release on this podcast at that point yet, so it's only more clear Kimmy thought she could use deviously abusive disclaimer tactics like this now to continue to force me to give my input and try to leave me confused and in the dark about what was really happening. These maniacs clearly didn't expect me to have the clarity of mind to do deep introspection and actually reflect on things further now that I have a way to force people to understand how badly I'm being abused, whether any of them like it or not. They clearly thought they'd hurt me so badly and exhausted my energy and resources so badly with their extremely extended, extremely vicious, relentless existential assault, conspiracy to murder level abuse towards me that I'd just be too emotionally dysregulated to be able to do anything but ultimately stay stuck in the same vicious cycles I've been trapped in for years, where all my hundreds of lengthy emails to a growing mailing list of people have all been extremely severely disrespected constantly. They're probably still to this day continuing to deviously try to forcefully trap me into somehow coming off like I'm validating this unbelievably unhinged psychopathic narcissism by lying even more badly that somehow they have my consent or will get my validation or something to do what they're doing to me. No, they have never had and will never get my consent or validation to behave this way towards me. This is criminal activity. I do not, never have, and never will consent to being inflicted on me. I'm stating this extremely clearly.
It's like, sometimes I feel like when I talk to my friends, it's like the blind leading the blind. It's like, at the end of the day, do any of us actually know what the heck is going on? Like, I feel like advice at the end of the day is just blind leading the blind.
Well, it's no surprise to me that Kimmy's loser friends are extremely careless, incompetent, bumbling idiots just like her, at least certainly when it comes to dealing with me. But I'm nowhere near the blind leading the blind. I'm not saying what I'm saying just to vent my frustration or out of fun, just as I'm not saying it with disingenuous ulterior motives. I'm not really giving advice either. At least certainly not at this point after people have so blatantly, unapologetically conspired to murder me for such an extended period of time and grossly neglected and disrespected me as extremely badly as they have. I'm placing executive orders objectively demonstrating executive decisions I'm making from an extremely powerful leadership position as a world leader with power far greater than Skara or Pokimane or whoever the hell else these idiots consider leaders of their organization offline TV and whatever friends they associate with. Just because I'm not president of a country, or world-renowned, or have millions of dollars in my bank account, or a huge social media following, that doesn't mean I don't objectively hold immense power. It's far from unreasonable that I expect and demand prompt compliance and direct communication from Kimmy to me in the very near future. These idiots should be combining their resources to promptly resolve any issues standing in the way between me getting to fly out to live with Kimmy, to be with her in person while officially dating her as soon as at all humanly possible. If they do not respect my wishes in this regard, I can, should, and most certainly will be extremely viciously, unapologetically, relentlessly, existentially attacking not just all of them individually, but their organization as a whole until I destroy every entity at all significantly involved in facilitating the conspiracy to murder me that Kimmy clearly has been involved in very much consciously and intentionally. Mark my words. If I don't get to date and live with Kimmy and have a loving relationship with her, who will? One of her friends, who is also extremely doomed as a result of me being deprived of the relationship with Kimmy I so extremely clearly want and deserve far more than anyone else ever has or will? Yeah, because that makes a lot of sense. If that was the case, then why the hell hasn't it happened already and been publicly flaunted? If I was so weak and fake and stupid, then why do I have the power to completely stall and cause backtracking on plans so aggressively set to attempt to be put into motion entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests? How goddamn stupid and disrespectful and neglectful and abusive can these pieces of trash be?
Everyone knows the single friend gives the best relationship advice. Yeah, because the single friend isn't lost in the sauce like everyone else. They're just like clear-minded. I mean, not saying I'm clear-minded or single, which I am both right now, but I do think I give good relationship advice though. But I don't know. But I mean, like, the fact that all my friends are in good relationship, maybe they're, and I'm gonna stop talking. I think I could give good advice because I don't really talk to give advice. I more so talk to listen, and I don't really give advice though. If anything, I just try to like encourage my friend to like do what's best for them, more so than anything. Jamie is great at giving advice. Jamie's good at giving advice, relationship advice. She's really good at it. Jamie understands people really well.
What the? Saying all this stuff and then saying you're clear-minded or single, but you are. How the hell do you not say you're something and then literally immediately proceed to exactly say that you are saying you are that? How can anyone even remotely consider anything you're saying valid or not blatantly extremely unhinged when you're saying things like this? How can people just trivially ignore how psychotic and delusional this blatantly is? It literally makes the least possible sense you could make when speaking. Hello? Is this a self-report? I think so. Kimmy's either admitting she's extremely mentally ill and unclear-minded, or not actually single, or both, because she's clearly not being clear-minded in this extremely unhinged dialogue she had. pretty ridiculous how she immediately proceeds to expose herself as a fraud, basically by her line of reasoning, attempting to justify and validate her assertions, immediately falling apart on itself, with her just saying she should stop talking the moment she tries to back up, that she's not completely full of garbage and lying extremely badly in everything she's saying. She clearly isn't in any kind of position to be trying to give me relationship advice, nor for me to see her as any kind of even remotely good source of advice for relationships, or really anything in life. Further exposing the reality of what these extremely unhinged psychopaths Kimmy and Jamie have been doing to me all these years. You can see how Kimmy quickly tries to reference her relationship with Jamie and tries to seek validation for her spewing drivel by validating Jamie's drivel. I've already extremely meticulously exposed how full of garbage Jamie is, and how I tore apart Jamie's basically response to my last release on this podcast, proving Jamie's extremely viciously been extremely badly abusing my pursuit of Kimmy to rob me of my energy and sabotage all my efforts for her own selfish gain, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. I don't think Jamie understands me very well at all. I'm pretty sure Jamie still doesn't believe or respect the depth and intensity of my feelings for Kimmy. At all.
Yeah, I think it's because at the end of the day, people will do what they want to do anyway, so why even give advice? The one thing that people can't do for themselves is to listen, be somebody who listens to themselves. So that is something I can do. I can offer an ear to somebody, but people will do what they want to do anyway, so why give advice? The therapist way, oh god. And then alas, that is how I become the therapist friend. I'm hoping for a Kimmy and Jamie advice talk collab sometime. Dude, I feel like me and Jamie would love to do that. I think it's just hard. It's hard because Jamie and I have these conversations spontaneously, but it's hard to plan for a conversation like this to happen. You know what I mean? Jamie and I are also just very spontaneous people. I did not plan for this conversation to happen today at all. It just kind of came up randomly.
Actually, I don't know about other people, but I definitely can and do listen to myself. I'd definitely end up losing my mind and with my life getting destroyed if I didn't. Nobody actually listens to me with any good intentions or gives me any kind of feedback in a healthy way on any topic that actually matters to me or is generally difficult to navigate. If I don't do it all for myself, I'm completely doomed to a horrible early death in real life because nobody that's ever been at all somehow close to me actually respects or loves or trusts me at all, and they don't actually listen to me with any good intentions towards me or care about me even when I need them to the most. That much has been extremely painfully clear to me for a long time already. I introspect and reflect extremely carefully on everything I say all the time, and I have multiple mental breakdowns daily if necessary until I figure out anything I need to by myself, and then I extremely decisively act according to what I see necessary to have the best chances at succeeding at my goals in life. I'm not a child, and I don't ever treat myself or my life like I'm a child or like being at all childish is a realistic option in any regard. I'm not complaining or bragging. I'm just saying it like it is. This is just the norm for me for a long time already now. People are just so goddamn unbelievably, extremely, exceedingly, intolerably delusional and arrogant that they refuse to see the real level of maturity and integrity that I possess, and they seem to struggle exceedingly with understanding that maturity and seeming calmness, or at times displays of anger in certain ways I show anger, are not at all weakness, nor any kind of fakeness or inconsistency in my personality in either case when I express myself as such. Well, at least Kimmy should understand I'm not looking for her to give me advice, to try to force me to compromise my integrity and throw away everything I've been trying to work towards for the last over 7 years of my life. Or maybe she's really such an idiot, she still thinks she can force this garbage on me and act like I owe her something. I really don't know exactly quite how much of an unhinged narcissistic psychopath she really is. I know her mental illnesses are quite severe, but maybe they're not that severe, because that really would be a whole new level of stupid and mentally ill for her to try that yet again, even after a release like this. But maybe she's actually that stupid and mentally ill. I really don't know. The reality is, Kimmy hasn't been trying to give me advice. That's true. She hasn't been trying to give me advice, just extremely abusively force her agendas on me and slander me extremely badly and abuse my genuine feelings for her extremely badly to facilitate her own content creation and money making and reputation boosting at my expense against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Who needs to give advice when you can just be an unbelievably extremely unhinged narcissistic psychopath that feeds off being a massive energy vampire to an extremely powerful world leader, right? Of course, you don't give advice to anyone. You just take advice from other massive psychopaths on how to extremely viciously, relentlessly, nightmarishly abuse your victim harder as you manipulate your associates to facilitate and participate in your abuse. I don't believe for a moment that this dialogue that was extremely deviously, viciously abusive towards me was completely unplanned. Maybe I can believe Kimmy was hoping her extremely unhinged psychotic narcissism towards me would have succeeded in suppressing and sabotaging my life so badly she never would have had to keep lying this badly about the reality of who she is and trying this hard to maintain this facade of being an even remotely decent human being in reality. But after seeing the kinds of releases I've put out, I'm sure she ended up planning to engage in this ego-stroking, reputation-boosting, energy vampirism, attacking my sanity and reputation, and trying to sabotage all my efforts and steal credit for my personality and work once again. I most certainly am not at all hoping for or looking forward to or trying to achieve a Kimmy and Jamie advice talk collab or anything like that. I don't want or need advice from either of these frauds or any of their associates or anyone else. This extremely unhinged toxicity is already so extremely emotionally dysregulating to have to deal with individually. I certainly don't look forward to or have any desire or willingness to try to work towards or facilitate these maniacs or any of their associates actively trying to rob me of my energy directly together at the exact same time in public. Now, finally, that stream has also been picked apart extremely meticulously and exposed for the extremely vicious energy robbery it is from me. But even that isn't enough, because these psychopaths really have a whole system set up to keep this abuse going so extremely meticulously that there's still more I have to expose before I should have successfully really dismantled it all. What happens after Kimmy steals my input about relationships while Jamie extremely deviously sabotages my reasoning for communicating at all is that me seeing the public outcome resulting from that whole thing that effectively extremely hurtfully breaks my heart with further extremely brutal denial of anything even remotely resembling a healthy connection with Kimmy, while attempting to paint me as a bad person for what is in reality extremely strong and precious positive qualities in my personality, is that extreme pain triggers me to be rightfully angry and therefore respond as such because from my perspective, I want to make it extremely clear that I'm extremely deeply unhappy with the outcome of my efforts that I'm seeing, and I know that I don't feel calm, nor does a calmer approach seem appropriate or believable to at all accurately convey the hellish nightmare I'm being forcefully subjected to. Kimmy then extremely deviously abuses that to justify being increasingly toxic to me in order to try to emotionally dysregulate me increasingly extremely brutally in order to forcefully try to get validation for her abuse entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, which attempts to hurt me so extremely badly I get exhausted and too hurt to even bother continuing to defend myself and figure out and ultimately expose the truth of what's happening, which if I ever did actually end up succumbing to, fully solidifies a successful complete robbery of my soul that gives me absolutely no benefit whatsoever. This part of this extremely abusive process that has been relentlessly inflicted on me for the past over 7 years can be evidenced through Kimmy's stream that came after my last release exposing this extremely serious conspiracy to murder me, where she starts it within the first few minutes in a way I'd say rather blatantly attempts to fully knowingly and intentionally be as hurtful as she seems to believe she can extremely deviously get away with somehow justifying being to me as if it's something I want or need or deserve or benefit from somehow.
Good morning. Hello. Hi. 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 Hello. Good morning. Hello.
I haven't had anything even remotely resembling a good morning for many years, but I'm not bringing attention to this evidence to complain about that. It should be rather obvious that's the case, given the fact that I'm even making a release like this. I'm bringing attention to how Kimmy started that stream here for two main reasons. First of all, I suspect there's some lying piece of garbage that has somehow presented the false narrative that I will somehow be appeased or benefit or enjoy if Kimmy uses a deeper voice. I don't know if she was specifically intending to sound like a dying elderly man, or if that was just her trying really hard to sound like a man in general. But regardless, even if she had managed to sound like a younger man not struggling to speak, no part of this appeased me or benefited me at all. I do not want, need, benefit from, or enjoy Kimmy or anyone else sounding like a man, or trying to sound like a man, or generally making their voice deeper. And that's also not saying I want or benefit from Kimmy or anyone else now trying extra hard to sound higher pitched or more feminine somehow with their voice either. Nobody has any good reason to believe I want, need, benefit from, or am trying to at all achieve anyone speaking with their voice altered at all through any means. Second of all, it seems rather apparent that Kimmy is really so delusional that she seriously believes she can just act like I'm not actually as angry and disappointed and hurt and being abused and mistreated as I've repeatedly been saying extremely seriously for the last several years to my growing mailing list and now on this podcast, and out of what would be nothing short of sheer unmatched stupidity, I'd still for some reason feel compelled, likely in what she's hoping I'd just be so angry about her abuse over, to speak in her Twitch chat and ultimately validate everything she's doing to me. I'd like to once again reiterate that unless I get prompt compliance and the connection with Kimmy I'm extremely seriously stating I've always been after, I will never speak in Kimmy's or anyone else's Twitch chat or post anywhere on Kimmy's or anyone else's YouTube channels or social medias ever again.
Okay. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. I miss you guys. I'm back. I am orange today. well, this is like a light orange. I really like this orange. This is a cute orange. If GTA had more oranges like this, then I would make September orange. But GTA doesn't really have many like pastel oranges. They only have like orange, you know what I mean?
Alright, so there's clearly some really strange thing going on here with the color orange. Specifically something with Kimmy's Grand Theft Auto role-playing character, September, having some kind of orange-colored part of her appearance. Like with how initially September's hair was orange, but now the significance of the color orange seems to also be strangely relevant to Kimmy's real life as well. I want to make sure it's extremely clear that the color orange, whether it's any pastel shade or darker shade or normal orange, it all means absolutely nothing special to me. I am not, never was, and have never even remotely done anything that at all should even suggest to anyone I ever would be at all interested in, wanting, needing, benefiting from, or appeased at all by Kimmy or anyone else dyeing their hair orange in real life or in any video game character, whether pastel or not, nor wearing anything orange, whether in real life or on any video game character, whether pastel or not. I also couldn't care less whether Grand Theft Auto has any kind of orange options for any of their character customization or in any other part of that game, whether it's the official game or the NoPixel role-playing server or any other server for it.
I love your hair, thank you. So I've been taking these like vitamins every day for the past month, and I've been also taking collagen every day, and I've also improved my diet, and I cut meat out of my diet, and I didn't think it would, like, I just did it because it made me feel better, but I'm realizing it's actually making me look better too. And I'm like, oh my god, like, who would have known that actually taking your vitamins and eating well would make you look better? Like, my hair, like, I already have a lot of hair, but look at how much hair I have now. Like, I have even more hair than before. Like, I have so much hair. So, yeah, highly recommend taking your vitamins every day and drinking collagen. This is a protein collagen drink I drink every morning now.
Alright, well, I'm not trying to come off like some petty hater raging that Kimmy's taking vitamins and trying to eat healthier or whatever, but I want to make sure it's clear that if she's even seriously doing all this stuff out of genuine desire to take better care of herself, this is something she's doing entirely of her own volition, or at least something that I haven't been attempting to influence at all. I don't benefit at all from Kimmy doing this stuff. It does not and will never change my position whether she does or doesn't do this stuff. It also doesn't mean anything special to me to see her talking about any of this or doing all of this. It seems completely random to me, and I'm just left with a suspicion there's some devious, underhanded meaning behind it that I don't know about, that is somehow facilitating Kimmy's extreme abuse towards me. I don't really notice a difference in her hair. Maybe it shows in person or to her personally because she lives with it, but it doesn't seem particularly to me like she has more hair. I get this weird feeling that she's been getting information from toxic pieces of garbage from my past, telling her how I wish I had nicer hair like hers, which is something they would have known because it's something I've said from a young age. So basically, it comes off like she's just being intentionally extremely toxic and trying to provoke rage in me by trying to make me jealous and upset that not only is she not dating me, but she's even trying to rub it in my face that she has nicer hair than I do. As if I need her advice to take vitamins or eat differently when I'm struggling to survive and eating out of trash cans because she's extremely abusively drained all my time and energy for her selfish gain, completely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. Toxic. So toxic.
I woke up a little bit late today. I slept past my alarm. Okay, no. Sorry, I'm like yapping. The caffeine hit. So I woke up on time, but I listen to meditation music every morning and I meditate. So I put on my meditation music and I was meditating, and then I fell asleep while I was meditating. And I woke up again and I'm like, fuck! Dang it.
Kimmy's been talking about meditating more recently. Again, I have no want or need or benefit from pathetically hating on her for meditating. Meditating is healthy and good, and the world would probably be a much better place if more people did it more. But in and of itself, it's not something I'm appeased by or working towards or benefit from Kimmy or anyone else doing at all. It seems it's pertinent to explicitly mention this, so Kimmy doesn't hallucinate that she's somehow appeasing me by simply doing it or publicly mentioning doing it. And that should wrap up addressing so much of this conspiracy to murder me by providing irrefutable evidence, at least for this release. If there was any other approach than extremely brutally exposing this all like this publicly, that would be any more capable and likely to achieve getting me the kind of frequently, privately, sexually intimate, in-person connection with Kimmy that I've always wanted, then I would have taken that approach. But it's become extremely clear to me that privately communicating anything to anyone at this point is not only completely futile, but also extremely stupid for me, because nobody believes me, or if they know the truth at all, they don't ever really respect me, even in the slightest. Nobody really cares about me at all. They only think of how they can completely selfishly benefit off of anything I say or do. So I really don't see any other approach that makes any real sense at all, both for what I want and also that isn't just extremely stupid in general. I'm saying this extremely clearly, so there's no even remotely reasonable room for doubt that I'm not at all confused or trying to be confusing or indecisive or unclear in what I'm after. I'm not and never have been at all scared of change. I want things to change. I always have all these years. I've been putting such an immense effort for so long because I've always been extremely serious about wanting and pursuing things changing massively in the way I've been repeatedly, extremely clearly saying I want. Any notion I'm at all indecisive or confused or half-hearted or anything like that in my efforts is a complete and utter lie and always has been. If Kimmy doesn't start actually respecting me and caring about me and treating me properly in the very near future, I'm going to actually start following through on going down an extremely dark and destructive path in life towards her and all of her associates and never doubt or regret or second guess myself ever again. Absolutely, unconditionally. For real. I'm actually extremely seriously going to bring her worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares into reality, literally no matter the cost. And also do that to as many other people that at all assisted or facilitated her abuse and neglect towards me that I can as well afterwards and or in the process. I do not have never had, and will never tolerate at all embracing or acting like I have or will tolerate any ulterior motives as an outcome of my efforts throughout the years. I literally couldn't be making this more clear. I'm extremely clearly going to extremely great lengths to make it extremely obvious that I'm being completely authentic in what I'm saying on this podcast in every regard. I'm well aware that I can't really force anyone to do anything. But I won't ever allow people that have ultimately done nothing but hurt me and have unbelievably extremely selfish intentions towards me to force their agendas on me, whether anyone believes me or respects me or likes me at all ever or not. Nothing I've said in all my past releases has changed. It doesn't appease me at all for Kimmy to change her nails or hair or make ASMR or anyone else doing any of those things. I've already said all this. It also doesn't appease me at all for Kimmy or anyone else to buy plushies of any kind. Kimmy also hasn't been streaming in weeks, but it doesn't appease me whether or not she streams either. Kimmy's only been screwing around and doing extremely shady garbage on her social media ever since her last live stream, since my last release on this podcast. To me, it seems she's really so unhinged. She's just desperately hoping she can stress me out and induce fear and anxiety and sadness and rage and general extremely intense emotional dysregulation in me with the increasingly brutal disrespect and neglect she's fully consciously and intentionally inflicting on me completely unjustly to this day. Nothing she's doing is fair or decent or was anything she ever had any even remotely actually good reason to believe even slightly appeases me or brings me any benefit whatsoever at any point in time. I'm saying this about Kimmy, but let's not forget that nothing Jamie's been doing appeases me or is anything I've been benefiting from at all either. This also applies to all of Kimmy's other associates and even every other piece of garbage I've had the misfortune of knowing from my past as well, if we're going there too. I'm actually so extremely aggravated beyond words that I have to keep repeatedly saying all these completely true things and constantly refuting any benefit or relevancy to a bunch of random irrelevant garbage I couldn't care less about and never was anything I care for. I want to bring attention to how I clearly make the distinction between rhetoric and dialogue. I'm actually providing rhetoric that sincerely addresses subject matter and attempts to discern the truth of the matter and work towards a constructive, positive outcome. These frauds don't engage in actual intellectual discussion or debate or rhetoric or operate in good faith with their words. They just deviously speak carefully preconceived dialogue intended to manipulate their audience and the general public into believing a certain image of themselves that they're trying to selfishly benefit off of conveying. They then censor any real attempts to challenge the narratives they're trying to establish by extremely deviously abusing their social status and their willingness to engage in literal criminal acts backed by the resources they have available to them. They relentlessly, increasingly viciously, existentially assault you through legal and illegal means in hopes you end up so emotionally dysregulated and deprived of every possible resource and reason to retain your self-respect and self-love that you're unable to continue being yourself. They try to strip every meaning out of your existence and then make you look crazy and as if you were always the problem, even if you were actually an absolute angel to them in reality all along, given what they were doing to you. As if not being interested in sleeping with their friends or being willing to cuss them out when they're relentlessly, extremely viciously abusing your time and energy and disrespecting you and taking you for granted constantly is unwarranted or makes you a horrible or fake person. Unhinged, toxic, selfish, predatory, bully psychopaths. It really shouldn't be such a goddamn mystery and so difficult just to make the same goddamn thing I've been repeating countless times for the last several years obvious. I have no love or appreciation whatsoever for what any of the extremely pretentious, insufferable, schizophrenic, unhinged psychopaths that I've been cursed to have to endure the misfortune of having encountered in my life have put me through. Nor do I need any time to recalibrate myself at all. I'm either going to get the results I want and deserve promptly, or I'm extremely serious about absolutely, unconditionally, unwaveringly going down an extremely dark path in life of bringing Kimmy and all her associates and all the other pieces of garbage from my past, all their worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares into reality without any doubts, regrets, second guessing, or hesitation. I'm either going to get direct communication from Kimmy in a timely manner, extremely seriously, genuinely, wholeheartedly, happily pursuing the relationship she should have been wanting with me all along, Or I'm going to really feel deepest in my mind, heart, and soul, with every bit of my being, that it really was never going to happen, literally no matter what, and going down the extremely dark path without even the slightest doubts or regrets or second guessing myself about anything ever again really is how I'm going to have to proceed as I actually follow through on everything I've been saying fully, as I put everything I have to do whatever it takes to successfully work towards absolutely destroying Kimmy's life and bringing her absolute worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares into reality, along with anyone else who ultimately at all significantly contributed to or assisted her in leaving my life in the hellish nightmare state it's currently in because of her extreme disrespect and neglect and pretty much certain direct involvement in extremely serious, extensive, literally criminal activity towards me all these years. Once again, I'm making it extremely clear that these are the only possibilities, and I absolutely, unconditionally will never allow any other outcome of this conflict. Literally no matter what. Any source of information at all suggesting otherwise is, ever was, or ever will be the case, is an extremely unreliable source of information about me. I've now stated this extremely clearly multiple times. Nobody has any good excuse to continue to believe any information at all suggesting otherwise is, ever was, or ever will be the case. After doing even more reflection on my life since my last release, there's also been one thing it bothers me that it might somehow matter that I suppose I technically didn't address about what I know about myself and any relevance to the subject matter of my last release. I don't believe or particularly see any reason to believe it really matters because of everything else I'm saying here and I've already said in past releases still isn't adequate to get Kimmy directly communicating with me properly and treating me how she should in the very near future. It really does seem quite certain that Kimmy has no real desire or intent to ever communicate with me properly for the only reason I've made extremely clear I'd ever really want or accept any kind of positive connection with her. Therefore meaning I'm actually absolutely unconditionally the worst of enemies against her and all of her associates, and I'll be heading down an extremely dark and destructive path in life. But since I'm speaking so much complete truth about my life on this podcast, I have no good reason to leave out even little things if I end up even with the loosest suspicion it's possible it might somehow matter to address them clearly. I gain absolutely nothing from refraining from doing so, and I did absolutely nothing I have to be ashamed of or have any good reason to want to hide anything about to anyone. So I might as well make sure I'm really thorough when I've already worked so exceedingly hard to protect my energy. Technically, I attended a gathering in Toronto a little bit after that meetup with Kimmy and Jamie. It wasn't even something I considered a meetup of an influencer. I saw it more as just some friends getting together kind of thing, since it seemed to me like some of the people who had attended the Kimmy and Jamie meetup were friends outside of those communities and would randomly get together in real life to hang out. But I don't really follow any of those people's lives at all, and I never really have, so for all I know, there might be people among them that are some kind of influencer or public figure to some extent, in which case that gathering might be considered a meetup of some kind. I didn't really know or follow any of those people before or after the Kimmy and Jamie meetup, and I didn't really get to know any of them or start following any of them after either. I literally just thought it'd be fun to hang out with some of the same people from Kimmy and Jamie's meetup again, because, again, I'd completely cut out hanging out with anyone really ever since high school ended for me. I do, always had, and always will have absolutely no desire, need, or willingness to have any kind of romantic and or sexual relationship with any of those people that were present in that gathering. I'm not even going to mention any of their names that I remember, because I'm not trying to give them attention as if I owe them something or have some kind of ulterior motive in mentioning this. The only reason I didn't mention this in my last release is because it was such an ultimately insignificant thing for me that I just wasn't even thinking about it. And like I said, I've been under a lot of stress and it's been chaotic for me trying to figure out what exactly I need to address and how it's best to address it. I'm really not trying to bring up things that might exacerbate that chaos at all. I haven't spoken to any of those people from that gathering in all these years either, and I have no particular want or need to either. I haven't ever done anything harmful to any of them, neither to their face nor behind their backs. I haven't gossiped about any of them, and I certainly don't plan on starting. I also haven't benefited at all from any of them, and do not, have never, and will never at all consent to any of them attempting to compromise my integrity at all. I wouldn't even mention this, but seeing what kinds of unhinged, lying pieces of garbage I've had to deal with, it seems someone will probably try to twist and warp and lie as badly as they think they can about any little thing about my life, and I have no want or need or willingness to let them try to misrepresent any information they might think they have about me that they believe they can abuse as some kind of leverage. So I'm stating this all extremely clearly publicly to make sure there's no room for any at all reasonable doubt about it. Once again, nobody has any real proof otherwise of what I'm saying, and I know that for an absolute fact, because I'm actually telling the complete truth. I would say that gathering was pleasant, and I feel I got along reasonably well with everyone overall. There were no conflicts or fights between me or anyone. It was even calmer and more chill than the Kimmy and Jamie meetup, since me and Kimmy kind of fought a bit in that one. But I've never had any romantic intentions with anyone at that later gathering with those people, and certainly didn't have any sexual experiences or desire for it with any of them either. If I recall correctly, there were a couple times I interacted with one or two of those people in Kimmy's Twitch chat within a few months following the meetup in a distant, friendly manner. But that's it. I have no personal connection with any of them and haven't spoken to any of them or even heard of most of them in years since then. One of the people there actually drove me back to where I was living at the time, but I've already long since moved out of that location many years ago, and I have no particular reason to be concerned about anyone knowing of that location or doing anything in or around it. At this point, since Kimmy is publicly extremely deviously doing underhanded things indicating energetically feeding off of extremely toxic and fake psychopaths from my past in real life, I'm going to have to refer back to the last exposure I had to those people before cutting them out completely. That was with that extremely toxic massive piece of garbage biological uncle from my biological mother's side named John, who I've mentioned before already on this podcast. In my exposure to him and his lifestyle, I witnessed multiple extremely strange and concerning things. Putting aside his literally schizoaffective disorder behavior of things like mixing up processing experiences he had in his dreams while sleeping as things that actually happened in reality, like for example claiming he had seen his mother, who is my biological grandmother, who has died in real life, walking around, I noticed his extremely strange obsession with human trafficking and drug smuggling, among other things. Putting everything together with the conspiracy to murder me that he must have been involved in, and his conscious awareness of at least some of the public figures I've been having to deal with also conspiring to murder me, who I spoke to him about back then, and he at certain points extremely strangely acted like he was somehow aware of at least some of the extremely devious things they were doing that I observed from their public behavior even back then, I can come to some extremely concerning conclusions, and I have absolutely no reason I'd consider even remotely adequate to refrain from publicly officially declaring and exposing my awareness of such an extremely thorough, complete lack of want, need, desire, or willingness to at all cooperate with or validate any of it. If Kimmy continues to refuse to directly communicate with me, and especially if she continues to deviously attempt to trigger me into reactivity to try to abusively force me to validate false narratives about me that are extremely detrimental to my existence, like I've repeatedly been saying has been happening for years, I see extremely serious reason to believe Kimmy, and likely also Jamie, and perhaps even several of their associates, are somehow connected to or involved themselves in not only extremely serious conspiracies to murder people using blatant lies they know fully consciously and intentionally are completely false, but also literally extremely serious human trafficking and or drug smuggling operations. At the very least, they are fully consciously and intentionally knowingly facilitating it happening, since I also saw extremely concerning reason to believe that the extremely toxic biological uncle I'm talking about was also attempting to set me up in some human trafficking and or drug smuggling situation if he couldn't manage to get me murdered. It's not like I'm going to present irrefutable evidence of these people's involvement in these things that would land them in prison. But as far as I'm concerned, my life experiences are enough for me to find it appropriate at this point to pressure them with these assertions and demonstrate the extent to which I'm willing to distance myself from them and their energy and cut them out of my life completely if they really won't treat me how I want and deserve. The way I'm being treated, people are extremely seriously trying to make everything I've spent all these years doing be for no reason. The only real reason I did it, which I have extremely clearly stated here, has been messed around with, and Kimmy constantly betrayed and backstabbed me so much that it's like people are trying to make it not make sense that I'm even as attracted to her body and interested in and pursuing a serious, intimate, in-person relationship of life partner commitment with her as I am, and make it seem like there's some kind of ulterior motive behind me expressing the desire I do towards her, when there in reality is not, never was, and never will be. I'm extremely meticulously maintaining my integrity and extremely authentically demonstrating that all the massive lies about me people have been saying are completely false. I'm giving Kimmy a clearly genuine and realistic opportunity to seriously, genuinely change her attitude and behavior towards me before it's really too late, and I actually absolutely unconditionally become the worst unwanted nightmare of nightmares for her and all of her associates completely unapologetically and without any doubts, regrets, second guessing or hesitation ever again. If she's really going to continue to insist on refusing to treat me properly, then the opportunity is not and should no longer be there, but there's still no ulterior motive I am, ever was, or ever will be trying to achieve or willing to tolerate accepting with my efforts here, even if that's the case. I'm extremely serious about then just following through on my threats of going down an extremely dark and destructive path in life and bringing Kimmy and her associates' worst, actually unwanted nightmare of nightmares into reality. I have video game development to do with extreme focus to prepare to absolutely devastate and destroy these psychopath liars' lives if I'm really not going to get treated properly by Kimmy in a timely manner. And I seriously have absolutely no desire or willingness to even tolerate, much less pursue, receiving any kind of help or benefits from Kimmy or any of her associates in that case. I want to make it abundantly extremely clear that I was never enduring everything I was enduring as some kind of disingenuous endeavor towards ending up making a podcast like this or some kind of other ulterior motive. I've been forced to make this podcast and expose everything like this because my identity, energetic essence, and literal life in real life are all under extreme threat constantly and having constant, extremely serious, immense efforts exerted upon that are attempting to extremely brutally, completely rob everything from me and destroy my life. It's absolutely 100% detrimental to me not to defend myself, and this is the only way that defending myself is actually taken at all seriously. This is seriously not fun for me. It's not rewarding. It's not fulfilling. It's not pleasant. It's not what I was trying to do all along. It's not benefiting me at all. It's just extremely draining, disappointing, upsetting, disturbing, emotionally straining, stressful, exhausting, rage-inducing, saddening, and overall aggravating. I'm feeling all this extremely violent energy that I know is not mine and I do not want to embrace as my own, but it's clearly intentionally being made increasingly difficult for me to even just stay calm. So I'm going to make sure I've made it extremely clear that whoever is involved in doing this to me should understand that my capability and willingness for violence of multiple kinds is far greater than they seem to believe, and I really will go there if they push me, as much as I'd rather not. Every time I've been looking to see any kind of reaction to what I'm doing and how people increasingly disrespect what I'm clearly going to exceedingly great lengths to make apparent, it always ends up being some extremely devious, extremely vicious robbery of my energy that brings me to the point I actually feel a blood-boiling rage, like I literally want to promptly, extremely brutally end many people's lives in real life and make sure they are beyond any capacity of resuscitation. I really don't like feeling that way. People have wronged me, even extremely badly in the past, but I wasn't left feeling that way. This is extremely dark and disturbed energy, and I'm sending it back to where it came from, wherever that is. If I don't get the outcome I want, I definitely will never forgive or forget what people have done to me and the state they left me in. I'm not trying to get stuck constantly responding to mind games and stupid toxic garbage that desperately tries to force my hand and coerce me into letting people lie about me and get trapped into a situation where I'm unconditionally validating this horrible nightmare they've put me through. I'm saying the things I do when I do because I realize my silence will be warped and people will try to forcefully make it seem like validation of their false narratives, and I realize I need to extremely strategically communicate certain things this way to prevent that. But it seems people are trying extremely hard to extremely badly abuse my mature and seemingly calm approach with this podcast as if to suggest I'm weak or fake or my position has changed or will ever change, as if the calmness you see on the surface is indicative of ulterior motives or some kind of lack of integrity, or as if how maturity looks for me will somehow ultimately be moldable to fit whatever people want it to be instead of the reality I keep extremely clearly stating and in reality proving. Again, none of the people on my mailing list are at all my friends or on any kind of good terms with me. Anything they at all are doing that isn't directly, extremely clearly, utmost conducive to me achieving the connection with Kimmy that I've extremely clearly stated I've always wanted, and yet attempts to appear to be at all good for me, is a trap they are setting up to try to destroy me or rob me of my energy, somehow entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests, and is thoroughly something I am not, never have been, and never will be working towards at all. The only thing I've ever been working towards in any communication or interaction of any kind with any of these people was the connection with Kimmy I've extremely clearly stated I've been after since the beginning. I was never after playing these stupid mind games and having people trying to gaslight and guilt trip and coerce me into letting them try to take credit for the things I've done or pretend they're me in any capacity or benefit somehow of unjustly making me look like someone or something I'm not. Never have been and never will be. This is, always has been, and for whatever time it at all continues, always will be, entirely against my consent, wishes, and best interests. There is no negotiation. I will never consent to it or at all be willing to allow it to continue. I'm trying as hard as possible to promptly, completely cease any ability anyone has to at all rob me of my energy. I know it's abundantly apparent to anyone being at all reasonable in how they look at this situation. I absolutely refuse to end up getting stuck in some pathetic, fearful, desperate, dependent, panicky energy, feeling hopeless and helpless and depressed and all this garbage, toxic, low vibration stuff. That is not my energy at all. My energy is immaculate and healing. It has extremely firm boundaries, but is filled with warmth and love for the right people that deserve it. It has sincerity and transparency, but is not inclined to oversharing, blindly trusting anyone, or trying to force others to blindly trust me. These are qualities I have been extremely brutally deprived of seeing in any of the people I've ever been at all somehow close to, and right now it seems especially so in the case of these extremely toxic and fake maniac psychopaths Kimmy and Jamie, who are masquerading in the public eye as if they're decent human beings, while in reality being nothing but unbelievably toxic and harmful to my existence from the very beginning. I'm even literally openly publicly handing them the best and only real opportunity they have to start treating me differently for the better by Kimmy embracing the relationship with me she should have always wanted, and they're throwing it away. Once again, my situation has not changed at all. I'm not employed. I'm not getting any benefit, financial or otherwise, from doing what I'm doing on this podcast. I have no friends, no lover, and not even one person I'm close to at all, or interact with daily, or share secrets with, or anything like that. There's certainly nobody I'm in any kind of at all codependent relationship with that I'm expecting or receiving anything from that I depend on them for. Any codependency and any connection I have with anyone in my life is only selfish people stealing from me and giving me nothing but pain and suffering I don't want, need, deserve, or benefit at all from in return. I do everything for myself and survive and can continue as such if I really have to, but I'm homeless, sleeping on the streets, and eating out of trash cans like I've been most of the time of my life the last several years because of the extreme abuse and neglect from literally every person from my past, online and offline, without even one exception. I literally couldn't be further from wanting or deserving being left in this state, but literally nobody at all important to my life actually genuinely cares or acts like it at all, at least certainly in the reality of how they actually treat me privately, which is with absolutely no direct communication or assistance of any kind ever. Effectively extreme disrespect and neglect. They treat me like I deserve to have to desperately go begging them for whatever they feel like giving me, and if I'm not willing to throw away my self-respect, self-love, dignity, and basically identity as a whole, and do that even though I in reality don't at all deserve to have to, I don't deserve anything but torment from them that they're extremely well aware I don't in reality want, need, deserve, or benefit from at all, even in the slightest, and that does absolutely nothing but extremely negatively impact my existence in multiple ways. I said I'm not trying to mess around, and I'm not at all willing to tolerate people trying to push me around. Going back to that metaphor I used in the last release, if you're going to continue trying to smash that heavy-duty cargo truck with a bomb into me in a head-on collision at 100 miles an hour and explode me to pieces and destroy me with your slander and emotional dysregulation, with your smear campaigns and hitmen you send out after me, you need to start understanding that I'm going to start looking for where all those rigged cargo trucks are coming from and use your own bombs to blow up the warehouse when I find it. So you'd best wisen up and stop being such pieces of garbage to me. Or else. In fact, maybe even saying you're being pieces of garbage is too nice, because even the garbage can have edible food leftovers in it that I've been surviving off of. None of you even assist me in such a bare minimum fashion. You're worse than literal garbage in my life. Start being actually useful and decent to me immediately, or I'll really bring your worst, unwanted nightmare of nightmares into reality, absolutely unconditionally, without any doubts, regrets, second-guessing, or hesitation. I really strongly dislike having such an ultimatum-y attitude, but understand that if you've wronged me extremely badly and you're now stuck having to deal with the consequences of me being extremely thoroughly objectively validated and having and maintaining such an attitude because it's become necessary in order to retain my integrity and authenticity that remains regardless, my general distaste for having to pressure you like that doesn't mean what I'm saying is any less authentically who I am and what I want and am after. But you brought that side out of me because it's a reflection of the kind of attitude you extremely deviously were and still are to this day inflicting upon me all these years. I'm not a fake loser that needs to do passive, aggressive, controlling garbage, trying to manipulate people and disingenuously, deviously present ultimatums to them to exert power over them that I don't actually deserve. I actually deserve the power I have over people, and I'm very much able and willing to exert it to the fullest if I really have to. So if you force me to have to give you ultimatums, so you understand you must respect me and see me for who I am and treat me properly or face the extremely negative consequences you deserve for refusing to promptly comply, that's not my fault and not my problem. Nor will I ever let anyone make it at all otherwise, ever again. I don't owe it to anyone to become a pushover or a fraud, and I'll never allow myself to end up in a position where that changes either. Try to gaslight, guilt trip, coerce, or somehow manipulate me into a situation where you're trying to force otherwise, and you'd best believe I'll make sure you end up being extremely thoroughly put in your place and regretting ever trying that with someone of my caliber.